We have before us Valhalla, one of the top 3 academies for hunters in the world. Every year, throngs of hunters flock here, dreaming of the prestige of Valhalla. The chance of admission is 1 in 500, and that's just the beginning of the dropout rate. Less than 150 cadets graduate from these walls. The competition begins from day 1. And here it is, day 1. A powerful leg kick sends someone flying. In the vast maze, fierce battles between the newcomers are already simmering. From above, a gray-haired man watches this merciless slaughter. This was Sang-Chul Lee, the chief combat instructor of Valhalla, stern and experienced. Instructor Lee hums, "Wow, there are quite a few of them gathered this time too." Minjun Yu, the son of the Danyu clan, clearly an important person, appears next to him. Instructor Lee notes that the entrance rank is determined this way and wonders if Yu has come to check on his niece. Minjun Yu confirms, as the Danyu clan has high hopes for So-young. Instructor Lee thoughtfully repeats the name So-young Yu. In front of us, So-young Yu is a prodigy from the Danyu clan, one of the 5 great clans of South Korea. At 10, she possessed mana at the level of a high school student, and at 13, she was already infusing her sword with it. At 16, in a sparring match with Danyu clan hunters, So-young won a complete victory. Instructor Lee hums, saying that's what her file says, and asks if there's anything else. Minjun Yu leans in intriguingly. "Would you believe it if I told you that she can communicate with the clan's guardian constellation?" At these words, Instructor Lee was clearly surprised. Minjun Yu confirms with a smile. "Of course, that's why we expect great things from her." Minjun Yu explains, "The greatness of Korea's 5 clans is a credit to their guardian constellations. Normally, a hunter would get a blessing or contract, but the constellations of the 5 clans are special. Among them are the sword god of the Danyu clan and the ghost spear of the Mountain Chan clan, and also the king of blades of the True Choi clan, whose power is undeniable. Not to forget the king of fists of the early O clan crushing enemies. And rounding out the top 5 is the Luka god of the Peak Du clan, whose arrows always find their target. The members of these 5 families, after receiving the blessings of the constellations, acquired outstanding talents. However, there is a difference between a mere blessing and true fellowship, meaning an outright contract. Instructor Lee is amazed, so she really is a prodigy." Minjun Yu confirms. Minjun Yu looks around. "So where is my niece? Her fight doesn't seem to have started yet." Minjun Yu anticipates, "Her fight will start in 30 seconds. Can I watch?" Instructor Lee grins. "You want to watch? Come down and fight your way through the crowd of reporters." Minjun Yu bows. "Come on, Sunbae, put the fight on the screen. You're my senior." Instructor Lee agrees, curious himself, and activates the hologram. So-young Yu appears on the screen, and her opponent Minjun Yu immediately spots her. In front of us is So-young Yu, 17 years old, the eldest daughter of the Danyu clan, clutching the hilt of her sword. Her opponent is an unknown 17-year-old Joo-hyuk Kim with question marks instead of a name. Instructor Lee remarks, "He looks relaxed." Minjun Yu assumes that the man has given up, knowing So-young's strength. So-young Yu stares at his opponent with blood-chilling determination. And Joo-hyuk Kim just yawns like he's deadly bored with the whole thing. Instructor Lee notes the guy's complete lack of fighting spirit, and Minjun Yu is confident. The fight will be over soon. 3. So-young Yu is already drawing his shining sword to strike. 2. Joo-hyuk Kim, meanwhile, is just lazily kneading his shoulder with a distinctive crunch. 1. So-young Yu's eyes flashed with purple energy. She was full of determination. "Fight!" So-young Yu swiftly rushes forward to attack his opponent. She unleashes a powerful sword strike on him, enveloped in blue energy. So-young Yu continues her attack, her sword leaving behind a wide energy trail. A huge wave of pure sword energy rushed towards Joo-hyuk Kim. Instructor Lee is impressed. What pure swordsmanship at such a young age. Her mana control is impressive. And Joo-hyuk Kim stands nonchalantly while a deadly attack is launched at him. Joo-hyuk Kim meets So-young's attack with a barely perceptible smirk, the sword blade passing within a millimeter of his face. Instructor Lee and Minjun Yu watch in utter shock, unable to believe their eyes. Joo-hyuk Kim stands over the defeated So-young Yu, his fist enveloped in blue energy. He's the winner. Joo-hyuk Kim is perplexed. What the hell? Why is everyone so weak? Is it definitely 300 years in the future? In front of us is the Tower of the End, a grim structure from the distant past 300 years ago. In the past, a scarred Joo-hyuk Kim confronts a mysterious horned creature in the tower. It's the master of the Tower of the End, King Varshay, who grinningly calls their fight magnificent. And Ju-hyuk Kim turns out to be Hyuno Kim, the god of martial arts, badly injured, but not broken. King Warchief doesn't have time to react as Hyuno Kim's fist is already in his face. Hyuno Kim hits the Tower Master with fury. Great fight, how about that? Crushing blow. Hyuno Kim breathes heavily, the defeated King Warchief lying at his feet. A sudden system alert, Hyuno Kim is surprised to see the notification. The message reads, "The master of the Tower of the End, Varsha, has been defeated. The destruction of the world has been stopped." The Tower of the End shudders, its walls beginning to crumble to an ominous rumble. Hyuno Kim is shocked. Is the tower collapsing because of her master's death? A sudden pain pierces him. The old wound on his stomach has reopened. He bitterly thinks, all my life is in the war, and now, when everything got better. A thought flashes through my mind. Maybe I should have brought my students with me. But Hyuno immediately wards off the doubt. No. He looks at the defeated enemy. That type was monstrously strong. My disciples would have died here. Hyuno Kim, badly injured, grunts. The tower collapses around him. Debris rains down on Hyuno, and he grows weak, pressing his hand against his wound. A sudden insight sparkles in his eyes, a last thought before nothingness. Hyuno Kim woke up in the body of 17-year-old Ju-hyuk Kim, 300 years after the tower fell. Despite his weak young body, he had retained all the knowledge of the martial arts god and was satisfied. He had hoped for a quiet life until an ominous system window appeared in front of him. The message reads, "The Tower of the End will appear in 5 years. Get ready." Ju-hyuk clutches his head in rage. What does this tower want with me? He thinks with annoyance that he was wrong not to finish Varsha completely, but he can't get the pass back. Ju-hyuk looks determinedly at the notice. This time I'm going to stop the tower for good. Ju-hyuk dreams, and then I'll live in luxury and idleness. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of Ju-hyuk with a distinctive sound. The message reads, "Return your weapons and memories. Room 5, 3rd basement, Valhalla, Hall of Constellations." Ju-hyuk pondered, weapons are understandable, but memories? We need to find this Valhalla first. In front of us is the building of Valhalla. On the 4th day, the qualifying battles for the top 10 will begin here. A uniformed Ju-hyuk sits in the waiting room, announcing the gathering of competitors in the arena. He decides, I guess it's time to go, and leisurely heads for the exit. Ju-hyuk comes into the arena where a gray-haired man is already waiting for him. Fighters, take your places. The stands are roaring. Photographers are clicking shutters. The audience is in anticipation. The gray-haired man notes that there are more spectators than usual today. After all, there are representatives of all 5 great clans here. The gray-haired man announces, This newcomer, Ju-hyuk Kim." The audience welcomes his appearance. Ju-hyuk's opponent is already in the arena, 30 seconds to go. This is Se-hyuk-oh, the 17-year-old eldest son of the early Oh clan. Se-hyuk-oh looks at Ju-hyuk thoughtfully. So this is the guy. Ik that Seo Young-yu won on the first day? He doesn't look that special. Ju-hyuk needs his shoulder. Se-hyuk-oh smirked. Great. Once I put him down, my name will definitely be remembered. Ju-hyuk turns around at someone's call. Hey! Se-hyuk-oh is in a fighting stance, counting down. 3, I'll get you in a hurry! Ju-hyuk is perplexed, but Se-hyuk clarifies, quick to kill means quick to destroy. 2. Chibi instructor Lee enthusiastically suggests something to Ju-hyuk. So-yeon nearby is clearly not thrilled. Ju-hyuk is dumbfounded. Out of nowhere, Instructor Lee appears in front of him. Instructor Lee with a smile and a raised finger. Ya? Thought you hated me? So-young gloomily looks from behind him. Lee states that he embarrassed Ju-hyuk by proving him wrong in class. The instructor admits, You've opened my eyes to new ways to fight monsters. Lee decisively places a hand on Ju-hyuk's shoulder. So, would you like to be my assistant? Ju-hyuk is adamant, No, I need to turn this in. The instructor keeps up, promising to work on the paper together, but Ju-hyuk walks away, So-young stunned. Seo-young is in the hallway reflecting on Lee's persistence, willing to do anything to help Ju-hyuk. Sighing heavily, So-young resolutely clenches her fist. She won't give up either. Ju-hyuk dismisses the suggestion with a smirk. Oh? Since that's the case, good luck then. Against the backdrop of the sunset, he decides, Forget it, I don't need him. The next night, Ju-hyuk is in the hood looking around. Is this the place? He stands on the night street leading to the market sign. The camera shows the Valhalla dormitory under a starry sky. Joo-hyuk sits in his room, staring intently into his phone. The little helper inquires, "What are you looking for?" Joo-hyuk replies, "Information about tomorrow's location." He was looking for a place to sell the treasure from the stash and found a good fit. Joo-hyuk's gaze lights up as he finds the information he needs on his phone. "Found it!" With the article How to Enter the Market on the screen, Joo-hyuk begins to study it. Joo-hyuk reads, "You can make any kind of transaction on the market for a small fee, and it seems to be safe." He learns that the market was created and is run by the Guardian constellation, the ruler of the other side. At least that's what they say online. Joo-hyuk ponders. Since constellation and the politicians are involved, it's not easy to shut down the market. I guess that's why it's so easy to find a way to get there, he thinks as he looks at the title of the article. The article says, "Follow the link in the comments, reserve a spot, and the door will appear." Joo-hyuk looks thoughtfully at his phone. Link in the comments, then? He swipes the screen to find the right link in the comments section. Suddenly, a notification from Aaron Choi pops up on the screen with a smiley face. Joo-hyuk is surprised. "Huh?" Aaron Choi sends some stickers with crying bunnies, Joo-hyuk writes in shock. "What?" Aaron informs that she won't be able to train tomorrow since she's leaving. Joo-hyuk thinks, "Me too, so it wouldn't have worked out that way either." Joo-hyuk sends Aaron a quick, "Congratulations." Aaron looks at the phone in bewilderment. "Huh?" But what Joo-hyuk is really gloating about is, "Get lost, loser." Aaron sends a question mark. Joo-hyuk responds in kind and adds, "Have fun." The new messages from Aaron are pissing him off. Enough already! He is perplexed as to why she is so persistent, but decides to get back to the point of finding a market link. "Is this it?" Joo-hyuk clicks on the link he found. Soon he is already hooded and walking to the address. Checking his phone, he searches for the right place. Somewhere around here. In the old cafe. His gaze becomes more determined. I think he's found it. A hooded Joo-hyuk walks up to an old abandoned cafe. Inside there is desolation, dust, cobwebs, and broken furniture. With a creak, he pushes open the door and steps into the semi-darkness. Suddenly the image of Sejak-oh, his formidable rival from the early Oh clan, flashes. Joo-hyuk checks his phone. We need to go through the door in the corner. He heads towards said door, thinking, this must be it. Joo-hyuk's hand rests on the knob. There is a distinct click. He opens the door and finds himself in a completely different, unfamiliar place. Joo-hyuk looks around with obvious surprise. Is this it? A busy night street stretches out in front of him. This is the marketplace. Joo-hyuk stands against the brick wall, sensing something strange about the place. He looks around Market Street, which seems painfully familiar, even though it's his first time here. The purple sky and hazy moon remind him of nights 300 years ago. A stranger in a black jacket approaches him and asks if this is Joo-hyuk's first time here. A memory of Sejak-oh, not a strategist but a man of extraordinary talent, comes to mind. A man in a leather jacket stands calmly in front of Joo-hyuk, waiting. Joo-hyuk recalls the instruction from his phone. A leather-clad employee will collect the entrance fee. The stranger asks if Joo-hyuk knows the rules of the market, to which he nods uncertainly. Joo-hyuk pulls out a wad of money, confirming his awareness of the fee. He hands the money to the man, who thanks him for the entrance fee. Joo-hyuk reflects that it's the rest of his scholarship, but he'll pay it all back at the market. The market employee asks if there are any more questions, and Joo-hyuk replies, there is one. Joo-hyuk wonders where he can sell the gems he found. The man clarifies if he's going to the auction, but Joo-hyuk is looking for the quickest way out. He is advised to District 3, where merchants buy up everything with no regard for legality. Suddenly, the image of someone's powerful hand, enveloped in golden energy with the caption, his body, flashes by. Joo-hyuk asks about the most trustworthy merchant and is named Morris, known for his honest prices. The man points the way to District 3 and Joo-hyuk thanks him for the information. The market employee adds, oh, and one more thing, catching Joo-hyuk's attention. He pulls out a mask in the shape of a cat's head, urging me to put it on. The employee explains, many of the goods here are of dubious origin, so everyone wears masks. Joo-hyuk puts on a cat mask, and the staff member adds that it's on the house. In his new mask, Joo-hyuk thanks the man for his advice and gift. The employee bows, wishing him good luck, and Joo-hyuk heads deep into the marketplace. Joo-hyuk arrives in District 3, a busy place where everyone hides their faces. He notices a merchant in a white cat mask scrutinizing a gemstone. The thought of Seihyuko flashes back to him. He could do incredible things with his physical strength alone. Juhyuk approaches the peddler and asks, "Are you Morris?" The masked man confirms, "Yes, that's me," looking at Juhyuk. Juhyuk declares emphatically, "I have something I need to get rid of." Morris, wearing a cat mask, explains, "It depends on what you're selling, but gold and stones are quick." A hooded and masked Juhyuk is digging through his backpack, preparing to make a deal. He pulls out a weighty black pouch, obviously with something valuable inside. Juhyuk places the bag on the table in front of Morris. "I want to sell this." The merchant looks inside and asks in surprise, "Are those rings?" Morris pulls out one ring with a red stone and examines it thoughtfully through a magnifying glass. The merchant's eye behind the magnifying glass widens in amazement. Wait, that's... Once again, the image of Sehyeok Oh, whose innate talent allowed him to do incredible things, comes to mind. A close-up of the ring glowing with energy. Morris is shocked. A relic of the Age of Ending? The merchant can't believe his eyes. Any way you look at it, it's an artifact from the Age of the End. Morris, wearing a cat mask, twirls the shining ring in his fingers, asking, "Are the others the same?" Juhyuk's pouch exudes powerful energy, with a whole scattering of ancient rings inside. Morris's eyes widen behind the magnifying glass. "They're all from the same era!" A close-up of the merchant's eye. He's clearly overwhelmed by so many artifacts. The hooded and masked Juhyuk calmly inquires, "How much can you offer for them?" Morris covers his mouth with his hand thoughtfully, assessing the situation. "Let me see." The merchant ponders in confusion. How did he get so many relics? He looks about 20 years old. Morris, still in shock, directly asks Juhyuk, "Where did you get those relics?" Seyoko-'s image flashes again, a reminder of his incredible talents and strength. Juhyuk coldly replies, "I heard they don't ask such questions here, or am I wrong?" Morris, wearing a cat mask, admits, No, you're right. My mistake," pushing the magnifying glass away from the pouch. The merchant puts the magnifying glass away, lamenting that the relics distracted him and he nearly ruined his reputation. Morris turns to Juhyuk standing in his hood and mask and states, "I'll be honest." He returns the pouch, saying, "I can't take them, as he doesn't have that much cash for the Age of End relics." Juhyuk interjects in surprise, "Era of the End?" and wonders where to sell them for a decent price. Morris points to a tall building in the distance. "You must have passed the auction house on your way here." Juhyuk, in his mask and hood, asks how long it usually takes to sell there. The merchant replies that it takes 2 to 3 weeks on average, as there are a lot of people wanting it, and you have to wait for space. Juhyuk clarifies whether he'll have to return in person, and Morris confirms, verification is required for the payout. A sudden shot of a young man in a school uniform standing opposite a thug with bandaged hands in the arena. Juhyuk wasn't happy. It seemed to him that it was all an unnecessary hassle. Juhyuk reminded him that he hadn't been able to bring some things before and asked how much he could get for them. Morris thought it was hard to estimate and asked the young man to wait so he could figure out the cost himself. Morris pulled out his tablet and began to quickly count something on it. He appraised the items and showed Juhyuk the approximate amount, to which he marveled. Juhyuk mentally marveled at how expensive his items were valued, for they had once been expensive as they were. Juhyuk clarified how much more money he needed to buy such things. Morris said that this was his rough estimate and that the price might be different at auction. Then he added that even if he sold everything he had, he would only be able to cover 3/4 of its value. Juhyuk nodded, agreeing with what he heard. Juhyuk decided that he would sell the items for the price offered. In another moment, our hero brazenly shows his middle finger and rudely sends his interlocutor away. Morris, confused, doesn't understand what's going on. Relics from the Age of Ending are shown, explaining that their price is high not only because of their age. The second reason is explained. Ancient artifacts are of interest to powerful beings called constellations. The constellations appeared after the Age of Ending and show interest in relics from that time. Thanks to these relics, even ordinary people were able to contract with powerful constellations. For example, alchemist John is still active. Morris scrutinizes one of the rings. He becomes convinced by the residual mana that the relic is indeed ancient. Morris explains that there was a wave of mana at the end of the era, and all relics from that era contain remnants of it. He rejoices. 8 ancient Edge-era relics were able to be bought at a cheap price. Juhyuk puts the tokens for buying rings in a baggie, In parallel, aggression erupts between the school children, one of them clearly angry. Morris mentally notes that he's been very lucky with his purchase today. Suddenly, someone distracts him and he turns around. A look of consternation of surprise appears on Morris's face. A mysterious man in a dark mask appears in front of him. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk returns to the regular door. He walks back in through the same door he came in from before. Joo-hyuk takes off his mask and sighs in relief. It was uncomfortable to wear. He realizes he's back in the same cafe he came in from and decides to go back through that door. Joo-hyuk checks his phone and sees a large payout on his account, tens of millions of won. Joo-hyuk rejoices that he has finally solved his money problems by selling only 8 rings from his stash. The parallel scene continues, with the blonde man throwing himself at Joo-hyuk with a scream. Joo-hyuk reasons that even if he spends all the money, he will still have a lot of such goodies left, and there will be no further problems with money. Outside, his phone begins to vibrate. A strange call comes in. Joo-hyuk is surprised at the unknown number. He doesn't recognize the number and ponders who it could be. Joo-hyuk answers the phone. On the other end is a familiar voice cheerfully suggesting we meet for lunch. Jughead asks how he got his number. He says it's a professor from Valhalla. She explains easily and invites them to the Valhalla training center, promising to treat them to lunch. Joo-hyuk frowns at the phone. She didn't even let me get a word in edgewise. He decides to go out to eat, thinking, there's nothing else to do anyway. Meanwhile, an important figure in a purple cat mask approaches Morris. Joo-hyuk reflects on his physical infirmity. I can't resist in a fight, that bulky guy is a real force. Morris, in his white mask, asks the guest, what brings you here? The purple-masked guest said reproachfully, Morris, weren't we closer? The merchant keeps his distance. A simple shopkeeper cannot familiarize himself with the master of the market. In front of him is the market keeper himself, the mysterious Black Cat. Black Cat grinned. That's exactly the kind of attitude I like you for, Morris. Morris repeats his question. So what brings you to me? Black Cat reports. I notice you've submitted an anonymous bid for the auction for the first time in a long time. Morris thinks grimly. I guess she wasn't so anonymous. The market owner clarifies. The real market owner is my constellation, so I can collect any information I want. Black Cat asks, may I take a look at the items you put up for auction? Once again, the thought of fighting. Of course, in a fight, superior physical strength alone is not enough to win. Morris agrees, but is perplexed. Strange, Black Cat has never been interested in things, even from the age of ending. The merchant holds out a pouch containing Joo-hyuk's rings. They're here. Black Cat pensively examines the ancient artifacts in his palm. Morris suggests, these rings should go for a very high price. Black Cat wonders, what? The system message reads, ruler of the other side makes a surprised look on his face. The system message persisted, the ruler of the other side desires this ring. Black Cat concludes, looks like my constellation really wants that ring. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk is having lunch with a woman with glasses at the Valhalla campus restaurant. The woman eats the pasta with pleasure. How delicious. Joo-hyuk looks at her thoughtfully, interrupting her meal. The image of a thug delivering a crushing blow flashes through his mind again. The woman notices his condition. Is something wrong, Joo-hyuk? Why aren't you eating? She explains with a smile. Valhalla also has regular restaurants, not just dining rooms. Didn't you know that? Joo-hyuk tastes the food, replying, I wasn't really interested in it. Chewing up his food, he asks bluntly, so why did you want to see me? The woman with glasses smiles enigmatically. Well, you see. She leans over to Joo-hyuk. I want you to be my assistant. The pizza guy is resolute. No. The lady insists, at least think before you answer. An assistant has many advantages. Joo-hyuk nonchalantly eats her pizza as she persuades, I'm sure you guessed my request, just listen. He finally inquires, what are the benefits, for example? The woman perks up. She starts listing. First, you'll get a scholarship and a pretty substantial one at that. Joo-hyuk clarifies, and? A memory of the thug's might flashes back, reinforcing her words. You need knowledge of martial arts to develop your physical abilities. The woman continues to seduce. You can also write your dissertation with me. It will open up new horizons in monster raiding. She promises. Your name will go into the World Monster Research Society, and wealth and fame will follow. Ju-hyuk again. And? Top view of a table. A woman announces, "You'll be able to leave campus twice a week instead of once a month." Ju-hyuk is unimpressed. Anything else? The lady with glasses thoughtfully picks up the words. There's more. She enthusiastically offers, "An opportunity to work with me." Ju-hyuk is skeptical. Sounds like an inflated ego. The woman pleads, grabbing his hand. "Oh, just be my assistant, please." Ju-hyuk eats nonchalantly, replying, "No." He thinks, nothing even slightly tempting. The guy remembers the system window. The eye of the great forest of Valhalla. Need the sword of enlightenment. He states firmly, "In any case, I won't be your assistant and I won't write your dissertation." The lady is clearly upset. Ju-hyuk suddenly suggests, "Then how about this? Do you want to exchange information?" Sudden flashback. A guy in a school uniform delivers a powerful leg kick to a bully. He lays out the terms. "I give you interesting information. You give me information about monster raids." The woman inquires with a smile, "What kind of information?" Ju-hyuk replies, "About Aaron Choi." Ju-hyuk ponders if she thinks he's interested in Aaron, helping her with her training. A woman shares a rumor. "I heard Aaron Choi might be expelled from the clan." Ju-hyuk indifferently, "I see." He gets up, getting ready to leave, which surprises the lady. "Huh? Where are you going?" Ju-hyuk explains, "I've eaten, and your suggestions don't appeal to me. Now that we're done, I'm going to go." The woman jumps up. "But I gave you the information. You have to return the favor." The guy coldly replies, "I didn't really want to hear her." She protests, "But you heard it anyway." Ju-hyuk looks at her. "You know, I have a personal question." He bluntly asks, "Why do you, so infantile, act like a snob while teaching?" Sudden shot. The very same thug stumbles, muttering, "Ah! Ah!" The lady replies seriously, "Because I'm a professor on maze monsters. If I'm not serious, it won't end well for the students." The professor explains, "Knowing about monsters is the key to survival, and students are lazy." Ju-hyuk grins. "So you're just playing a role?" The lady replies, "It's my duty." The guy with the sly smile and scarlet eyes, "Really? Impressive." Ju-hyuk walks away, waving his hand. "Well then, good luck!" The professor panics. "Hey, Ju-hyuk!" She demands information in return, but Ju-hyuk nonchalantly replies, "Nope." Location change. The grand building of the Choi Truth Clan in Sihin. Inside, two young men are sitting on their knees in front of the head of the clan. Clan head Choi Jung-sok announces, "I called you to inquire about your intentions before selecting an heir." Choi Jing-young, raid leader of the Truth Guild and eldest son of the clan, is introduced. Sudden shot. Ju-hyuk in his school uniform makes a beckoning gesture with his hand. Aaron Choi, the second daughter of the Truth Choi clan, is introduced. The clan head clutches his sword, talking about the selection test while Aaron and her brother listen. He announces, "The one who passes will get a chance to contract the Blue Moon Divine Blade and become the heir." The head puts his sword into its scabbard with force, emphasizing the seriousness of the failure. Failure, according to tradition, means banishment from the clan. Brother and sister tensely listen. The clan head asks sternly, "Are you willing to go for it?" Choi Jing-young replies decisively, "Yes." Aaron Choi confirms with a serious look, "I'll do it." The head of the clan towers over them with his sword, shrouded in an ominous aura. He closes his eyes, accepting their decision. Oh, good. Ju-hyuk with scarlet eyes smirked, the ability to observe the enemy. The clan head announces, "The selection trial is in 3 weeks, you may go." Aaron and her brother silently leave the clan head's room, heading down the hallway. Her brother stops Aaron, turning to her. "Hey, can't you take a hint?" Aaron turns around to him in surprise. "What?" Jing-young rebukes her sister. "When you agreed to the trial, didn't you see the look on your father's face?" Her father's stern look and Aaron's determined look come to mind. Brother chuckles wryly. "Looks like you really want to become the head of the clan, huh?" He adds cruelly, looking at a distressed Aaron, "An illegitimate child like you?" Aaron grits her teeth, her face contorted with silent rage and pain. Jing-yoon grinned. "What a formidable face, but don't think you'll win the selection." Sudden shot. Ju-hyuk unleashes a crushing blow on the enemy. The brother continues to taunt. "You only have the blessing of the constellation and I have a contract. You won't touch me." Aaron is suppressed by his words and Jing-yun indifferently looks away. Well, anyway. He opens the door, tossing a farewell. Since you refuse to live off the clan, I'll show you the true cost of your choice. His predatory gaze flashed. I'll see you in 3 weeks. Jingyong slams the door with force, leaving Aaron alone in the empty hallway. A memory, a weak arm on a hospital bed, a quiet voice calling, Aaron. Little Aaron clutches that hand in tears as she hears the admonition, You must become the head of the clan. Fulfill your wishes. Aaron closes her eyes resolutely, a new strength emerging in her gaze. Aaron's gaze is full of unwavering determination. She is ready for anything. The scene changes. We see the corridor of Valhalla Academy, Class 1A. A sudden shot. The same thug Aaron had been training with is snarling furiously, blood dripping from his mouth. In the classroom, the teacher writes midterm exams on the board, and students listen carefully. Joo-hyuk sits at his desk, his chair creaking and his gaze expressing thoughtfulness. The little companion reminds Joo-hyuk of his upcoming exams, but he doesn't seem particularly concerned. The teacher continues to explain, and Joo-hyuk confesses that he usually doesn't listen in class. The teacher emphasizes, in Valhalla, exams are a matter of survival. The teacher announces a stern rule. The worst in the exams will be immediately expelled. Joo-hyuk listens to his teacher's admonition to prepare for written and practice tests so he doesn't flunk out. Joo-hyuk ponders. There will be no problem with the practice, but the written exam. He realizes, to stay in school and get to the eye of the great forest, you can't slack off. Joo-hyuk turns to his companion. Hey, Varche! The man grudgingly responds, What? A sudden shot of Joo-hyuk, standing over a defeated opponent lying on the ground with a thud. Joo-hyuk asks Varch, You listened to most of the lectures, right? Varch confirms, Yes. Joo-hyuk offers with a cheeky grin, Then you'll take the test for me. Varchi is completely shocked. Joo-hyuk explains his cunning plan. When I choose an answer, just tell me if it's right or wrong. Varche objects, crossing his arms. Wouldn't that technically be using a frontman? It's not fair. Joo-hyuk presses Varcha with a devilish grin. I'm just following the Constellation Lord's instructions, so do this for me. The teacher announces the end of the lesson. That's it. Well done, everyone. The students thank him. Joo-hyuk grabs his backpack, getting ready to leave. Suddenly, Aaron calls out to him, Joo-hyuk! He turns around, seeing her. What? Aaron with hope in her voice. Are we still going to practice today? His moment of triumph comes to mind. Joo-hyuk Kim wins. That's what happens when there's no harmony. Joo-hyuk confirms, I think so. Why do you want to stop? Aaron crumples. No, not that. He looks questioningly. Then? She dares to ask, Do you want me to teach you fencing? Joo-hyuk chuckles at her words. I thought you'd ask that. I mean, you didn't even pull out your sword after our training. Then, he offers a compromise. Maybe not fencing, but I can show you how to hold a blade properly. Joo-hyuk adds with a serious look. Besides, it's time for me to start practicing with guns myself. Aaron excitedly agrees. Okay, come to the sparring ground next to the physical training center. They meet in Valhalla's spacious sparring arena, ready to practice. Joo-hyuk, holding a practice sword in his hand, inquires, How long have you not practiced with the sword? Aaron sportingly admits, A month and a half. I haven't picked it up since I started training with you. Joo-hyuk reflects on his strength, confident in his abilities as a hunter even in his new body. He clarifies with Aaron, Did you train with him daily before that? She confirms, yes. Joo-hyuk gives the command, Very well, draw your sword. Aaron's hand resolutely clutched the hilt of her katana, preparing for battle. Aaron takes a fighting stance with a glint in her eyes and a gleaming blade. Joo-hyuk explains, Keeping tension in your ring finger and pinky, hold the blade firmly. Aaron bewilderedly tries to repeat, The ring finger and the pinky? Her hand gripped the hilt of the katana with force in a new, unfamiliar grip. Aaron is surprised, her eyes wide with a sudden sense of control. She stands confidently, the sword in her hand seeming to come alive, emitting a slight glow. Aaron is amazed. I didn't even infuse mana, but the blade feels more secure than a two-handed grip. The camera shows Joo-hyuk retreating to his position. A previously defeated enemy is seen in passing. Joo-hyuk challenges with a serious look. Now attack. Use all your strength, mana, or whatever else you have. Aaron looks at him determinedly, accepting the challenge. Okay. Swords clashing with a clang, Aaron begins his attack. Juhyuk and Arin are in the training room preparing for a sword fight. Arin takes up a fighting stance opposite Juhyuk. Arin gathers all her power, her body beginning to spark with energy. Arin quickly pulls her sword from its sheath, and the flashes of mana continue to sparkle around her. Arin is surprised that her blade is also released, realizing that she used too much energy. A clash ensues, with Arin attacking and Juhyuk confidently blocking the sword strike, energy flying in all directions. Juhyuk notes that Arin has started moving much faster, but clearly has something else important to add. He explains that it's not worth it for Arin to expend so much mana in retrieving the blade. Meanwhile, their swords clash again and Arin feels tired. At this time, several men are watching the training session on a monitor, tracking Juhyuk's progress. Arin, after listening to the advice, gathers her strength to try again. She diligently controls her movements and mana, smoothly withdrawing her blade before her next move. Arin makes a sharp lunge, shortening the distance. She swiftly rushes at Juhyuk, drawing her sword to strike. Arin delivers a powerful upward kick, the air whistling. Juhyuk notes with a slight smile, "That bottom kick is good." He grips his sword tighter, preparing to show nuance. Their blades clashing, Juhyuk advises, "But when chopping, turn the body around a little more." Arin, shaking off the drops of sweat from her sword, replies, "Got it." Juhyuk gives a predatory grin and a crunch in his neck, prodding, "Come on, attack, don't rest!" Suddenly, costumed observers discuss the slight fall of a certain Sehyok from a simple attack. Arin exhales, gathering her wits for another attack. Ugh. Good. Arin attacks, sword glinting at Juhyuk's chest, but he is unfazed. Arin's blade slid down his sword with a clang, sending out sparks. She takes a wide swing, blue energy following her katana. Juhyuk avoids a swift kick to the body with ease. Arin's sword slams into the floor with force, leaving a crack. Juhyuk calmly watches Arin breathing heavily, leaning on his sword. Arin clutches the hilt, her thoughts, "Just as I thought." Gathering her wits, she rushes back into the attack with a fierce look. Their blades clashing again with a clang, Juhyuk deflecting her onslaught. Costumed observers silently watch the fight, their faces expressing tension. Arin realizes, "I've definitely gotten stronger, thanks to training with Juhyuk." Juhyuk parries her attacks with a confident smirk, his eyes burning. Their blades clash in a fierce duel, gazes full of determination. Meanwhile, the sun is setting over the Valhalla training complex. The sparring arena sign is lit by the last rays of the passing day. In the arena, Arin holds her defenses from the last of her strength, the floor beneath her mottled with cracks. She's breathing hard, her hands shaking with exertion, but her gaze doesn't give up. Juhyuk, unfazed, offers, "Has it been an hour? Let's call it a day." Arin falls to her knees without strength, barely catching her breath after the grueling fight. He turns away, swinging his sword, and Arin sees him off with a tired but thoughtful look. Meanwhile, the head of the O clan Cheolshin is pondering, "Fools, and they call this a simple attack?" Arin notes thoughtfully to herself, "My sword technique has definitely gotten cleaner." A close-up of her determined eye, but still. As Juhyuk warms up, she thinks, "I couldn't even touch him." Arin wipes her sweat, admitting to herself, "Of course, that's why I asked him for a lesson." She calls out to Juhyuk, and he turns around questioningly. Arin asks hopefully, "Will you spar with me again next time?" Juhyuk scratches his chin thoughtfully, pondering, "I don't know." In his thoughts, sparring with Arin is definitely rewarding. Teaching her is enjoyable despite her simple-mindedness. Juhyuk looks at Arin, remembering, "From the ceremony itself, her technique seems strangely familiar to me, as if it's only the breathing that's different." Juhyuk reflects. Arin's familiar technique helps him regain his former skills, and 300 years ago he would have taken her on as an apprentice. Meanwhile, Cheolshin thinks of his son. He has never learned martial arts, but easily dodges any blows from his peers. Arin asks Juhyuk with hope in her voice, "So are we going to spar some more?" Juhyuk, with a sly grin, decides to tease her and replies, "No." Arin flinches and snickers, and Juhyuk is surprised. "Huh? Why did you give up so quickly?" She replies with firmness, "Because everything you say, Juhyuk, is right." Arin is confident, "And if I follow Juhyuk's advice, I'll definitely get even stronger." Juhyuk is slightly puzzled by her absolute trust and says, "Well, okay then. That's it for today, at least." Arin says goodbye. "See you next time, Juhyuk," as they leave the sparring area. The camera shows the arena of Valhalla, where a huge crowd has gathered. Seo Young-yu looks around the arena, here for the first time since the ceremony. Sehyako is surprised at the magnitude of the gathering of all the freshmen. Kyeolshin-oh glumly pondered, but that final blow was unstoppable. Erin stands silently in the crowd of students, her gaze focused. Juhyuk appears, perplexed. Why is everyone here? The little companion reminds Juhyuk of the class teacher's long-ago announcement. The instructor steps forward, ready to announce the Valhalla midterm. He announces, the practical part of the exam is a dungeon sweep. The students are excited about the news. They are to team up for the raid. The ground shakes, heralding the entrance to the man-made dungeon. Students gathered in the arena in a dense crowd awaiting instructions. The teacher announces, the composition of the teams is at your discretion, ideally 8 people. Juhyuk listens intently. Your contribution to the raid will be judged solely on your contribution to the raid. A flashback, Sehyuk-oh rushes into attack after being provoked by Juhyuk. A timer for 5 o'clock appears. The instructor continues, the disqualification criterion is fail to meet the allotted time, the instructor concludes sternly. Erin and the other students tensed up when they learned the difficulty of the dungeon is F+. Okay, the exam is starting, decisively commands the teacher. A huge timer starts counting down from 5 o'clock. Students immediately begin frantically assembling teams, shouting out names. Cheol-shin-oh and his assistant observe, noting that the students are caught off guard. Cheol-shin-oh frowned, pondering the situation. And yet, So-young-yu is among the students, one of them concerned about the lack of attackers on the team. So-young is confident. There's no need to find someone better than me. 5 hours is enough for a sweep. Kyeol-shin's memory. His son used all of his mana in an effort to end the fight. Seo-young-yu picks a team. The most important thing is everyone's contribution. I need 6 people who are not bad but not too strong. So-young urges. It may seem easy, but standing out won't be easy. Come on, everyone follow me. Cheol-shin-oh notes. Of course, the students of the 5 great clans understood the essence of this test well. He continues, as for the others, they either go in groups of 20 people, or they choose the standard approach, a squad of 8 fighters. Cheol-shin-oh concludes, or fighting because of the team's imbalance, one of 3 options. He instructs the assistant, in half an hour everyone will be in. Start preparing the evaluation. Juhyuk watches alone as the other students leave in groups. He ponders, has the evaluation already begun since some have entered the dungeon? Juhyuk hesitates for a moment. In that case, Something or someone distracts him. Cheol-shin thought again. However, at that moment, Juhyuk dodged with a simple tilt of his head. Erin stands alone as well, waiting for the others to form teams. Juhyuk walks up to her. You still haven't gotten in? No, Erin replies. Juhyuk is surprised. Almost everyone is already there. What are you going to do? Erin replies with complete confidence. I'll do whatever you say, Juhyuk. Juhyuk looks at Erin puzzled, not understanding her blind trust. He ponders. What's wrong with her? After sparring, she catches every word I say. Juhyuk announces to Erin, I'm going alone. You can do what you want. Erin clarifies, so, do I have to go alone too? Juhyuk replies carelessly, sure, if you want. I don't think it will be difficult. Juhyuk walks away, and Erin silently escorts him with a look. Erin stares after him thoughtfully, pondering his words. Cheol-shin thought again. Confident of the hit, Sehyuk shifted his center of gravity forward with the force of the throw. The other students notice Erin. Hey, isn't that Erin Choi? I think so. Why is she alone? Doesn't she have a team? One of the students approaches Erin. You're Erin Choi, right? He offers, if you don't have a team, do you want to join us? There are 7 of us. With you, there will be exactly 8. Erin politely declines. Sorry, I'll go alone. The student is shocked. 1? You'll be disqualified. But Erin is already opening the door. She's confident. I can do it. Juhyuk said it wouldn't be hard. The guy tries to stop her. What? Wait! Erin enters the dungeon, the door closing behind her with a rumble. General view of the Valhalla arena. Many dungeon entrances are scattered around the field. In the monitoring room, Valhalla staff members watch students on screens. Cheol-shin thought again as Juhyuk dodged easily, and Sehyuk's punch hit the ground. Assistant Cheol-shin. Oh stares thoughtfully at the clipboard, analyzing the situation. In one of the monitors, 3 students have a frightening encounter with a monster in a dungeon. A score flashes on the screen. Young Yoon is only 2 points. Yejibae gets 3 points, her face expressing slight concern. Jinsu Yoon earns only 1 point, clearly unhappy with the result. Instructor Lee quickly flips through the student data on the holographic screen. Assistant Kyeol-shin-oh observes while muttering, "As always." He thinks, to a stranger his assessment will seem hasty, but it is impeccably accurate. Combat instructor Sanchal Lee is a legendary sweep master with a 99% success rate, the information pops up. The aide enthused. He understands the essence of raids like no one else, hence the accuracy of the assessments. Instructor Lee's gloved hand slides lightning fast across the interface. Sanchal Lee, arms crossed, continues to analyze the data on the glowing screen. Instructor Lee notes, "Overall, the students this year are pretty good." He looks at the monitors. Naturally, the disciples of the 5 great clans are performing excellently. Lee continues thoughtfully. Among them, the most outstanding student is... So-young Yu appears on the screen, and the instructor singles her out. Team Soyeon in battle. Tanks hold the front, gunners cover the flanks. The huge club-wielding monster roared furiously, swinging for a strike. The monster's blow lands on the student's shield, the student barely holding back the onslaught. So-yoon commanded decisively, "Don't let them break through the front line." The 2 archers synchronously release arrows, holding back the enemies. Kyeol-shin-oh thought again. Ju-hyuk moved faster than Sejok had time to think, anticipating his attack. The monster growls in pain, having been hit in the chest. So-young-yu soars into the air, bringing his sword over the monster's head. A powerful chopping blow from So-young lands on the enemy. The body of the defeated monster begins to disintegrate into blue particles. The monster's head dissolves into a stream of digital data. Instructor Lee is impressed. It was an exemplary strategy. He notes Soyeon intelligently assigned roles and assembled a team for the sweep. Lee is confident. If So-young keeps this up, she will return to the top of the rankings. The instructor recalls, had it not been for the Ju-hyuk incident, her grades would have been flawless. Speaking of him, how's Ju-hyuk doing? Lee searches for his name in the system. Deputy O clenched his fist. He has a truly monstrous talent. Instructor Lee's monitor reads, "No search results found." Lee is puzzled. What? This search finds everyone inside the dungeon. A hunch hits him. He quickly switches the screen. Maybe... In front of him is a list, intermediate exam, artificial dungeon clearance. And first on the list is Ju-hyuk Kim, status, cleared, time, 00:23:32. Close-up, Ju-hyuk Kim, class 1A, tops the leaderboard. Lee is shocked. He's already mopped up, alone, without a group. The incredible numbers on the timer. 23 minutes, 32 seconds. Lee mutters, "Such a time for a 17-year-old. We need to watch the tape." Lee presses play to see a recording of Ju-hyuk's passing. Instructor Lee mutters, clearly intrigued by the time he's seen. A beep sounds and the dungeon recording loads onto the screen. The footage shows Ju-hyuk standing calmly with his sword at the entrance to the dungeon. In front of him, an angry mob of goblins appears out of the darkness. Ju-hyuk stretches his neck with a slight smirk, preparing for battle. He swiftly rushes right into the thick of the advancing monsters. The 2 goblins on the front lines freeze, noticing his sudden attack. The monsters scream in horror, not expecting such audacity from a loner. Ju-hyuk's eyes flash red. He strikes with incredible speed. There was a flash of light, and the goblins' heads flew apart. Another monster hanging from the ceiling, growling viciously. Meanwhile, other influential people have also noticed Ju-hyuk's value. Ju-hyuk demolishes the forest goblin with one powerful purple stroke. He lands, sword at the ready, gaze full of cold determination. 2 big goblins with clubs appear in front of him. He only grins. Wow. The monsters roared furiously, rushing to attack with their mouths grinning. Their clubs crash to the floor with force, raising a cloud of dust. Ju-hyuk deftly dodges, leaping over the stunned foes. A U-turn and his sword is already cleaving the orcs, clearing the way. Ju-hyuk continues to slice through the enemies. Dismissed! Signs flashing up one after another. Instructor Lee and his colleagues are watching with tension, Lee visibly nervous. A huge stone foot appears on the screen, shaking the ground. It's the dungeon boss. A close-up of the instructor's face as he says, Ju-hyuk Kim. Ju-hyuk stands alone in front of the giant armored golem, the boss of the exam. Lai explains, This golem is made specifically for the exam, designed for a group of 8. The golem swings its massive fist with a roar, aiming for Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk counters the attack with a cocky grin, putting his arm out in front of him. His sword, shrouded in a red aura, crashed into the stone giant's chest with force. The golem's helmet flew off with a clatter, marking a crushing blow. Ju-hyuk pierces the giant's chest with his sword. The giant begins to glitch and disintegrate. Instructor Lee grins. The screen reads, "Golem out!" A close-up of his eye, Lee announces, "Looks like first place in the exam goes to Ju-hyuk Kim!" The winner stands with his sword, looking up confidently. Lee looks after Ju-hyuk, deciding, "I will lure you into my clan at any cost." Meanwhile, the exhausted students leave the dungeon, supporting each other. The other group comes out more animatedly, discussing the results. Seo-young-yu stands in the crowd, her face expressing thoughtfulness and slight disappointment. A blonde-haired student stands next to her with a tense and serious look. Seo-young-yu, with torn clothes and signs of battle, stares off into the distance, clearly tired. Ju-hyuk stands with his back to the viewer. The caption reads, "Interim exams completed." Instructor Lee is in the teacher's lounge looking at something on a tablet. On the tablet screen, practical exam results. Ju-hyuk Kim is confidently in the lead. Lee looks slightly puzzled looking at the staggering results. An older man, probably a superior, approaches Lee. "The results are here." The camera shows an empty lighted arena, symbolizing the end of the ordeal. The senior instructor turns to Lee. "I won't say everything went according to plan, but Ju-hyuk Kim took first place by a huge margin." The man with his arms crossed adds, "Though it's not quite what we expected." Lee recalls Ju-hyuk's fierce battle while the older man says, "We were expecting first place, but we didn't think he would pass solo without getting injured." The elderly instructor thoughtfully concludes, "If he continues to grow, he can bring the title of strongest back to Korea." Lee confirms to the older man, "Yes, this is the title of the strongest contract player in the world." The senior instructor ponders if he's getting too carried away seeing so much talent. Lee, looking at the clipboard, mentions another unexpected twist in the exam. The senior instructor says the name with a serious look, Aaron Choi. Tablet reveals, Aaron Choi is in second place ahead of Seo-young-yu. It turns out that Aaron Choi also challenged the dungeon single-handedly. Enthusiastic fans with hearts in their eyes raucously support Aaron. Aaron, though shabby, successfully made it through the dungeon alone. Lee is surprised. He knew Aaron was diligent, but he didn't expect her to go solo. Senior explains, because of the assessment of personal contribution rather than teamwork, Aaron and Ju-hyuk received high scores. A senior instructor cautions, their methods are not for regular students. Lee, with tablet in hand, agrees, "Yes, sir, it's definitely not for everyone." Lee says the name thoughtfully, Aaron Choi, his face expressing surprise. He remembers Aaron as a diligent student, practicing hard with a sword. Lee suggests doubtfully, "Is it because of Ju-hyuk Kim?" He slaps his forehead, warding off the thoughts. "No, what am I even thinking?" The sun rises over the academy. Lee decides to get ready for the announcement of grades. Ju-hyuk looks at Aaron, surrounded by enthusiastic fans, and snickers, "What a bunch of perverts." The next day, a crowd of students are animatedly discussing something at the bulletin board. The results of the exam are on the board. Ju-hyuk Kim is first, Aaron Choi is second, and Seo-young-yu is third. The names of the exam leaders, Ju-hyuk Kim and Aaron Choi, are close up on the board. New faces appear, Rockdil Bentrick and Yuria de Palace, and he clenches his fist. Rockdil asks Yuri, "Desera is in Korea right now, right?" With a determined look, Rockdil declares, "I need to see him immediately. Get ready to leave campus." The camera moves to the nighttime Seoul neighborhood of Jamsil, lit by the lights of skyscrapers. We see a cozy bistro with a summer terrace flooded with warm light. Rockdil in a strict suit and Yuria enter the establishment and are greeted by a staff member. Inside, someone calls out to Rockdil, "Hey bro," raising his hand in greeting. Suddenly, the image of Ju-hyuk, ready for the final battle of the ranking competition, flashes by. Dicer Bentrick, a scarred man, sits at the table and waves. "It's been a while." Rockdil and Yuria meet with Desera Bentrick at a restaurant. Dicer grins with a predatory grin as she digs into the juicy steak. He casts an assessing glance at Rockdil and Yuria, waiting for an explanation. Rockdil is visibly nervous, a drop of sweat protruding on his forehead. Desera, putting aside her forks, wonders, "So who is he, this Ju-hyuk Kim?" Rockdill replies with a contemptuous grin. Nobody special, a first-generation orphan with no connections. He adds angrily, that dork made a laughingstock out of me, make him pay. Desera's eye flashes red, he asks, I can kill him, can I? Rockdill replies with a sly smile. That's for you to decide. Suddenly, the scene changes as Arin Choi is ready to fight. The caption reads, Joo-hyuk Kim versus Arin Choi. Desera demands that Rockdill prepare thoroughly, not like last time. Rockdill is surprised. Preparations? Desera points her finger at Yuri, reminding him, Remember how you wanted that girl? Yuri flinches at the mention. Desera continues, I had a major run-in with the Palace clan over her. Yuria shivers in horror, Desera explains. The Palace clan was insignificant, so their destruction is little known. Desera, eating a steak, remarks, But the bastards of Valhalla are a different matter. Even I won't have an easy time making a mess there. Rockdill replies with a serious look. I understand, looking at Desera as he continues his meal. Rockdill promises with a smug smirk. I'll have everything perfectly prepared for you, don't worry. Yuria looks worried in the background. Desera agrees with a predatory smile. Fine, and make sure the reward for me is appropriate. The caption reads, 1 week later. Joo-hyuk Kim's hand holds a letter of resignation with the reason off-campus walk. Joo-hyuk walks calmly down the academy corridor. Someone asks in surprise, Another furlough? To which he replies briefly, Uh-huh. Aaron prepares for battle with his sword. Joo-hyuk watches nonchalantly. Joo-hyuk's mysterious assistant is surprised by his new furlough. Joo-hyuk is determined. I'm going to find the rest of my secret stashes. The aide inquires, Where are you going this time? Joo-hyuk answers briefly, Suwon, and we have a view of the ancient fortress in front of us. In civilian clothes, Joo-hyuk walks down a forest path, checking his phone. He stops, looking around. I think it's around here somewhere. The sudden call makes Joo-hyuk wary, his gaze becoming sharp. Desera Bentrick emerges from the shadows with a predatory grin. Nice to meet you. The scene changes. A dingy skyscraper in Market District 7 under a full moon. Inside a skyscraper, a man in a suit looks out at the nighttime city through a panoramic window. Yuria de Pallas appears with a sword, her eyes full of determination. In front of us is a mysterious man wearing a black cat mask and a strict coat. The masked man sighs heavily, looking out at the lights of the night city. A sudden beep makes him wary, a light reflecting on his mask. A message appears on the digital screen. The ruler of the other side asks when the ring will arrive. The masked man replies into the void. It is on its way, Lord Constellation, soon to be delivered through the portal. The screen begins flashing furiously. The ruler of the other side reports that she is at her limit. The masked man anxiously asks, What's going on? Looking at the repeated message. He ponders. I've been following the relics of the Age of End at the behest of the former Black Cat, but this is the first time I've seen such a reaction. The man in the cat mask sees a glowing portal activate in front of him. A mysterious black box materializes from a portal on the platform. Sudden shot. Joo-hyuk Kim standing in profile with a barely perceptible smile. The masked man approaches the box, hoping its contents will calm her down. He opens the box. Inside lies a ring with a shimmering stone. The ring emits a powerful purple glow, filling the space with energy. The masked man takes the ring, reporting, Lord Constellation, the ring has been delivered. His eyes glowing yellow, he calls out questioningly, Lord Constellation? Suddenly an alarm message appears on the screen. He's coming. The masked man's face contorts in horror, eyes turning white as the message is repeated over and over. Joo-hyuk and Desera come face to face on a forest trail in Suwon. Joo-hyuk asks with a wary look and red eyes, Who are you? Desera, with a predatory grin and scarred face, replies, Do you need to know? Short shot. Aaron and Joo-hyuk confronting each other on the training ground. Joo-hyuk, back in the woods, calmly suggests, I suppose you want something from me? Desera confirms with a chuckle, Right. Why else would I go to that mountaintop? Joo-hyuk, narrowing his eyes, asks bluntly, Does this have anything to do with wanting to get rid of me? Desera smiles wickedly against the red glow, and you're a quick thinker. Joo-hyuk nonchalantly removes his backpack, replying, Not really. He tosses his backpack to the ground, adding, Anyone would have guessed, Desera observes. Scarlet-eyed Juhyuk parries. You have it written all over your face. Desera is furious, his fists cracking with tension. You little puppy. He clenches his ringed fist. You think you're all-powerful because of grades? Desera rushes to the attack with a shout. So don't disappoint me. Brief flashback. Juhyuk is at the academy analyzing his opponent. Is she waiting for my attack? Back in the woods, Dicer strikes with fury with a powerful blow. Juhyuk dodges coldly, and Desera's fist flies past. The impact is so strong that the tree behind Juhyuk's back shatters into splinters. Desera hums, looking at the result of her barrel attack. Close up, deep cracks are spreading along the split wood. Juhyuk is unfazed as Desera points to the crushed tree. Desera grins angrily. Lucky you. If you hadn't dodged it, you'd be dead. The scarlet-eyed Juhyuk parries. Lucky? I dodged it because you're slow. Juhyuk's gaze becomes serious. He analyzes. But he admits to himself as he looks at the wreckage. He definitely has the power, perhaps even more than Sehyuk-oh. Flashback, Juhyuk remembers Aaron, noting her ability to read the situation. Juhyuk soberly assesses, in my current body, it's dangerous to block such blows. A slight smirk appears on Juhyuk's face. Well then, dealing with him will be easy. Juhyuk suddenly turns around and rushes away. Desera is stunned. Huh? Desera lunges in fury. Are you trying to escape? Desera smirks, thinking Juhyuk's escape was the best solution for him. He's sure Juhyuk would have been beaten to death if he hadn't run. But of course. Desera is screaming in rage. There's no escaping him so easily. Juhyuk stops abruptly as if his pursuer is being too chatty. Suddenly, Juhyuk is right in front of Desera, sarcastically asking, What are you, a tongue twister? Desera is shocked. When did he get so close? I didn't even notice the fist. Juhyuk smiles predatorily, anticipating, well, then... Crackle lands a jab to the jaw. Dicer takes a crushing blow to the jaw. Juhyuk lands a lightning-fast uppercut that sends Desera flying. Desera falls to the ground with a clatter, flying away from the force of the blow. Dicer lies on the ground, dazed and with a drop of sweat on his face. Juhyuk, with glowing eyes and a wicked grin, slides his foot in for a kick. Desera dodges a crushing leg kick at the last moment. A powerful body kick from Juhyuk leaves a huge crack in the ground. Desera looks at the destruction left by Juhyuk's foot with obvious shock. Close-up of Desera, he struggles to pronounce, wow! Juhyuk looks down at Desera, grinning, lucky you, huh? Short shot, Juhyuk in his school uniform confronts a girl with white hair and a gun. Desera's face contorted with rage and he gritted his teeth. You bastard! Desera rises, wiping the blood from her lip, and asks, Who are you, really? Juhyuk replies with a slight smirk. I thought you'd have figured it out by now. I was the best at Valhalla. Desera grimaced, pondering, Juhyuk Kim, just how many elixirs did he absorb? Deciding to open up, Desera begins, I'm from the Bentrick clan, though I'm from a side branch. Flashback, young Desera drinks potion, parents crave status. My gift was used for their ambition. A shining flask in the center of attention, and this gift is a unique compatibility with elixirs. Close up, the Desera child greedily gulps down another dose of power. He explains his ability, I have internalized any potion, even fabulously expensive potions. The shards of an expensive flask on the floor are a symbol of his journey full of sacrifice and expectation. Back in the present, Juhyuk takes a slow step, his scarlet eyes never taking his eyes off Desera. Desera continues the story by recalling her youth. Already at 16, I surpassed the strength of adults. Desera recalls, my parents wanted to use me for recognition in the clan, but... The young Desera, already possessing power, looks at their silhouettes with disdain. His face contorts into a predatory grin that portends defiance. The parents are horrified. Dicer wasn't going to live up to their dictates. A grim shot. Someone in his family is defeated. A hint of cruelty. Desera stands over the bodies. I had great power. Why do I need their recognition? A stern-looking woman appears, probably an important figure in the Bentrick clan. I was like a bone in their throat. The deputy clan had banished me. Desera smirks, but I didn't care. I was free from their shackles. Sudden shot. A girl with white hair and a katana ready to fight. Desera recalls, Rockdill's money played a role, but my interest in Juhyuk was stronger. He continues, Juhyuk took first place in Valhalla and even chased away the guild agents. Dicer was anticipating what a fun toy he would turn out to be and lightly planned the reprisal. Back in the present, Dysera clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. But he looks at the calm Juhyuk, perplexed. Why the hell is this guy so strong? Juhyuk looks at him calmly, mouthing, "Hey." Dysera wipes the blood from her lip. "What elixirs did you take?" "An orphan couldn't afford them." Juhyuk interjects with a slight smirk. "What?" Suddenly, Juhyuk burst into loud laughter, puzzling Dysera. Juhyuk covers his mouth, laughing. "You joker! I thought you were going to say, but elixirs?" Juhyuk continues to laugh, and Dysera, clenching her fists, surrounds herself with a blue aura. Dysera looks at Juhyuk with hatred. "I didn't mistake you for an elixir junkie." Shivering with anger, Dysera asks, "Then what? Are you saying you've gotten stronger without them?" Juhyuk grinned, crunching his knuckles. "Of course not. I've gotten stronger through constant training." He continues, looking away. "I was comparing you to Sehyako in my head, but..." Juhyuk's words make Dysera mad. To compare him, a born jock, to you is disrespectful. Close-up of Dysera's eyes full of rage. "That bastard! He leaves me no choice!" Dysera reaches for the dagger on her belt. This power can't be used in a situation like this, but... Dysera snatches up a dagger shrouded in an ominous purple aura. Juhyuk looks at his opponent seriously, noting, "This mana..." Dysera clutches the dagger, purple energy pulsing. "I can feel the power building up." The spectators in the stands were shocked. At 17 years old to master an attribute transformation? Dysera's eye flashes with an ominous light. He growls the name, Juhyuk Kim. Juhyuk rushes in to attack as Dysera prepares herself. "I'm not going to let you rest in peace, huh?" Close up, Juhyuk deftly dodges Dysera's sudden counterattack. Juhyuk parries with a snide chuckle. "Are you completely dumb?" Without letting up, Juhyuk hits Dysera. "Thought I'd give you time to transform?" Dysera squirmed in pain after the powerful blow, exhaling, "Ahem!" Red-eyed Juhyuk brings his fist in for a crushing blow. A powerful hook from Juhyuk slams right into the face of a stunned Dysera. Dicer recoils, his face contorted in pain from the crushing blow. Juhyuk stops him abruptly, keeping him from falling. Wait. Sudden flashback, Juhyuk in his school uniform looks at someone with a glowing flask. Juhyuk grabs Dysera by the hair. He lets out a pained groan. Juhyuk, already in different clothes, grins. "You can't pass out yet, not after so many elixirs." He continues with a threat. "If you were just fighting, I would have stopped, but you wanted to take me out." A close-up of his scarlet eyes. "Besides, I have questions." Juhyuk clenches his fist, looking at the beaten Dysera. "So for now?" With a mad grin, Juhyuk swings around. "Try my fists!" Scene change. Valhalla's dormitory, Rockdill's room. He sits depressed on the couch. Rockdill smugly pondered. Dysera should have dealt with Juhyuk by now. He smirks, thinking, given his temper, he probably finished him off. Rockdill turns around and calls out, "Yuria!" and the girl immediately responds. Meanwhile, someone is striding determinedly down the street. Rockdill nonchalantly orders Yuria, "Make me some tea." Suddenly his phone vibrates, causing Rockdill to turn around. Dysera pops up on the screen, and Rockdill's face contorts into a mad grin. Rockdill answers the phone with anticipation. "Hello, did you take care of him?" A tense silence hangs on the other end of the wire. Rockdill's confidence is replaced by confusion. "Hello?" Rockdill is horrified. There's clearly something wrong on the other end of the wire. Juhyuk's voice scoffed. "You can't understand him? Of course he does, his jaw is dislocated." "It's Juhyuk." With the phone beating Dysera, he smirks at Rockdill. "Let me translate his mooing," Juhyuk offers with a cold chuckle. A sharp change of frame, Yuri's eyes flash with purple fire. "It's time." Juhyuk relays to Rockdill. He's asking for 2 aroma sticks for his funeral. "Remember that name, Rockdill Bentrick?" Juhyuk's voice is full of menace. Silence in reply. Juhyuk calls out, "Hello, Rockdill. Disappeared?" Click, the call is cut off. Juhyuk puts the phone down. "The bastard hung up on me," Juhyuk croaks. "What a bore." Juhyuk pronounces thoughtfully, "Well..." He looks at the defeated Dysera, pondering, "What am I supposed to do with you?" Meanwhile, in Rockdill's room, Yuria pours tea into an elegant cup. Yuria serves tea to Rockdill. "Your tea is ready." Rockdill sits silently with his fists clenched, clearly out of sorts. A bright flash flashes through his thoughts, a memory of Juhyok's power. Yuria tries to continue, but Rockdill barks, "Shut up, put it down, and get out!" After obediently setting the tea down, Yuria leaves and Rockdill begins to shake with anger. "Juhyok Kim! Juhyok Kim!" Rockdill can't contain his rage as he repeats his name. He is furious. "I never thought he would defeat Lyric and Desera. How do I destroy him?" Rockdill panicked. "Now he knows I'm behind everything. Has Desera cracked the traitor?" He clutches his head. At this rate, the rumors will reach the Bentrick clan. The situation is out of control. Rockdill tries to calm down. "Wait a minute, though. Maybe it's not that bad," he reasoned, sitting on the couch. "After all, he's from down under, right? He's not going to prove anything to anyone." Rockdill frowned. "But just in case, better lay low. I'll keep an eye on Juhyok." Meanwhile, hooded Juhyok is walking determinedly down the path. Suddenly, a white-haired girl in uniform with a shining sword in a fighting stance. A voice out of nowhere asks Juhyok, "Are you just going to leave that guy there?" Juhyok keeps walking. "I'll report on him later. There's enough information for now. There's nothing to do here." His mysterious masked companion objects, wouldn't it have been easier to finish him off? Juhyok confesses, "I'm not Hyuno Kim anymore. I'm schoolboy Juhyok Kim." The masked companion replies thoughtfully, "But something is bothering me." The image of Desera shrouded in dark mana with a dagger comes to mind. The mana that guy was emitting. The companion continues, recalling, "She seemed strangely familiar." Juhyok is surprised. "Familiar?" And the companion is confident. "I've definitely felt one of those before." Juhyok waves it off. "Not really. That kind of dark mana was used by monsters 300 years ago." Companion quips, "You don't seem to be good at discerning mana," to which Juhyok growls, "Shut up!" A white-haired girl in uniform with 2 daggers suddenly appears, puzzled. The companion suggests, "Maybe it's the power associated with that blade from the past?" Juhyok, already hoodless, asks someone with a serious face, "So, who put you up to this?" Desera, leaning against a tree, can barely moan in pain. Juhyok scratches the back of his head. "Oh yeah, I dislocated your jaw." He grabs Dicer's chin mercilessly, opening his mouth. With a loud crunch, Juhyok sets his jaw, warning, "This is gonna hurt a little." Desera squirms, rubbing her jaw while Juhyok calmly watches. "Now," Juhyok leans closer, "who gave you the order?" Dicer is silent, horror and drops of sweat on his face. Juhyok waits patiently, his gaze piercing. Flashback to a memory, someone's mocking voice. "If you show with your eyes where you're hitting, it's easy to dodge." "I set your jaw so I can hear the answer." Juhyok grabs Dicera's hand. Juhyok squeezes Desera's fingers. "You think keeping quiet will help you?" Desera is horrified beyond comprehension. "What? Why are you holding my fingers?" Juhyok's sinister smirk foreshadows Desera's unbearable pain. Desera yelps as Juhyok applies force to his arm. "You should have answered at once," Juhyok throws coldly. "Speak or I'll go on." Grinning, Desera finally squeezes out, "Rockdill Bentrick sent me." Juhyok recalls the cocky guy. "The one who bullied me? I thought so." "And who are you to take orders from this pup?" Juhyok questioned. "You're not from Valhalla. Who are you affiliated with?" Desera grinned enigmatically. "My affiliation? You'll find out in time." Suddenly, Juhyok in his school uniform stands behind the white-haired swordswoman's back. The atmosphere is heating up. Juhyok winks. "What, 2 fingers not enough?" Desera only flinches in pain. Desera proudly declares, "I am of the greatest race, a mercenary working for pay." Juhyok frowns. "I've heard of that race. You're just a smug bandit, not a mercenary." Desera snaps back, "We're trash to you? You just got lucky this time." "The greatest race serves the constellation of the Blade of Shadow," Desera reveals, "and I am its contractor." He smirks. "Another half a minute to collect mana and things would be different." Juhyok scratches the back of his head. "You're such a talker. If you just told me who you were, I'd have left you alone." "But you—" Juhyok grabs Desera's chin sharply and he moos in surprise. With a chilling smile, Juhyok concludes, "You'd be better off not talking at all." Desera's heartbreaking screams erupt. Juhyok has carried out his threat. The white-haired swordswoman was shocked. "What?" upon hearing Desera's shriek. Juhyok searches his phone. The greatest race is a group of villains who worship the blade constellation from the shadow. He walks down the street thinking, I knew it. I've heard that name somewhere before. Joo-hyuk is annoyed. I'm pissed off that I haven't found my warehouse and this Rockdale guy is also trying to kill me on the sly. He looks forward determinedly. Rockdale, how would I teach this puppy a lesson? Joo-hyuk hums, looking at his phone. Well, modern problems require modern solutions. On the phone's screen, a list of audio recordings. First, I recorded all of Desera's confessions. Joo-hyuk ponders the next step. Now we need to find a place to publicize this. Suddenly a phone vibrates on someone's desk, an incoming call from Joo-hyuk. The white-haired guy with glasses looks surprised at the ringing phone. Huh? A white-haired guy with glasses cheerfully answers the phone. Joo-hyuk, decided to be my assistant? A sudden shot. A white-haired swordswoman stabs someone with a glowing red blade. The hooded Joo-hyuk smiles slyly into the phone. No, but don't you know any journalists? The newspaper headline screams, Attempted Murder of Valhalla Student by Bentrick Clan. News clippings are flying, Rockdale's arrest, academy photos, the scandal is gaining momentum. The forum is hotly debated. This is what happened when the Bentrick Clan attacked a Valhalla student. Commentators on the forum admire Joo-hyuk and discuss the failure of Bentricks. Joo-hyuk is at home, satisfied, looking at his phone. Now that's what I call modern warfare. Sputnik notes, for someone from the past, you've adapted very well, Joo-hyuk agrees, learning from the news and forums. Joo-hyuk adds, leafing through his phone, I've learned how to figure people out because of this. Joo-hyuk pronounces thoughtfully, but something is missing, the companion clarifies. What do you mean? He looks at the news about the Bentrick clan, only wanted to frame Rockdale, and now their entire clan is under attack. The white-haired swordswoman is shocked, her face contorted with horror at the scale of the scandal. Joo-hyuk admits, looking into his phone, the journalist Lilia turned out to be a bumpkin. I didn't expect such a resonance. A representative of the Bentrick clan in a strict suit walks to the podium for the press conference. Under the camera flashes, she bows, preparing to make a statement on behalf of the clan. First of all, we apologize to the injured student and to Valhalla Academy, she begins. She continues firmly, this is the Bentrick clan's official position on this case. First of all, the incident is the work of Desera, who has already been expelled from our clan, she states. Flipping through the papers, she states, Desera's words about Rockdale's order are lies for self-defense. We have proof. Repser Bentrick cuts off. So the incident has nothing to do with our clan. She flips through the papers. But since a former member is involved, we feel a moral responsibility. As head of the clan, I will personally apologize to the victim. Clicks and camera flashes rumbled. Joo-hyuk nonchalantly watches this statement from the sidelines. Of Rochdale, she adds, though not directly involved, we suspect his indirect ties to the villains. We'll bring him home for an internal investigation. The prosecutor's office has also started a check. She promises full cooperation. She bows deeply to the incessant flashes and clicks of shutters. The reporters are saying, wait, no questions. How will you apologize to the victim? Rockdale watches the broadcast on his phone, his hands shaking from what he's seen. Rockdale's face is contorted with horror and cold sweat. He's in complete shock. Rockdale's phone vibrates, an incoming call from father. Rockdale, sweating, hesitantly replies, hello. His father orders over the phone, Rockdale, come back to England for a while. That's an order from the clan head. Rockdale clenched his teeth. Yes, sir. Someone's hand grips the hilt of the katana tightly, hinting at severe punishment. Rockdale shivers on the couch, his sister standing behind him. He groans, ahem. Rockdale's sister looks at him with cold judgment as he yells, shit! The next day, the majestic academy building stands before us. Someone is watching the news. Desera gives an interview. The headline reads, Desera, there's nothing behind it. Desera states in the interview, the Bentrick clan is right. I acted alone. Joo-hyuk walks down the hallway looking at his phone. What, they just cut off the tail? He frowns. Those Bentrick's bastards, their whole family is not to my liking. Joo-hyuk pondered. And why would the clan head personally apologize? It would be so embarrassing. His face expresses displeasure and thoughtfulness about the upcoming meeting. Joo-hyuk and his backpack head toward the teacher's lounge door. Suddenly, Erin is in a fierce fighting stance, her katana emitting blue energy. Joo-hyuk decides, Class ended early. I'll stop by and see her. I have a favor to ask. In front of us is a cafe on the Valhalla campus. A white-haired guy with glasses shines, looking happily at someone. Juhyuk drinks something from a glass and replies briefly, "No." Aaron resents the rejection. Juhyuk parries, "You wanted to make me an assistant, that's obvious." Pouting her lips, Aaron wondered, "Then why did you call me? I'm busy, aren't I?" She stands up abruptly. "Wait, are you asking me out on a date?" Juhyuk says coldly, "Dream on." Aaron, offended, remarks, "You're starting to act disrespectful." Juhyuk calmly admits, "I haven't been particularly respectful in a long time." He explains the purpose of the meeting. "I didn't call you here to chat, but to thank you for introducing me to the reporter." Juhyuk recalls the fight. "So she was able to block the sword strike. No wonder I didn't feel the hit." In gratitude, he offers info on monster hunting. Aaron immediately perks up. "Really?" Juhyuk asks for help getting out this weekend in exchange for more information. Aaron gladly agrees. Against the backdrop of the sunset over the academy, Juhyuk once again rejects her offer to be an assistant. "No, I won't." The vast waters of the North Pacific set a somber tone. The AL-08 prisoner transport ship is breaking the waves. DeSera sits in the flight chamber, his gaze fixed on the floor. "Damn, I didn't expect to be taken by ship." "To the prison tower?" flashes through his mind. The ominous prison tower in the middle of the ocean appears before us. This place, created by the S-rank constellation, will invalidate any contracted person. DeSera grins crookedly. It doesn't matter anymore, though. Suddenly, Aaron, trembling, clutches the katana. He's strong. DeSera recalls the deal. The Bentrick clan offered to reduce my sentence to 5 years if I kept quiet about Rochdale. With his hands tied, he resigns himself to it. I'll just have to rot for 5 years. DeSera grinned grimly with cuts on her face. What a pity. Suddenly he turns around in horror. Who was that? A red flash cuts through the darkness of the camera. The blade pierces Dysera's chest, blood spurting. Dicer coughs up blood, his face contorted with pain. A dark figure with a knife looms over the defeated DeSera. The assassin with glowing red eyes smirked maliciously. Die, fool! The greatest race does not need such a clown. DeSera wheezes, blood spurting from his wound, life leaving him. Someone's gloved hand touches the surface, observing what is happening. DeSera's body falls lifelessly to the floor in a pool of blood. The knife-wielding killer stands over DeSera's breathless body. The ominous silhouette of an assassin with a red aura dissolves into darkness. Bentrick Manor under a full moon. The head of the Bentrick clan looks sternly at someone. Rockdale and his father, Ethan Bentrick, stand with their heads down. The clan head turns to Rockdale with icy calm. Rockdale, dousing himself in sweat, answers fearfully, Yes? And what are you going to do about it? Asks the head, Rockdale perplexed. Father and son Bentricka bow low, apologizing, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Juhyuk stops Aaron by intercepting her hand with the katana. The head of the Bentrick clan coldly clarifies, That's it? She looks at Rockdale. You think an apology will solve everything? The chapter requires Rockdale to give a detailed report of what happened. Her gaze piercing, she begins her interrogation. So, Rockdale admits that he pulled Juhyuk in, hoping to please her. The clan head clenched his fists. You really thought... Her aura flashes gold. What am I buying into this? She stands up, accusing Rockdale. You acted out of personal pride, didn't you? Rockdale bows her head low as she states, The honor of the clan is tarnished. The head of the clan looks at Rockdale absent-mindedly. What will you do, Rockdale Bentrick? Juhyuk clenched his fist with a grin. Now, try to reflect that. Meanwhile, Rockdale, drenched in sweat, babbles, Yeah. He falls to his knees. I will do anything to bring honor back to the clan. The clan head nonchalantly. What are you talking about? Her words hit Rockdale flat on the face. The only way out is to banish you. Rockdale's father is shocked. Mistress, exile? That's too cruel. She translates the icy stare. Then maybe you should be banished, Ethan Bentrick? Ethan Bentrick freezes, covered in cold sweat. Well... The imperious woman looms over a trembling Rochdale. As much as I would like to kill him or banish him, she continues, looking at the defeated Rockdale, this will only prove that DeSera was acting on his orders. The clan head grits his teeth as he ponders the decision. Meanwhile, Juhyuk reflects Aaron's powerful golden kick. Rockdale trembles on his knees, waiting for the verdict. Yes? Until I cast you out, declares the head, go back to Valhalla and keep quiet. Her gaze is cold. I will decide your fate after meeting this Kim Joo-hyuk. Rockdale bows low to the floor in relief. Thank you. The chapter turns to Ethan. Keep an eye on your idle son. Your fate depends on his actions as well. Now both of you leave, she commands, and the manor once again falls into the silence of the night. Father and son Bentrika silently retreat down the hallway of the manor. Ethan sternly admonishes Rockdale, behave yourself this time, don't do anything. Rockdale turns to his father. Didn't you hear what she said? He anxiously continues. Sooner or later I'll be expelled, but as long as the media is watching, she won't do anything. Meanwhile, Aaron recoils in horror from a powerful punch blocked by Joo-hyuk. Father and son walk down the hallway. Rockdale grimly, as soon as things calm down, she'll throw me out without a second thought. Rockdale clenched his fist with determination. I have to do something before then. There are no other options. He looks at his father. And you have to help me, father. Ethan replies sternly. Whatever it is, do it quietly. Rockdale agrees. A few days later, Valhalla Academy appears before us. The door to the meeting room, someone starts the conversation. So, the man informs Joo-hyuk, the head of the Bentrick clan will be visiting Valhalla soon. She wants to apologize to you. Joo-hyuk coldly states, I have no business with the clan head. The interlocutor explains, she feels it is her duty to apologize and is going to Korea. Joo-hyuk frowns, thinks because they punished Rockdale they have nothing to hide. Flashback to the past. Joo-hyuk throws Aaron to the ground with a powerful punch. Joo-hyuk wrinkles his nose in annoyance. Damn, I don't want to do this at all. The man admits, Instructor Lee and I feel uncomfortable too. He continues, a Valhalla student was attacked and Rockdale ordered it. The interlocutor sighs. Even with the recording, they're covering for him, trying to keep things quiet. There's a mountain of money in front of us. The right thing to do would be to expel Rockdale, but the clan made a large donation. The man concludes, since the clans are funding us, the school wants to keep things on the down low. Joo-hyuk nonchalantly picks at his ear. Okay, I'll talk to the head of the clan. The interlocutor looks at him in surprise. You... He is puzzled. Reacting so calmly? Joo-hyuk. Why? I'm always calm. Joo-hyuk raises his hand as if remembering something. He sinks into thought. That sword technique from before. A sudden knock at the door. The interlocutor suggests, that must be her. Come in. Joo-hyuk rises from his seat. Well, I'll be off then. Have a nice conversation. The majestic figure of the head of the Bentrick clan appears in the doorway. The man bows respectfully, the head of Clan Bentrick nodding briefly in response. She thanks the reception, and the man suggests she take her time. Joo-hyuk sits down as the head of the Bentrick clan enters the meeting room. She introduces herself with a smile. Nice to meet you, Kim Joo-hyuk. I'm Adelia Bentrick, head of the clan. Joo-hyuk replies carelessly, yeah, it's my pleasure too. Adelia Bentrick sits down across from him, maintaining a majestic posture. Joo-hyuk looks at her with a slight challenge, hands in his pockets. Flashback, defeated by Aaron, Joo-hyuk thinks of a familiar technique. Adelia begins in an official tone. First of all, Kim Joo-hyuk, regarding Dizeroy's attack. The head of the Bentrick clan suddenly bows low in apology. Joo-hyuk waves it off. You said he was kicked out a long time ago. It's okay. Adelia mentions Rockdale. Joo-hyuk thinks, just once, it doesn't matter anymore. Adelia reminds with a slight smile, you said Rockdale had nothing to do with this. She continues intriguingly. Actually, I have a lot to say about that. Adelia admits, even though the clan made a statement, the media and people don't really believe us. Joo-ho picks at his ear thinking, because it's true, motherfuckers. The clan head offers, I want to give you the opportunity to personally dispel misunderstandings. She looks at Joo-hyuk. Are you ready to help? Flashback to the past. Joo-hyuk beats Aaron. He doesn't care anymore. Joo-hyuk replies briefly. No. Adelia expected that answer. Adelia looks up at him. If you help, we will fully support you until graduation. She promises, and will even recommend you to our clan's guild, ensuring a trouble-free life as a hunter in Korea. Joo-hyuk grinned. So that's what it came down to, huh? He clarifies, you'll pay me generously to keep quiet and do what you say. Adelia Bentrick looks at him sternly, her patience running out. Joo-hyuk leans back. It pissed me off that you tried to keep this incident quiet. He declares emphatically, so there's no reason to listen to you. I don't need compensation. Adelia clenched her fists, her face contorted with rage. You piece of trash! A powerful aura envelops her. Who do you think you're talking to? Suddenly there's a list on the screen. Joo-hyuk Kim is #1 in the Valhalla rankings. Joo-hyuk smirks. Oh, showing your true colors now, it was hard to hold back. Adelia blazing with anger. I came here out of respect, and you dare to be so insolent. Adelia glares angrily. It cost me nothing to kill a child like you. She continues. I tried to show some decency to give you a chance, and you're throwing it away? Joo-hyuk grins defiantly. Yeah, then try it. Kill me. Adelia looks at him stunned. What? Joo-hyuk reminds. You've denied the Bentrick clan's connection to the attack on me all this time, spent tons of money on a cover-up, and now you're going to kill me? Adelia gritted her teeth, her face contorted with anger. Anyone with any intelligence would realize that you can't do that. Joo-hyuk nonchalantly parries. Well, even if you attack now, it's unlikely you'll be able to kill me. Adelia's eyes narrowed, reflecting her seething rage and determination. The screen reappears, one Kim Joo-hyuk, a reminder of his power. Adelia's hair surges upward, her aura becoming even more powerful and threatening. Adelia, having calmed down, turns to Joo-hyuk, who throws his head up sharply. The head of the Bentrick clan walks away, tossing a farewell. You'll regret today yet. Joo-hyuk smirks at her, talks a lot for someone who tucked her tail and ran away. His companion is perplexed. None of my business, but why did you have to provoke her like that? Joo-hyuk calls out to his companion, Hey Varsha, who responds in surprise. The guy seriously declares, I can't stand bastards who pretend to be kings. His eyes redden ominously. Arrogant types, thinking they own everything. Varchi recoils in bewilderment, and Joo-hyuk adds, So I don't like you either. Joo-hyuk gets up. Since there are no more classes today, I'll go early to the training center. He strides determinedly down the hallway, heading for practice. Joo-hyuk heads to the arena of Valhalla, the site of future battles. He walks toward the arena, checking something on his phone. Suddenly, Joo-hyuk stops, his gaze fixed on something ahead. He recognizes Aaron Choi standing at the entrance. And in front of her is Jingong Choi, the eldest son of the Truth clan. Jingong looks down at Aaron. Do you really think you have a chance? Aaron listens silently as he devalues her training in Valhalla. Jingong offers her a deal. If you want to keep a modicum of the clan's favor, don't come to the selection test this weekend unless you want to embarrass yourself. Aaron looks determined. Aaron replies firmly, No, causing Jingong to ask in surprise, What? Joo-hyuk flinches. He is suddenly blinded by flashes and surrounded by reporters. Jingong, meanwhile, is not relenting. I give you one last chance and you refuse? Aaron coldly replies, It's you, dummy, who didn't understand anything. Jingong boils with rage. What? Who did you call a chump? Joo-hyuk suddenly interjects, pointing at Jingong. You. Why are you interfering with a man's training? Jingong asks, dumbfounded, Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Joo-hyuk scratches the back of his head irritably. Why are so many freaks today boasting about their position? He cuts off, Don't hang around the school and don't touch the students. When you're done, get out. Joo-hyuk turns to Aaron. I'm sure Aaron thinks the same, right? The distraught Aaron in her cute chibi uniform nods vigorously, barely holding back tears. Jingong Choi snorts contemptuously and turns away. Reporters are calling Joo-hyuk to their guilds, promising better conditions. Jingong angrily tosses Aaron. I'll see you this weekend. He walks away, leaving Joo-hyuk and Aaron alone. Aaron thanks Joo-hyuk, and the latter offers to go practice. Aaron admits that when Joo-hyuk said he thought the same thing, her thoughts were a little different. Joo-hyuk asks curiously what she was thinking then. Aaron interrupts him abruptly before he can make a joke, causing him to marvel at her audacity. They go to practice. Aaron says she'll be gone this weekend, so they'll have to work up a sweat today. A few days later, we have a scenic view of Jihong town at the foot of the hill. Joo-hyuk's hand reaches for something among the foliage, as if looking for a clue. Joo-hyuk is in the woods with a shovel behind his back, checking his phone. He's clearly looking for something. Pesky guild offers popped up in his mind, which he angrily waved away. Fuck off, all of you! The system inquires, Have you come to look for the secret warehouse again? Joo-hyuk confirms, yes. Didn't you take a bunch of relics already? Joo-hyuk admits. but wants to know how many warehouses are still left. He senses that something incredible is hidden in a secret warehouse, something that will change everything. Ju-hyuk is confident. If I find one, I can fix my major flaw from when I was Hyuno Kim. If I had found this 300 years earlier, you wouldn't have killed me, he throws back, stunning his companion. Meanwhile, a crowd of reporters gathers outside the majestic building of the Choi Truth Clan. The reporters are animatedly discussing, today is the Choi Truth Clan's selection test, right? That's why we're all here. Arin and Jingong stand in front of the head of the Choi Truth Clan, ready for the test. The head of the Jungsuk Choi clan announces, the selection test has begun. Jingong listens to his father, who reminds him, if you pass the test, you'll be the rightful heir. Meanwhile, the forum is discussing Ju-hyuk. Is he a psychopath? After his denial to the guilds. Arin looks determined as the clan leader continues, and if you fail, you will be banished from the clan. Jungsuk Choi sternly asks both applicants, are you ready? Jingong and Arin synchronously and firmly answer yes. The clan head nods satisfactorily, accepting their determination. Good. Jungsuk Choi announces the goal of the test, to find the Blue Moon Blade hidden in the mountains. Whoever finds the Blue Moon Blade and brings it to me will be the winner, he concludes, looking at Jingong and Arin. The head of the Jungsuk Choi clan announces, there are no restrictions on the means of obtaining it. He adds sternly, but murder is strictly forbidden. Begin! Arin and Jingong scramble out of their seats under the gaze of the clan head. Jingong smirks after Arin. That's right, run. Speed is not the issue here. Meanwhile, the forum is abuzz with controversy about Ju-hyuk and his harsh remarks. Jingong confidently tells the reporters, sooner or later, the Blue Moon Blade will be found. He smugly continues, and all I'll have to do is bide my time and take it. I'll definitely commandeer the Blue Moon Blade this time. His face contorts into a predatory grin. In parallel, Ju-hyuk walks through the city. Arin and her companion can be seen in the background. Suddenly, the phone in Ju-hyuk's pocket begins to vibrate, beeping. Ju-hyuk answers the phone. It's Jingong Choi. A menacing voice from the tube growled, what happened to the Blue Moon Blade? Jingong excuses himself. I have to take a qualifying test. I'll have to wait a bit. The interlocutor scratches his chin irritably. That's the second time you've mentioned that. Jingong adds guiltily, I know you've waited long enough as it is. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, on the forum, the debate about the defiant newcomer and his behavior has not subsided. Jingong reminds, but once I obtain the Blue Moon Blade, your promise. A mysterious voice from the shadows confirms, the oath is made before the constellation. It will be fulfilled. Jingong is ordered, focus on target, and he replies briefly, understood. Ju-hyuk, already with a different hairstyle, looks off into the distance with grim determination. This could be my last chance, so... Ju-hyuk decides, it's time to start looking. Arin is in the forest, down on the ground, looking for traces of the Blue Moon Blade. She feels the residual mana of the blade. The trail leads in this direction. Arin concentrated, a blue aura enveloping her. 15 more minutes. She looks up, pondering. Is the Blue Moon Blade there? Suddenly, Jingong appears behind Arin's back, watching her. Meanwhile, the forum is hotly debating Ju-hyuk and his run-in with the guildies. Jingong asks Arin with a smirk, using leftover mana to search? Who taught you? Arin resolutely clutches his sword and replies, Ju-hyuk. Flashback. Arin is in training. Ju-hyuk is teaching her mana control. Ju-hyuk confirms that Arin already knows the basics of mana control. He notes that her skill with lightning proves her ability to control mana. Ju-hyuk advises her to practice with less mana. He asks in surprise, hadn't she been taught anything in her own clan? Arin lowered her head in embarrassment upon hearing his question. Ju-hyuk suggests that she only knows how to borrow the power of the constellation. He scratches the back of his head awkwardly, admitting he's not very good at it himself. Suddenly, the frame shifts to show a stately building labeled Valhalla. Ju-hyuk instructs Arin to relax and direct the mana to her fingertips. Arin closes her eyes and a powerful stream of blue aura envelops her body. Ju-hyuk, crossing his arms, instructs, now try detecting mana in the air. Arin concentrates, her blue aura vibrating in search of mana. Suddenly, she feels Ju-hyuk's powerful burning red aura. Arin's eyes widen with shock, a drop of sweat running down her face. Breathing heavily, Aaron bends down. Juhyok asks, "Discovered it yet?" She nods. "Yes, mana had your form." Juhyok explains, "That's what mana detection is, it requires precise control." He continues, "With practice, you'll be able to find even remnants of mana in the air or on the ground." Flashback to the past. Juhyok is among the newcomers to Valhalla. Juhyok summarizes, "This is also how you'll be able to determine the source of residual mana." Juhyok tells Aaron that she'll have to figure it out on her own from here on out. Aaron replies with a slight smile, "Good." The flashback ends. Aaron stares resolutely ahead into the forest. Jingong approaches Aaron asking, "Who's Juhyok?" "Ah, I know." He sarcastically says, "That rude guy that was with you, he seemed like a chump to me." Jingong scornfully scowls, showing his disdain. Aaron angrily replies, "He's much stronger than a scumbag like you. Why are you here?" Jingong smirks, placing his hand on his sword. "What do you think?" His hand clutched the hilt, the sword enveloped in purple energy. Sudden flashback, Juhyok in uniform yawns at a lecture about Valhalla, thinking, "How boring." Jingong shouts, "I came for this!" and their swords cross with a clang. Jingong is amazed at her strength, sweat dripping down his face. "What?" Aaron resolutely shoves him close, her gaze full of fury. "She's pushing me away?" Jingong struggles to parry the blow, retreating under her pressure. "Ah!" He looks dazedly at Aaron. "What the hell?" Aaron advances confidently, her sword glowing with power. When did she have time to grow so much? Meanwhile, Juhyok, surrounded by a blue aura, touches the ground with his hand. A powerful vortex of blue energy envelops Juhyok standing in the forest. Juhyok frowns. Is that stash gone too? So many of them created. Is there really only the one in Valhalla left? In the forest, a bright column of blue energy bursts out of the ground. Sudden shot, Juhyok in uniform, someone squints in surprise. "Huh?" The hooded Juhyok smiles predatorily. "Got one. Finally found one." His gaze becoming sharp, he determines, "Finding?" He looks toward the dense forest. Over there. Suddenly a blast of energy rattles that way. "What the hell?" It's Aaron, her sword flashing in a fierce attack. Jingong desperately parries, sparks flying from the clash of blades. Aaron's face is full of determination, her lightning power growing by the second. She caves in a blow, Jingong grunts, retreating under her power. Jingong stunned, his sword hand trembling. He hadn't expected such power. Jingong smirks. "Are they teaching you to be a wild boar in school? You're ridiculously strong." Sudden flashback. The uniformed students turn around, one of them looking alarmed. Aaron, shrouded in lightning, stands resolutely, Jingong demanding, "Relinquish the blade of the blue moon." Jingong replies with a contemptuous grin, "You betcha!" He lashes out with purple energy. "I'm not giving it to a cunt like you." Aaron meets him, her sword blazing with blue flames and lightning. Her hand gripping the hilt tightly, the sword emitted a powerful blue aura. Jingong is bearing down on Aaron, their energies, purple and blue, ready to collide. Aaron recalls the advice, "Turn the sword right here." She performs an upward strike. The lightning bolts collide. Jingong grunts in surprise. "And chop upward." Aaron decides, "We have to strike before he gets his sword back." She soars into the air, bringing the blow down on the disarmed Jingong. Meanwhile, Juhyok in his uniform ponders, Did I stand out too much yesterday? Oh well." Jingong, defeated, struggles to catch air with his mouth. Aaron lands a jab, knocking Jingong back even further with a powerful punch. She exhales in relief, putting her sword back into its scabbard. Aaron looks at him thinking, "Thought I'd hit it just once, and here's a critical hit." She's about to act. "Now, while we have the chance, we need to grab." A sudden voice interrupts her thoughts. "You didn't think you won, did you?" Jingong rises, shrouded in an ominous purple aura. Aaron is shocked. Jingong, shrouded in darkness, reminds Aaron, "I told you before, didn't I?" He smirks gloatingly. "Someone like you, who has only received a blessing, can't even touch someone with a contract like me." Jingong adds condescendingly, "Though you did take me by surprise, I admit it." Meanwhile, Juhyuk spots a glowing map in the room. "Huh?" Aaron feels the dark mana anxiously. "Are you of the villains?" She looks at Jingong, not understanding. "Why?" Jingong repeats with a sneer. "Why?" He explodes. "What do you think?" As Aaron prepares for another attack. Aaron rushes forward, her sword cleaving the air. Jingong fiercely meets her blow, their blades about to collide. Eren was horrified. He dodged my sword at that distance? Jingong with a purple swirl lands a blow, knocking Eren back. Eren falls to the ground with a grimace of pain, her clothes stained. Jingong looks mockingly at the struggling Eren. I don't think that's a good idea. Meanwhile, Juhyok sees the message. Return weapons and memory in Valhalla Constellation Hall. Eren, overcoming the pain, looks at him defiantly. A dark stain on her clothes spreads, indicating a wound. Jingong cautions her. I told you not to move, so at least you won't die. Eren, clasping the wound, asks, Your contract, is it with an evil constellation? Jingong confesses, For the sake of the species, I contracted with a rank A constellation, but now I'm with the Unificationists. Eren recalls Unificationists. I've heard of them. She asks Jingong, So you made a contract with their constellation? I don't understand. Eren is perplexed. Is the benefit of them more than you have now? Jingong grinned. Is that even a question? Now listen. He smiles madly. Overwhelming power and honor, rejection without the need for discretion. Meanwhile, Juhyok decides, I just need to get my stuff and leave. Who cares what they think? Eren, clasping the wound, flinched. Deviation? Jingong approached. Do you know how old I joined the Written Truth Guild? I was only 12. He continues, looking down at her. From a young age, I felt like I was losing myself playing the role of a guild icon. Jingong recalls, At a time when I was suppressing my desires as a teenager, I met someone from the Unificationists. Jingong recalls, he suggested that I join the Unificationists and let my desires come true. Eren, shocked, asks, What were you like? Jingong smirks evilly. My desire is to destroy people at my pleasure. He continues, But there was a condition to offer our clan's artifact, the Blue Moon Blade. Jingong scoffed. If you had surrendered earlier, I would have gotten the blade without that second qualifying test. Eren is puzzled. The second one? Jingong asks, What, don't you remember? Meanwhile, Juhyok in his suit looks off into the distance, and that concludes the ceremony. Jingong reveals, 10 years ago, your sister Ajin Choi and I went through the selection process. Eren whispers, But she's missing. Jingong confirms, during that very selection. He rocks madly. I couldn't control my urges. Jingong confesses, No sooner had we found the Blue Moon Blade than I mutilated her beyond recognition. Eren shudders. He continues, scratching the back of his head. But I never found the blade. I was badly hurt myself, and the test failed. Jingong recounts. Father handled everything, secretly hospitalized Ajin, and we started a rumor that she was missing. Eren shivers. Eren asks wearily, Where is she now? Jingong cautions. I wouldn't look if I were you. He reveals the truth by showing the image of Eren's mother, the reason your mother went blind. Flashback. Little Eren is crying by her mother's hospital bed. Jingong continues. She saw your sister's condition. Eren, sitting on the ground, looks up at him in horror, realizing the brutal truth. Meanwhile, a sign appears. Virtual combat training room. Jingong, looking at Eren, utters, Well, now that I know where the Blue Moon Blade is, I guess. He angrily swings his sword. I will send you to your sister. Eren closes her eyes, waiting for the blow, Jingong's sword already above her. Jingong stares in shock at the unexpected obstacle, his attack interrupted. Juhyok appears out of nowhere, blocking Jingong's killing blow with his blade. Juhyok, with blazing red eyes, asks furiously, What the hell are you doing? Jingong snaps back, This is a family matter. Mind your own business. Juhyok, looking at Jingong, asks disdainfully, What, brother? He continues, trying to slit his own sister's throat while throwing away Jingong's sword. Jingong flies back from Juhyok's powerful punch, struggling to stay on his feet. Meanwhile, Instructor Yegan Kim of Valhalla lamented, Why am I stuck with this class? Eren looks at her savior with wonder and hope, whispering, Ju. Eren looks hopefully at Juhyok, who stands over her with a shovel and a sword. She, still on the ground, asks him, What are you doing here? Juhyok, with red eyes, replies, I came to dig up my treasure chest. It's just in this neighborhood. Close up, dark blood flows profusely from Eren's wound. Juhyok's gaze becomes even more determined, his red eye blazing. He orders Aaron, "Stay here and gather mana to stop the bleeding. I just had a case nearby." Aaron, lowering her gaze, replies with a slight smile, "Okay." Jingon approaches, recognizing Juhyuk. "I kept wondering who you were. You're that rough student from Valhalla, aren't you?" Jingong insists again. "I told you, it's a family matter," Juhyuk defends Aaron. Sudden shot. Aaron and Soyoung Yu of the Dawn Yu clan are in their school uniforms, serious and ready. Jingong lunges at Juhyuk in a rage, shouting, "Mind your own business!" Jinggon's sword flashes with sinister purple energy, ready to strike. The red-eyed Juhyuk deftly dodges Jinggon's lightning-fast attack. Jinggon is stunned. His lunge failed to reach its target. He can't believe his eyes. Juhyuk stares calmly at his opponent. Jinggon can't believe such a dodge. Juhyuk clutches the hilt of his weapon, preparing to counterattack. "When you go to chop!" He rains down on Jinggon from above. "Don't aim for the one standing. Hit the one who's coming at you, dummy." Jinggon's face contorted in pain, blood spurting from his mouth after the powerful blow. Juhyuk pins the defeated Jinggon to the ground with his weapon. Jinggon realizes in horror, he threw me off, and then immediately rushed off in pursuit. Jingong recalls, "And the big guy in the middle, that's Sehyok O of the O clan." Juhyuk hits Jinggon with force with his weapon right in the stomach. From the impact, Jinggon flies into the air, surrounded by purple energy. Jinggon is defeated, lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Juhyuk raises his weapon, his red eyes burning with determination. He turns to Aaron, asking, "Are you all right?" She replies, "Yeah." Juhyuk removes his hood and wonders, "Can you walk?" Aaron hesitantly agrees to try. Juhyuk's gaze becomes intense, his red eyes flashing brighter. The defeated Jinggon is enveloped in an ominous dark purple aura. Juhyuk grimly states, "Dark mana. Is this guy a villain too?" Jinggon, shrouded in darkness, takes a step forward, the ground cracking beneath him. Meanwhile, Instructor Kim panicked. "They said the assignments were random, but how did 3 of the 5 clans end up here?" Jinggon rises, his eyes burning purple. "You bastard!" He looks at Juhyuk with disdain. "You're just a first year from Valhalla." Jinggon soared into the attack, shouting, "You think you can defeat a raid guild leader?" Juhyuk calmly meets the blow, his weapon colliding with Jinggon's sword, sparks flying. Jinggon was furious. "I put mana into the punch, but he didn't even flinch." Juhyuk parries with a slight chuckle. "Raid leader?" Juhyuk delivers a crushing blow to Jinggon right in the stomach. The latter cries out in pain. Jinggon drops to a knee, struggling to catch his breath after a powerful counterattack. Jinggon can't believe it. How can a 17-year-old be so good? He blocks everything and manages to beat me. Jinggon's gaze hardened. "I have no choice, I'll have to use this." Jinggon anxiously thinks, "And what's worse?" He reaches for something, muttering, "The recoil will be strong, but it's not about looks right now." Jinggon pulls out a glowing purple crystal. "Artificial divine artifact." He states, "With that, I can make an artificial contract with the constellation." Jinggon crunches the crystal with a crunch, Juhyuk watching silently. Jinggon laughs madly, a purple aura enveloping him. Shrouded in darkness, Jinggon spreads his arms, laughing. Juhyuk looks up at him. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the selection site, people feel tremors. What? An earthquake?" At the screening entrance, a woman in glasses points to something in a panic, her supervisor puzzled. The crowd looks on in horror as a giant pillar of dark purple energy surges into the sky. Instructor Kim is shocked to recognize the ominous phenomenon. Juhyuk with red eyes looks questioningly at the transformed Jinggon. Instructor Kim confirms, "Dark mana, so dense that even ordinary people can see it." He adds anxiously, "What's more, this place is next to the Blue Moon Blade." Instructor Kim makes up his mind. "You can't interfere, but it's dangerous. I have to check it out." Jinggon, shrouded in tentacles of dark energy, confronts Juhyuk and Aaron. Juhyuk asks with slight irritation, "I've been waiting for you to do. That's it? Just raised your mana?" Jinggon smirks gloatingly. "Cheeky bastard. That's just an added effect." Jinggon brags, "This is the power of the constellation contract. Now you're going to die." A huge purple dragon appears behind him, recognizing the artifact. The dragon is pleased by the apparition, his eye flashes, activating the all-seeing eye. Juhyuk stands nonchalantly, his red eyes blazing against his scarlet aura. Jingong is desperate. Why is Ju-hyuk Kim here? This year is gone. The summoned dragon's eye twitched nervously, sweat dripping down its muzzle. The dragon, no longer purple but gray, looks at the calm Ju-hyuk. Suddenly, the dragon deactivates the all-seeing eye. A boot appears over Ju-hyuk. But immediately, the dragon activates the eye again, Ju-hyuk's red aura flaring up. The dragon's muzzle contorts in horror. He clearly didn't expect this. Jingong is horrified, the system window reporting, "All-killing dragon orders me to get out." Jingong's face contorted with despair, a new message. "Dragon rejects artifact and breaks contract." Jingong is stunned. The dark aura around him disappears. The system announces, "Dragon withdraws power and leaves." Ju-hyuk and Arin watch as the last remnants of Jingong's purple energy dissipate. Jingong is at a complete loss, sweat dripping down his face. He mutters, "So..." Trying to keep his composure, Jingong coughs. "No, calm down. In a situation like this, you have to go all the way." Jingong gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, his hand visibly trembling. Ju-hyuk looks at Jingong with a cold grin, asking, "Who did you say is going to die?" Ju-hyuk lunges forward with lightning speed, his hand rushing towards his opponent. Ju-hyuk's crushing blow throws Jingong back, knocking the sword out of his hands. Jingong yelped in pain, his face contorted with misery. Ju-hyuk turns away, leaving a defeated Jingong on the ground next to his sword. Meanwhile, Hannibal, the leader of the Dragon Unity, looks extremely worried. The all-killing dragon is furious. "I almost got in big trouble because of you." The angry voice continues. "Do you want to lose your position?" Hannibal, clearly frightened, babbles, I... Brief flashback. Instructor Kim introduces herself to the class, where Ju-hyuk and Arin are present. Hannibal smashes his forehead against the floor with force, screaming, "I beg your pardon!" The all-killing dragon sternly warns, "Never give out artificial divine artifacts again." Hannibal, trembling his whole body in a deep bow, replies, "Yes, sir." The all-killing dragon lastly advises Hannibal to behave wisely. Hannibal is still prostrate on the floor, the flash illuminating his humiliated pose. Rising slowly, Hannibal is perplexed. What was that? What made the Lord of the Constellation so angry? He frowns, guessing. Judging from the mention of the artifact, that brat from the Choi clan messed up everything. Hannibal turns around, his face still expressing intense worry. Staring into the void, he mutters, "But what do you mean almost got into big trouble? Is the Overlord afraid of something?" Wrapped in determination and a purple aura, Hannibal declares, "We need to find out what happened." Someone's hand presses a button, intending to do something about it. First things first, the camera shows the Valhalla dormitory at night, where the windows are lit up. Ju-hyuk, wearing a hoodie and carrying a backpack, walks into his room with the door creaking open. Ju-hyuk tiredly throws off the strap of his backpack, returning to his room. He's impatiently rummaging through his backpack, obviously looking for something. With a predatory grin and burning eyes, he announces, "I finally have it!" Ju-hyuk pulls out an ancient book labeled Divine Acts. Sitting on the bed, he explains to his companion, "This is what I've been searching my hiding places for." This book contains a special breathing technique for mana harvesting that increases efficiency. His companion in the blue suit remarks, "The tech you used before you were reborn was garbage." Ju-hyuk recalls finding Divine Acts 300 years ago, but his body had already gotten used to the old technique. Suddenly, everything around starts to shake. Students shout in panic, "What's going on?" Ju-hyuk grimly recalls, "In the battle with Varche, I almost died due to lack of mana from that bad technique." Ju-hyuk smirks gloatingly, because with a new body, he's going to start fresh. He decides to put off physical training and focus on practicing divine acts. The companion wonders if the skirmish ended well, as Arin was left with Jingong exuding dark mana. Ju-hyuk replies that he left when he heard someone's footsteps, and is sure that Arin has been taken care of. Flashback, Ju-hyuk walks away, leaving a defeated Jingong lying on the ground. Jingong is unconscious, surrounded by the remnants of an ominous purple aura. In the same flashback, Ju-hyuk stands with Jingong's sword in his hand. The companion asks if he killed Jingong, but Ju-hyuk denies it. He still has business to attend to at Valhalla. Ju-hyuk notices the faint remnants of mana in Jingong, confirming that he is still alive. Suddenly, a gathering of students is shown, and the ground is shaken by a powerful rumble. In the flashback, Ju-hyuk asks Arin if she's okay while Jingong is unconscious. Ju-hyuk notices someone approaching. Jingong is still slumped on the ground. He assumes they are people from the Aaron clan attracted by dark mana. Aaron, holding her stomach, rises and responds to his words. Ju-hyuk advises Aaron to stay put while he goes about his business. He instructs her to say that she is the one who defeated the Jingon. Ju-hyuk pulls her hood up, explaining that she had already weakened the enemy and he had only finished him off. Aaron gives him a look as her fellow clansmen rush over to her, wishing to see him at school. Back in the present, Ju-hyuk is in his room and collapses on his bed. With the book in hand, he decides that he will take the rest of the storage stones after mastering the technique. Ju-hyuk looks around puzzled. What? Where are we? Because they had just been indoors. Meanwhile, a voice booms over the Valhalla Night dormitory. I think that's enough for tonight. The camera moves to the majestic building of the Choi Truth clan under the full moon. Inside, a tense meeting is taking place, with the head of the Choi clan sitting at the head of the table. The clan head grimly reports, "Thanks to the press covering the selection, the articles are already all over the net." He casts a glance around the audience. Has everyone familiarized themselves with them? One of the women nods. On her tablet, the headline screams, Choi clan's eldest son is linked to the world's worst faction. Another clan member frowns as he studies the article with a question. Is Choi's Truth clan involved in atrocities? The clan head covers his face in annoyance. What a shame, the villain of the Choi Truth clan. He continues, worse, the association sent an official letter. We'll have to make a statement. The clan head recalls how the Bentrick clan abroad faced a similar situation. Meanwhile, Hannibal, standing back, reaches for his sword. A clan member in dark glasses reports, Jingon has been turned over to the police. Aaron is in our hospital. The head of the clan asks worriedly about her condition. He is told that no surgery is needed. Hearing this, the clan head leans back in his chair in relief. Another counselor reports that articles have appeared about Ms. Aaron as well. The headline on the tablet reads, Genius student defeats villain, praising her and Ju-hyuk. The clan head grimly notes that the press is simultaneously berating the clan and exalting Aaron. A young clan member wondered, isn't that a good thing? She has established herself as an heiress. The clan head, frowning, admits, that's right, it will strengthen her position. The clan head recognizes Aaron's chance, but doubts her victory over Jingon. In the flashback, his men tensely survey the scene of the battle. One of them cautions. The hand of one of them clutches his weapon tightly, ready for any eventuality. Aaron sits on the ground next to the defeated Jingon, greeting the arriving fellow clansmen. She calmly explains that Jingon attacked with dark mana, and she overpowered him. The co-clanmate is surprised. But his mana could be felt even from afar. How did you manage? A weakened Aaron is lifted up by two men in strict suits, leading her away from the scene of the battle. Turning around, she states firmly, I did what Ju-hyuk taught me. Back in the present, the clan leader looks thoughtfully at the tablet. On the screen is a picture of Ju-hyuk showing an obscene gesture to guild recruiters. A sunny day illuminates the majestic hulks of Valhalla Academy. Ju-hyuk, in his school uniform, enters the classroom carrying a backpack. His gaze stops abruptly on someone, eyes widening in surprise. Suddenly, a horde of furious monsters with burning eyes flashes before my eyes. A girl with long snow-white hair sits at the desk. That's Aaron. Ju-hyuk is surprised. I thought she was in the hospital and she's at school? Aaron slowly turns her head in his direction. She smiles sweetly and waves at him affably. Ju-hyuk is dumbfounded. Aaron Choi smiled and waved at me? Meanwhile, in his room, Ju-hyuk sits at his desk, studying a book and concentrating his mana. Ju-hyuk is studying the book intently, his hand glowing with mana and the phone on the table vibrating. He picks up the phone. Aaron writes that the doctor has forbidden her to train because of her injuries. Ju-hyuk replies that he was going to miss a couple days himself, and advises her to practice when she can. Aaron floods him with stickers of a nodding bunny, Ju-hyuk irritably asking her to stop. Suddenly a vision flashes, a horde of fanged monsters with burning red eyes rushing forward. His mentor from the tower appears next to Ju-hyuk. By the way, there's something you need to know. Mentor explains that Jingon's dark mana seemed strangely familiar to him. Ju-hyuk asks if he remembers where she's from, but the mentor answers in the negative. Mentor adds thoughtfully, it's not that I don't remember. Someone has deliberately tampered with my memory. Ju-hyuk frowns. You think it's the bastard who made you Tower Master? The mentor agrees that it's likely. Mentor suggests, by fulfilling the second condition, you might be able to unlock those foggy memories. Ju-hyuk frowns, remembering the second condition, the eye of the great forest. He leans back in his chair. I thought this was for grading, but it turned out to be for the final exam. Juhyuk ruffles his hair irritably. So what, just sit and wait? What a waste of time. In class, Juhyuk decides, while there's time, I'll look for the Eye of the Great Forest in secret. Suddenly a vision flashes. The students, including Aaron, are surrounded by snarling monsters in the forest. The teacher enters the classroom holding a folder. Okay, everyone take your places. Standing in front of the class, the teacher continues. Before we begin, I have a short announcement. Teacher asks, does everyone know about the school competition next month? The students answer yes. Juhyuk sits indifferently, and his little mentor comments, yeah, he talked about it after the midterms. The teacher announces, we are also preparing to elect our representatives. He continues, Juhyuk Kim first, follow me to the meeting room. Juhyuk is surprised. In the meeting room, the teacher remarks, you know, we see a lot of each other in this room. The teacher embarrassingly admits Juhyuk's right and gets to the point. Anyway, about the competition. Juhyuk immediately cuts off, I won't participate. The teacher flinches in surprise. Juhyuk is perplexed. What kind of school competition is this anyway? The teacher sighs. The teacher begins to explain, imagine orcs, goblins. There are at least 100 of them out there. He lists 3 of the best educational institutions for hunters in the world, Valhalla in Korea. A White Lotus in China. A majestic Chinese building appears on the screen. And Heroes in the USA, the image changes to a futuristic skyscraper. The teacher explains, representatives from the 3 academies compete in tasks, mainly combat and maze exploration. He continues, naturally, we prefer to select students with high practical scores. Juhyuk yawns defiantly, and the teacher asks doubtfully, aren't you interested? The teacher tries to entice with scholarships, but Juhyuk picks his ear, yeah, money and all that. But I'm not interested, Juhyuk cuts off, and the teacher gives up. Okay. Suddenly, Juhyuk's eyes flash red when the teacher mentions the Eye of the Great Forest. The Eye of the Great Forest? Juhyuk interjects, and the teacher confirms, yes, the location of the final exam. An eerie image of a fanged monster with burning eyes roaring with rage flashes by. The teacher clarifies, since our school is hosting the competition, the final task is to enter the Eye of the Great Forest. If you fail, you'll have to retake it, the teacher adds, to which Juhyuk agrees irritably. Juhyuk declares with a predatory smile and burning eyes, I'll do it. School competition. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, the headquarters of the Bentrick clan looms. Adelia Bentrick, the vice head of the clan, asks sternly, how are the preparations going? The 2 subordinates bow. Ma'am, we are moving slowly but surely. Adelia nods. Very well, go ahead, recognizing that it would take another month to complete. She wondered, and what did that goon, Rock deal? Nothing much, just laying low. Report any suspicious activity immediately, Adelia orders. The subordinate adds, Ma'am, there's some interesting, though unrelated to us, news. Suddenly a vision flashes. 3 angry goblins with burning eyes attack. They say they're erecting a building out of paper money in the market, the subordinate reports amid a disturbing image. Adelia is perplexed. A building made of paper money? The subordinate confirms that this is Black Cat's order. She frowns. What's he up to? He hasn't drawn this much attention to himself before. Adelia's gaze flashes, a light notice appearing in front of her. The message reads, Cluvast Mask calls for more information. Adelia is shocked, a drop of sweat dripping off her face. Mr. Constellation? Meanwhile, in the 7th Market District, an under-construction building rises under the full moon. Construction cranes are actively working to erect the skyscraper in the night. Inside the building stands a man wearing a black cat mask and a strict suit. He looks out over the night city, replying to the unseen interlocutor, Of course I do as you told me to. Suddenly, the monster's clawed paw strikes the magic barrier with force, behind which the terrified man can be seen. Black Cat asks the unseen interlocutor, May I ask why you ordered a building made of paper money? An ominous figure with red eyes announces, It's a gift for him. Against the backdrop of a construction site with flying bills, Cat repeats his question about building out of money. A system message appears. The governor of the other world is talking. This is a gift. Black Cat, looking at the notice with a drop of sweat on his mask, asks, "A gift? For whom?" A close-up of Cat's mask, he tensely thinks, "Is this really new message from the ruler of the other world? Did you find the one who sold the ring?" Black Cat replies to Constellation, "Not yet. There is only a description of appearance and voice from the merchant." He adds, "But we are compiling a list of suspects from the phone data of market-goers." The message from Constellation flashes furiously, "Fast!" And Cat promises in a panic, I'll get right on it." Suddenly, Juhyok sees the goblins violently beating against the magical barrier. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's teacher's lounge, work is boiling. The teacher, sitting at his computer, frowns thoughtfully, feeling a headache coming on. Chief Martial Instructor Sangcho Lee inquired, "Have all the competitors in the competition been selected?" "Can I see the list?" asks the instructor, and the teacher nervously turns the laptop around. The list of participants from Valhalla is on the screen, and Juhyuk Kim is the first one on it. The instructor is surprised. Juhyuk Kim also agreed? Unexpected. The teacher explains, he abruptly changed his mind when he learned that the finals would be held in the eye of the great forest. "Strange," the instructor remarks, sipping his coffee. "Most people would be deterred by that." The instructor suggests, "Maybe he just doesn't know what the eye of the great forest is?" Instructor Lee pondered. He clearly has his own agenda related to this place. The teacher agrees with an understanding smile. "Okay," Instructor Lee offers, "Do you mind if I take over their training?" "Certainly, sir." "Then take care of it," the instructor says as he leaves the teacher's lounge. A few days later, the 5 selected students gathered in Valhalla's auditorium. Instructor Sangchul Lee resolutely enters the hall. He looks around at the students. "Is everyone in place?" 5, as expected. "It's nice to meet you, though we've seen each other before. I'm Combat Instructor Sangchul Lee." The instructor announces, "I have gathered you to explain the competition tasks and the training plan." He raises 3 fingers. "There are a total of 3 tasks for you to complete." Instructor Lee announces, "The first assignment is an individual competition, similar to a ranking battle. The second is a team battle," he continues. 5 competitors from each school form a team. A sudden vision. Goblins furiously attacking the barrier, with Juhyuk and another student behind them. The instructor explains, "This will not be a duel, but a 3-team scramble, so the leader's decisions are critical." "The third task is the Eye of the Great Forest," Lee announces, and Juhyuk listens intently. "I will provide details on the day of the event," says the instructor, "but know this, the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth." An image of a dense forest with a massive gate appears before them. The foliage there is thicker than usual, and access is controlled. The instructor concludes, "A team from each school will enter the Eye of the Great Forest. Details are in place," and the students respond, "Yes, sir." "We'll skip the individual competition. Nothing special there," Lee decides, looking at his notes. Juhyuk frowns, thinking, that's the whole explanation about the Eye of the Great Forest? Juhyuk ponders, "The labyrinth. It's hardly as simple as it looks." Instructor Lee announces, "That's all on team battle, now on to training, but first..." "Any questions?" And Juhyuk immediately pulls his hand out, drawing attention. The instructor calls out, "Juhyuk Kim, come here," with goblins flashing in the background. Juhyuk bluntly asks the instructor, "Can I train alone?" Lee nonchalantly replies, "If it gives a better result, please do." Following Juhyuk, Erin also raises her hand. "I will also train separately." The instructor is surprised. "And Erin? Well, all right, anyone else interested?" Glancing around at the students, Lee states, "Looks like no one else." "That's it for today then," the instructor concludes. "I'll see you at the next training session." The students disperse. Juhyuk and Erin remain seated, immersed in their thoughts. Juhyuk thinks with determination, "By the time I compete, I must master divine acts. And in my spare time, I'll focus on physical training." His musings are interrupted by a voice. Erin suddenly asks Juhyuk, "Should I continue practicing as usual?" The image of Juhyuk in front of the instructor flashes for a moment, with the monster's shadow in the background. Erin, pressing her hand to her chest, agrees. "You're right. Besides, I shouldn't overexert myself." She looks at him doubtfully. "But..." In the office, the teacher turns to Erin. "I know you're not in the best shape, but I wanted to ask you personally." The teacher explicitly asks the question, Are you going to compete? Hearing the answer, the teacher is surprised. Joo-hyuk Kim too? Did he say he would? Aaron confirms to the teacher, then yes, despite his doubts about her abilities. She replies resolutely, I can handle it, and the teacher nods demurely. Good. In the present, Aaron shares with Joo-hyuk, I'm close to my goal of becoming the head of the clan, but she looks at him with appreciation. Thanks to you, I have a new purpose. Aaron declares to become stronger with you, which surprises Joo-hyuk. Flash vision, Joo-hyuk in front of the monsters, his question, can you handle them alone? Aaron adds with a warm smile, and to help you achieve what you want as you helped me. Joo-hyuk, embarrassed by her smile, notes practically, but you can't do intense workouts yet, right? He stands up, offering advice, mana control, light warm-up with the sword, no fanaticism. Joo-hyuk leaves, promising to help later. See you later, Aaron replies quietly. Okay. The moonlit night illuminates the ominous building. A desperate cry for mercy breaks the silence of the night. A bound prisoner on his knees offers anything to survive. The ruthless executioner raises a shiny knife with an icy grin. A piercing shriek, the blade plunges into the victim's flesh. The body goes limp, leaving only the knife sticking out of his back. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk talks about the monsters that are on their way. Lisa and Al, a pair of assassins, argue Al thinks quick carnage is boring. Lisa shudders in surprise. What, a new order already? Al wondered, new target? Lisa, looking at her phone, confirms, yes. On the screen of Lisa's phone is a photo of Joo-hyuk Kim, a student at Valhalla, their new target. The previous victim hangs lifelessly from the chair, his back drenched in blood. The killer pulls the bloody knife out of the body with cold blood. Al is perplexed as to why they, the three killers, have been assigned a student. Lisa assumes a generous payment. Lisa, with a D1 tattoo on her cheek, informs Al, we need to kill him at the school competition next month. Al offers to straighten out the target early, but Lisa reminds him of the school's heavy security. Al worries about the risks at the competition due to the presence of other schools, but Lisa has information from Alya. Suddenly, a pensive Joo-hyuk flashes by, as if sensing danger. Lisa reveals the plan. The third day of the competition will take place in the eye of the Great Forest. It's a maze. The killers discuss the details. The students will simply be abandoned in the woods and will have to get out on their own, without instructors. Lisa elaborates, apart from the drones and security at the entrance, there's no one inside. The instructors watch from afar. Al, naked to the waist, croaks, following Alya and hiding? Boring. Walking off into the darkness, Lisa reminds, the key is to successfully eliminate the target. Al nods, I know. A month later, the huge stadium shines with lights. It's the day of the school competition. The stands are roaring. Students in uniform are fiercely supporting their own. Confetti is flying everywhere. Rockdale Bentrick stands out among the fans, his face tense and his hands clasped together. In a luxurious room, Rockdale speaks into the phone. Father, it's me, the girl standing behind him. Ethan Bentrick, Rockdale's father, confirms over the phone, I got the money. Good. The villain grins with a smirk of anticipation. Yeah, that'll put you in your place, knowing the student's fear of monsters. When asked by his father about money, Rockdale replies with determination, I hired someone. Rockdale's father is stunned. You hired the one believers to kill Joo-hyuk Kim? Rockdale coldly replies, Father, I told you there is no turning back. Ethan Bentrick is horrified, but this time, they've been assigned the three killers. He recalls, the trio of assassins are an elite squad. Their abilities are ideal for elimination. Rockdale agrees with his father. Okay, I'll try not to attract attention. At the stadium, Rockdale thinks, the faithful will eliminate Joo-hyuk during the competition. His gaze becomes hard. Then I have no need to sit here and watch. Rockdale rises. Come, Yuria. The girl follows obediently. Meanwhile, in the arena, the announcer welcomes students and guests to the competition. A certain guy mutters with a smirk, I'll start class as soon as it's down a bit. At the podium, the president of Valhalla, Dokun Shim, begins his speech. He announces, before we begin, let me introduce the students from each school. The first to come out are the representatives of China, White Lotus, greeted by applause. The Heroes of America steps into the arena next, causing the stands to erupt in cheers. The president pauses, preparing to introduce the last command. Finally, to the roar of the crowd, the Valhalla students from Korea appear, led by Joo-hyuk. Shim announces that the competition will last 3 days, and today is the individual fights. The president asks the representatives to return to the waiting rooms for match distribution. Meanwhile, the same guy grinningly watches the departing students from above. His face is serious, silently contemplating something while looking at the arena. The mysterious watcher smirks, anticipating the events to come. Suddenly, someone calls out to the man with a piercing stare, "Hey, Sanchol!" It's Robert Jack, senior instructor of heroes, waving hello to an old acquaintance. Robert prods Sanchol, "Hey, Bronze." The latter parries by recalling last year's results. Sanchol discreetly agrees. It's true, Valhalla didn't take the gold. But Robert confidently states, "However, this time it will be different." He brags, "Our boys are going to come out on top this year." Sanchol is skeptical. "What makes you so confident?" Robert hints at Trump. "The pinnacle of contract workers. Do you know who that is now?" Sanchol replies, "I know." Sanchol utters grimly, "His name is Destroyer. Logan." A dark silhouette appears behind him. Robert clarifies with a chuckle. Logan's son is a first-timer on Heroes. Sanchol is surprised. "His son?" Robert points out, "Yeah, he's one of our representatives this year over there." Sanchol is grimly interested in Robert's smirk. "What's so funny?" Robert introduces, "Logan's son, Logan Jr., a confident young man stands before us." Robert anticipates, "Well, that's worth watching." Sanchol adds, "And this guy already has a contract with his father's constellation." Sanchol is surprised. A contract with a destroyer that pierces everything? Robert asks if Logan Jr. uses destruction. Sanchol replies, "Not as good as his father, but to some extent, yes." Robert admits, "I hear Valhalla first-timers are no joke this year, especially that Joo-hyuk Kim." He continues, "They say he defeated one of the villains." Sanchol confirms, "Yeah, and something similar happened to Aaron Choi afterward." Robert smirks. "In that case, they'll be a good match for Logan Jr. since he's already beating adult contractors." Robert remarks, "You don't seem particularly excited." Sanchol looks thoughtfully around the arena. Sanchol is surprised. The first round grid appears on the hologram. He says enigmatically, "You'll understand why I'm so calm." Sanchol turns to Joo-hyuk. "I see you're laughing, so can you handle them by yourself?" Joo-hyuk says confidently, "Of course." "When you watch this match," Sanchol adds, and on the screen, Joo-hyuk Kim versus Logan Jr. Joo-hyuk and Logan Jr. are already facing each other in the arena, ready to fight. The host announces the simple rules. Whoever knocks out his opponent first wins. The arena system mitigates weapon damage but simulates pain, allowing for knockouts. The president specifies, the defense system will remain in effect until the next team battle. The battle will begin at the end of the countdown. Countdown. 3. Joo-hyuk ponders the defense system, assuming it's needed to conserve strength for the third day. 2. Logan Jr. stares intently at Joo-hyuk as he prepares to fight. 1. Joo-hyuk carelessly fixes his hair. Logan Jr. tenses. Begin! Joo-hyuk instantly rushes forward with a shining fist. His gaze is full of determination, red eyes flashing in the heat of battle. Sanchol observes with annoyance. That lad, still showing off. Well, try it. Logan Jr. clenches his fists, preparing to strike. You think... He looks down at Joo-hyuk. Are you strong? Joo-hyuk easily stops Logan Jr.'s fist with one hand. Joo-hyuk calmly replies, No, I think I have a long way to go yet. Logan Jr. is surprised. Really? You're more humble than I thought, clenching his other fist. Joo-hyuk blocks the next punch. Forget modesty, it's just a fact, I'm still practicing. Logan Jr. wondered with a chuckle. By the way, how much longer are you going to hold my fist? Joo-hyuk yanks him sharply toward him. Logan Jr. exclaims in surprise, Ah! With a blazing stare, Joo-hyuk swings in for a crushing blow. A powerful hook from Joo-hyuk crashes straight into Logan Jr.'s jaw with force. Joo-hyuk stands quietly, demanding a reward for this unexpected test on the first day. Logan Jr. takes a knee and admits, Ugh, hard hit. Joo-hyuk smirks, Yeah, you're tougher than I thought. I was counting on a one-punch knockout. From above, Sanchol and Robert watch Logan Jr. try to get up after the attack. Sanchol notes Logan Jr.'s strength since he withstood Juhyok's punch. Robert looks shocked. Robert recalls the Juhyok video and acknowledges that their students have studied it too. Robert staggered. But he wasn't this strong before. The floor beneath Juhyok cracked. Sanchol is watching the fight closely. No, this isn't over yet. He continues, Logan hasn't used destruction yet. And Logan Jr. rises, surrounded by a golden aura. Logan Jr.'s hand flashes with yellow energy, preparing to attack. Juhyok barely dodges the blow. Whoops, the golden energy whizzes past. Juhyok said with interest. So you want the reward, huh? Now the conversation is flowing. Destruction energy concentrated in Logan Jr.'s hand with a hiss. Juhyok's red eye sparkles with determination before another attack. Juhyok strikes back with blue energy right in Logan Jr.'s chest. The latter cries out, "What was that?" Juhyok notices a cut strand of hair. He cut my hair. Judging by the mess, it's not cutting power, but something destructive? Logan Jr. staggered back, thinking, 2 strikes and I'm almost out. He realizes, even with destruction, I can't get it. A drop of sweat drips down Logan Jr.'s face as he whispers, "Wait." Logan Jr. shouts, "There's still a way," slapping his hands on the ground, causing a golden glow. His fingers, embraced with energy, cracked through the arena floor with a snap. The ground beneath Logan Jr. splits open. Juhyok calmly observes. Juhyok asks with a smirk, "If I defeat all these monsters, what do I get?" Juhyok nonchalantly inquired, "And what does it do if you break the floor?" Logan Jr. slowly lifts his foot, the ground beneath him shining and crumbling. With a powerful leg kick, Logan Jr. launches the debris of the floor straight at Juhyok. Logan Jr. prepares a plan. If he dodges an apparent attack, then I attack from his blind spot. He goes behind Juhyok's back. But Juhyok's piercing red eye had already caught everything. Logan Jr. is confused. What? He spotted me? Too late! He rushes forward, his fist glowing with energy. Suddenly, a slab chip hits Logan Jr. right in the face. Ouch! Juhyok looks at the enemy covering his face. Even if hiding behind rubble. Sanchol recalls his promise to Juhyok. If you defeat all the monsters, you will get 1 reward from me as a teacher. Juhyok explains with a chuckle. When you attack with mana, you're easy to track. Immediately, Juhyok unleashes a powerful blast of blue aura on Logan. Logan Jr. flies back from Juhyok's crushing blow, his body pierced by blue energy. Juhyok points to the defeated Logan, announcing, "I think the winner of this match has been decided. Kim Juhyok of Valhalla Academy wins." Robert is shocked, and Sanchol calmly remarks, "That's why I wasn't particularly excited." Juhyok walks nonchalantly across the cracked arena, while the commentator whispers, "This guy is a monster." Next up, Juhyok versus Yuanfeng Li of White Lotus, and Juhyok wins again. Juhyok then meets Avel from Heroes, and once again, Kim Juhyok has the upper hand. It's time for the final match of the individual competition, Juhyok Kim versus Aaron Choi. Aaron calmly states, "Since you and I are in the finals, Valhalla Academy's victory is already guaranteed." Juhyok smirks enigmatically, mulling over her words. He scratches the back of his head as Aaron continues. At this point, this final has no meaning other than confirming the ratings. Aaron mentions the scholarship for the champion, suggesting Juhyok give in since she doesn't need it. Juhyok replies with a chuckle that he's not interested in awards, but he shouldn't give up. It's better to put on a show. He adds that he wants to see how much stronger Aaron has gotten. Juhyok needs his neck. "So lay it out. I'll keep your injuries in mind." Aaron, surrounded by blue lightning bolts, accepts the challenge. "Okay, Juhyok." Her eyes sparkle purple, sword filled with energy, ready for battle. Juhyok rushes forward with an anticipatory smirk and a pink aura. A commentator with a drop of sweat on his forehead nervously watches the start of the final. Sanchol is calm and Robert clutches his head in shock, anticipating the outcome. Juhyok smirks. "Though not much, but I'll take that deal." The spectators in the stands tensely watching the finale, the girl crossed her arms. Arin is defeated in the cracked arena, Juhyok standing over her. Juhyok clenches his fist. The commentator announces, "This year's champion is Kim Juhyok." The little observer rebukes, "Cruel, you promised to take her injuries into account, didn't you?" Juhyok, I didn't hit her in the stomach." Arin lies face down and Juhyok explains, "I had to adapt and seal her into the ground." Juhyok recalls, Her sword suddenly aimed at my stomach. I had to fight it off with my fist. He smugly notes, I've definitely gotten stronger. Even a small amount of mana gives that result. Juhyuk's red eye sparkles, he continues. And she's gotten stronger too, he concludes, looking at the still lying Aaron. It's night. The moon illuminates the academy building. A light is on in one of the windows. Juhyuk at the counter explains, the monsters here are like real, so just give me the sword. Sanchol, with book in hand, addresses the audience. Well done, everyone. He looks at the seated students, including Juhyuk and Aaron. Is everyone okay? Yes, sir, they reply. Sanchol continues, I'm sure no one was hurt thanks to the defense system, but check with the nurse. When the teacher starts talking about tomorrow's formation, Juhyuk listens tensely. Juhyuk's red eye blazing, he thought, what a waste of time. Another day of this for the eye of the great forest? Sanchol concludes, well, that concludes the discussion of team combat. Rest. The teacher retreats through the night corridor of the academy, heading towards the auditorium. A sudden shout of "Sir!" makes Sanchol turn around in surprise. It was Juhyuk who stopped him in the hallway, clearly intending to say something. Sanchol asks, What is it, Juhyuk? Do you have a question? Juhyuk remembers the goblins. You're not going to make me fight them with my bare hands, are you? With a sly grin, Juhyuk clarifies, about the team fight tomorrow. Can we go straight to the final task if we finish early? He asks of the Eye of the Great Forest. Sanchol flips through the book thoughtfully. This hasn't happened before, we need to check the rules. The teacher finds the answer. There are 2 conditions under which this is possible. Juhyuk, what are they? Sanchol shows the document. The standard is 1 assignment per day, but there are exceptions. He explains, 1. If the task is completed before noon, at the discretion of the instructors, you can move on. Juhyuk smirks. The discretion of the instructors, then. What do you think? Sanchol looks directly at Juhyuk. Do you intend to move on to the next task immediately? Sanchol explains, if you finish in the morning as the rules state, you can move on to the next task in the afternoon. Juhyuk nods with a smile. Okay, sir, I'll see you tomorrow. Juhyuk hums, pulling out his sword. He's already looking forward to tomorrow. With burning eyes and a sinister grin, Juhyuk leaves, Sanchol wishing him a good night. The voice in Juhyuk's head. Are you planning on finishing the Eye of the Great Forest in 1 day? Juhyuk. Yep. Good thing they made that rule up. Juhyuk's enigmatic companion says thoughtfully, I see. The rules. So you're going to maim members of other academies? Juhyuk explodes. That's the 2nd rule. I'm talking about the 1st. Oh, I misunderstood, the companion mutters as Juhyuk continues on his way. Anyway, Juhyuk's red eye sparkles with determination. There's no time to lose. The next day, the sun rises over the mountain where Valhalla is located. The instructors announce, Good morning. The 2nd day of the competition has begun. The hologram broadcasts the details. Team battle on the mountain today, 5 representatives from each academy. A huge camera drone soars into the sky, ready to film the battle in the forest. Juhyuk is handed a sword with the words, Use this. The Valhalla team prepares in the woods under the supervision of a drone. One of the girls looks tired. The girl with purple hair is concerned. By the way, where's Juhyuk? It's about to start. Juhyuk suddenly appears. Oh, sorry I'm late, surprising his teammates. The girl angrily asks, Do you even know what time it is? Juhyuk grins. I overslept. She reprimands him for being late for the strategy discussion, but Juhyuk waves it off. I was thinking about something else. Jughead, scratching the back of his head, suggests, Since I'm so guilty, let's make a plan. Juhyuk smugly declares, I'll take care of everything. The girl with the sword is shocked. What? She resents it. You do realize this is a team fight, not a personal fight? Juhyuk. I know. The girl pouted. Everybody wants to beat us out, and you're going it alone? She looks for support from the team. Does everyone agree with this? But the guys are silent. Juhyuk eyed his sword with a sly grin, thinking over a plan. Erin timidly raises her hand. Juhyuk, can I come with you? Juhyuk cuts off. No, stay here. Erin obediently agrees, which angers the other girl. Juhyuk advises his partner, Stop talking, save your strength. She's taken aback. Be talking? With eyes blazing, Joo-hyuk reminds, the match is in 5 seconds and we have another one in the afternoon. The girl stares in horror at the announcement. 4. Time is running out. The girl shouts, Joo-hyuk, answer me before you go. But he waves her off. You talk too much. Countdown. 1. Joo-hyuk smirks. Prepare for the eye of the great forest. The White Lotus team advances cautiously through the forest. Joo-hyuk swiftly catches up with them. Found you. The White Lotus girl cries out, It's that guy from Valhalla, to battle! Joo-hyuk with sword at the ready meets the holographic goblins protecting his opponents. Glittering scarlet eyes, Joo-hyuk swings his sword. And you're faster than I thought. A system message pops up, White Lotus destroyed. A student from the other team stunnedly utters, What? He can't believe his eyes. White Lotus is out. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since the match started. The student pondered. Did Valhalla hit the White Lotus first, anticipating their attack? Logan, there's mana moving towards us, warns a comrade, sensing the approach. It's not students, it's just one person. He clarifies, the team tenses up. Logan commands, Rook, Danny, keep tracking mana. The two concentrate. Melissa, prepare the magical ability amplification circle. The girl nervously obeyed. Yvel cast a defense spell on the shield. She's already activating the barrier. Joo-hyuk approaches with a slight smirk, his gaze full of confidence. Logan's team lines up the defenses, shield in front, reinforcement circle in the back, Logan ready for battle. The girl is perplexed. But you said there's only one? Why all this preparation? Logan replies grimly, If that one is Joo-hyuk, then it's necessary. The shield girl explains, Melissa doesn't know because she hasn't fought him. His skills aren't like a schoolboy's. Logan grimly admits, But yours too. I'm nothing compared to him. One of the mana trackers cries out, Wait! The mana response is gone! Logan is perplexed. What, he's gone? Melissa suggests, Maybe it was just a scout. Logan's team stands at full alert, surrounded by a magic circle. They continue to wait vigilantly, light shining through the forest thicket. From above, from the shadows of the trees, Joo-hyuk watches them, remaining unnoticed. Meanwhile, the other team in blue uniforms, 2 girls in front, looks wary. Logan looks up sharply, his face tense. There you are! He looks up in horror. Is he above us? Something is rapidly approaching. A powerful blow with the hilt of his sword lands on Logan, a crack sound echoing through the forest. Joo-hyuk looms over the defeated Logan with a predatory grin and scarlet eyes. Logan falls unconscious to the ground, his team looking on in horror at what has happened. Melissa turns around in a panic. What? When did he have time? Joo-hyuk is already behind her back, striking. Took too long to notice. Yvel, the shield girl, shouts in rage. Joo-hyuk! Gathering energy to attack. Joo-hyuk dodges her energy charge with slight surprise. He counterattacks Yvel, criticizing her desperate tactics. Joo-hyuk activates the hidden mechanism on the hilt of his sword, preparing for his next move. The remaining 2 guys on Logan's team tense their eyes on Joo-hyuk, preparing for battle. The mechanism on the hilt activated, Joo-hyuk is ready for the final blow. He lightning fast knocks out one of the guys with the hilt of his sword, the other stunned. The remaining opponents are terrified, realizing that this is the end of their team. Joo-hyuk stands alone, Logan's entire team defeated at his feet. A system message pops up, Heroes destroyed. Joo-hyuk smirks. I guess we can head for the eye of the great forest now. In the Valhalla observation room, the instructor is concerned. What are we going to do about this? Colleagues report, Joo-hyuk finished the team fight in 23 minutes with only 3 minutes of that time spent on the fight itself. The instructor is confused. It creates a hole in the schedule. Big problem. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk, already in another location, furiously mauls monsters on his way to his goal. The instructor suggests, we can finish for today or reschedule tomorrow's competition. A colleague clarifies, are you talking about the Great Forest Oak? Shall we discuss it with other instructors? The head instructor agrees. Okay, let me know your decision. He pronounces thoughtfully, did Joo-hyuk really see this coming? Scary guy. The 2 instructors walk down the hallway discussing the next steps. One of them says, we need to contact the White Lotus, but Valhalla is ready for the next mission. The second admits, after this fight, I'm sure, even in the best shape our guys would have failed. He adds, now I understand why you called Joo-hyuk a monster. The first instructor replies with a slight chuckle, I see. They decide, let's meet with the White Lotus instructors first to talk things over. Juhyok, with his devilish grin and scarlet eyes, is ready to ravage his enemies. Meanwhile, the Valhalla team rests in their waiting area. The lilac-haired girl glances nervously at her comrades. She is amazed. Unbelievable. Who would have thought he would single-handedly win a team fight? The girl recalls, "The instructor put me in charge. I tried to take the lead, but I couldn't do anything." Bitterly, she adds, "Worse, yesterday I lost to Aaron in a head-to-head match." She clenches her fist at her chest. "At this rate, I'm going to fall behind. My clan's reputation is on the line." The girl looks at Juhyuk. "Maybe I should put my pride aside and ask him to train me with Aaron?" Suddenly, Juhyuk, squinting his scarlet eye, addresses everyone. "Attention, students." He announces, "Tomorrow's final match, Survival of the Labyrinth, has been rescheduled for today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon." The students are amazed. It's exactly like Juhyuk said, time to get ready for finals. Meanwhile, another fighter who looks like Juhyuk is also fiercely fighting monsters. Juhyuk interrupts them seriously. "Wait, I have something to tell you before the match." He announces to the team, "In the eye of the great forest, I will act on my own. Survive on your own." The lilac-haired girl frowns upon hearing his condition, but if anything, call loudly. He's alone again. She reflects, "Honestly, after 2 wins, it's enough for us not to be in last place." Her look becomes determined. It's survival of the maze, but the main problem there is the environment, not the monsters.
Juhyuk looks at her with an impenetrable look, waiting for a reaction.
The girl turns to him indignantly. "Do you have something to say, Chatterbox?" Juhyuk is surprised. "Chatterbox?" She explodes. "Why do you call me that?" Juhyuk grins. "You answer your own question." The lilac-haired girl accepts the nickname Chatterbox with a slight smile. Participants gather at the main gate of the Eye of the Great Forest, ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, Juhyuk, wasting no time, is already fighting monsters in another location. The host announces the start of the final match, Survival in the Maze. Spectators will watch the competition through a holographic broadcast. He is preparing to explain the rules of the labyrinth and the criteria for evaluating participants. The arena is the Eye of the Great Forest, a huge forest maze. The peculiarity of this maze is not the confusing passages, but the constant rain and weak monsters. However, according to the presenter, it is the rain and dense thickets that will be the main threat. The outcome of the match will be decided by the survival rate of the students, whose condition will be checked at the entrance. The host explains, the better the condition after 5 hours, the higher the score, and fighting between teams is forbidden. With microphone in hand, he solemnly announces, "Let the match begin." Students enter the gates of the Eye of the Great Forest in the pouring rain. Someone's hand grips the hilt of the sword tightly, preparing for the ordeal. Meanwhile, in the abandoned warehouse of Valhalla, 2 suspicious types are up to something. A man receives a message, "Students have entered the Eye of the Great Forest," his accomplice nearby. A masked woman joins them. "One believer has killed 3 ollies. Come." She continues, grabbing them by the shoulders. There's a mana-blocking barrier at the entrance to the maze. It's being held by 2 of them. The Trinity is shrouded in an ominous aura. The masked woman orders, "Let's deal with these 2 first." A powerful flash of purple energy emanates from the group, heralding their attack. A sudden glitch interrupts the broadcast with static and the word "fast" on the screen. The gray-haired instructor is puzzled. What the? The situation is getting out of control. All the cameras monitoring the Eye of the Great Forest go offline at the same time. The chief instructor is alarmed. "What's going on here? Several cameras have failed at once." Meanwhile, Juhyuk stabs the monster furiously, his eyes burning scarlet. The guard reports, "Did you call the main entrance?" "Yes, sir," but no one answered. The instructor suggests, "Sir, something may have happened to the students. I'll get the instructors together and check it out." The instructors hurriedly head toward the Eye of the Great Forest, sensing something amiss. A group of instructors, led by a gray-haired man, moved forward resolutely. When they arrive, they see the destruction and defeated people. What happened here? Meanwhile, the heavy rain continues unabated in the Eye of the Great Forest. Students from the other team squirm under the cold jets, trying to keep warm. The girl anxiously turns to Logan, their leader, who is also soaked to the skin. "Logan, Yvel doesn't look so good," remarks the blonde, looking at her shivering friend. Yvel tries to hide her condition. "I'm fine. It's just because of the rain." At the same time, Juhyuk, remembering the past, easily slays another monster. Logan earnestly warns, overcooling is a disqualification. We need high scores. He quickly commands, build shelter, Melissa for leaves, Danny and Rook for sturdy branches. Logan takes on the job of preparing the site himself. I'll level the ground for our shelter. Suddenly, an ominous sphere of dark energy appears beside him, taking him by surprise. 3 men emerge from a dark sphere in the rain, one of them unhappy with the weather. A bald, bulky man with glowing eyes hissed angrily, Kim Joo-hyuk, accept your fate and die. However, a stunned Logan stands in front of him, and the attacker utters a surprised expression. Ah? The bald man shouts to the masked woman, Hey, Alia, it's not Joo-hyuk! And she excuses herself by saying she was on her way to a mana source. Logan is confused. Who are these people? Did he say he was going to kill Kim Joo-hyuk? Logan's gaze becomes hard. They came out of the portal with dark mana. Is it really... Flashback. In the past, Joo-hyuk fought monsters using any weapon at hand. Logan realizes the horrible truth as he looks at the villains. Sinners? The woman with the short haircut orders, we don't need witnesses. Get rid of him. Logan prepares to strike back in a rage, flames erupting in his hand. How did you... Logan is furious. School competitions are no place for scum like you. The bald-headed assassin wields his knife with a smirk, his eyes glowing ominously. A scarlet flash. The blade pierces Logan's flesh mercilessly. The student looks at the wound in his chest, and behind his back a thug asks, Are you the one who called us scum? The villain smirks gloatingly, holding Logan up, pierced by the blade. When did you manage to get behind me? The boy whispers, shocked. The bandit replies mockingly, Behind you. You don't seem to get it. Look ahead. Despite the pain, Logan's hand reaches for the hilt of his sword. He doesn't give up. Suddenly, another, exactly the same bald assassin materializes in front of Logan. Whoa, what? There are 2 of them? The same? Logan can't believe his eyes. That's right, kid, the assassin smirked, preparing to reveal his trick. It's called duplication, he explains as the second blade pierces Logan. Logan falls face first into the mud in the pouring rain. The masked woman wonders if he's dead, and the bald villain wanted him to die slowly. A sudden scream causes the assassins to turn around. Avelle stares in horror at the defeated Logan, her shield glowing. Another witness, the accomplice remarks, and the bald man replies, I'll kill her too. Okay, finish her off quickly, the woman orders with a wink. Meanwhile, the scarlet-eyed Joo-hyuk senses something turning around. The bald assassin rushes swiftly at the dazed and horrified Avelle. Joo-hyuk races through the downpour, desperately searching for something in the woods. The system message says that Rona needs the Sword of Enlightenment for Matagai's house, which he doesn't find. The guy begins to question whether this house even exists amongst the solid trees. Suddenly, through the shroud of rain, he notices a familiar light-colored head. Joo-hyuk stops abruptly when he sees Melissa frozen with horror. The girl screams in despair over the bodies of her fallen comrades, facing the bald assassin. The villains notice the new witness. The thug irritably asks why they're showing up one at a time. Joo-hyuk's gaze turns icy cold. He instantly assessed the mortal danger. Melissa tearfully turns around and hopefully says the name of Joo-hyuk, who has approached. The bald assassin turns around sharply, his attention now fixed on Kim Joo-hyuk. The bald villain smirks. The target came on his own after hearing the screams. That's why I don't kill right away. Joo-hyuk with scarlet eyes stares coldly at the assassins, realizing that he is their target. His gaze slides downward, assessing the horrifying scene in the rain. The breathless bodies of Logan and his crew lie in the dirt in front of him. Joo-hyuk turns to Melissa decisively. Blondie, I'll deal with the bastards. You stop your own from bleeding. He notices Logan is still breathing. They're still alive. Joo-hyuk analyzes the wounds. It looks like they were wounded in such a way that they died from blood loss. The guy's face contorts with rage. Those bastards... Hey, you've ruined my mood, so answer me. Joo-hyuk stands in front of the villains. Did you sneak in here? Then I'll kill you quietly. The bald assassin grins gloatingly. Puppy, you don't seem to have realized where you've ended up. You're trapped in this maze. Joo-hyuk deftly dodges the blow, and the thug's blade slams into the ground. The bandit brags that they destroyed the only entrance and all the surveillance drones. Joo-hyuk assumes the instructors are already aware, but the bald man is sure help won't come soon enough. The villain gloatingly clarifies that the gate is completely destroyed and will take at least an hour to clear. Joo-hyuk grimly realizes, 1 hour? I only have 1 hour. The guy looks up at the sky in despair. I'm soaked to the skin in these woods and now I only have an hour to search. The bald assassin pulls out his knife with a smirk. I don't know what you're babbling on about. With a cry of die, the thug and his double rush at Juhyok from both sides. Juhyok abruptly moves away from the lunge, the assassin's blade slicing through the air with a whoosh. The villain's weapon slams into the ground with force, again missing its target. The bald assassin utters a puzzled expression. Ah? Juhyok grins. Just as I thought, their attacks are primitive. The doppelgangers look around confused. Where did he go? Juhyok utters with an icy stare. You! Suddenly appearing, he draws his weapon with a fierce smirk. Now all dead bodies. His blow descends upon the enemy with crushing force. Juhyok attacks from above, taking all three villains by surprise. One of the thugs crashes to the ground with a crash from a powerful blow. The accomplices are shocked, one of them perplexed. Already? Juhyok takes aim at the remaining two baddies in a leap. Juhyok unleashes a stabbing blow on both baddies at once. The killer's accomplices fall to the wet ground without strength. System monsters? Juhyok assesses the enemies. Just quality duds, nothing more. The entire trio of villains are now defeated and lying helplessly in the mud. Juhyok commands Melissa again. Blondie, Mana, stop them bleeding. If you can't run west, ours are there, he adds without turning around. Melissa, full of determination, begins the healing, her hands enveloped in a bright light. The bald assassin, with a grimace of pain, whispers, Rise, trying desperately to get up. He sits up abruptly, his eyes widened with horror and incomprehension. What happened? You're just weak, that's what happened, Juhyok replies icily, and the enemy flinches. Juhyok looks coldly at the defeated assassin, who is still clutching the knife. The guy demands an answer. Before I beat you up, tell me who the customer is. Baldy smirked. What kind of assassin would give away a client? I'm no amateur. A scene pops up in Juhyok's mind where he easily dispatches his enemies. Juhyok fixes his hair thoughtfully. Strange. Usually villains are as chatty as magpies. The bald man's face contorts in anger. That puppy. I was just caught off guard. But now I'll finish him off with my double, growls the assassin, summoning a dark copy. The dark doppelganger attacks from the back, but Juhyok remains unfazed. Baldy was shocked. He dodged, but he couldn't have caught the doppelganger's attack. Juhyok clutched the hilt of his weapon, his gaze full of contempt. Did you really think that you'll stop attacking from the back like a coward? Juhyok turns around with his sword. The bald knife-wielding assassin stiffens before Juhyok strikes back. Juhyok's punch hits exactly on target, blood spurting from the villain's face. Juhyok looks coldly at the defeated bald man, who covers his face with his hand. The observer is shocked. Impossible! I gave him an ordinary iron sword. Hey, Baldy, Juhyok addresses, and the enemy looks up startled. Juhyok is adamant. For the last time, who ordered it? But the killer only snaps back. Yeah? So it's okay to not hold back? Juhyok's eyes flash ominously. His sword whistles through the air, leaving a red trail behind it. A powerful blast of energy shakes the ground, sweeping away everything in its path. The observer is amazed. No mana, no special technique. He cuts through them like butter. It's like the sword itself is devouring the monsters. Juhyok furiously slashes at the creatures. The lilac-haired girl wrinkles her nose unhappily, clenching her fist. The blonde man's stunned. I can't believe it! The white-haired girl watches from afar as Juhyok single-handedly destroys the horde. She touches the collar thoughtfully, clearly impressed by his skill. Juhyok unsheathes his sword. I want to go down to the Hall of Constellations. Guy stands in the middle of the defeated monsters, his blade lowered. Juhyok strides resolutely away, stepping over the bodies of his enemies. He turns around with a cocky grin. You're going to keep your promise, right? The observer utters with a disgruntled look. Okay then. The camera shows the majestic academy building against the backdrop of the sunset. The teacher announces, That's it for today, you can go to rest. One of the students, exhausted, slides down the desk. The guy is shocked at the prolonged lecture. How many times? It's time to get out of here. He reflects, I have never studied. I have only passed on knowledge to my students. The students leave and the hero reflects, the lecture was boring, but I learned something useful. He walks through the area pondering, especially about the constellations. There were no such concepts in my day, so what's the point? He mumbles. An image appears before him. The constellation are those who have become gods for great deeds. Constellations make contracts with hunters, bestowing artifacts and powers. Korea's Valhalla is an academy with the third highest number of divine artifacts in the world. Juhyok paces the campus. Everything about swordsmanship and killing monsters was useless. He decides, first to the dorm, I'll start training. This body is ridiculously weak. Suddenly, the guy turns around at someone's uncertain voice. Standing in front of him is the same white-haired girl, the Watcher. Meanwhile, there's a conversation going on in the teacher's academy. An elderly teacher with a cup of coffee says thoughtfully, "Sounds tough." He continues, turning to his colleague. "Honestly, it's more of an embarrassment." The young teacher is puzzled, but logically it doesn't make sense. He's definitely a schoolboy. The head teacher is perplexed. 120 monsters for a lesson and he destroyed them all? The young co-worker confirms, eliciting a thoughtful, from the older one. An elderly faculty member notes, "There's nothing outstanding on his record, no connections." The younger teacher adds a shocking detail. "This kid is an orphan from a dangerous neighborhood." The older one suspects ID forgery, but the younger one has already checked this out and denies it. "Why would he fake his way to Valhalla to cause such a scandal at the ceremony?" remarks the younger one reasonably. The elderly man recalls Juhyok's request. But he wanted to get into the Hall of Constellations, didn't he? The younger teacher is confident. If I ask the principal, they will give him access to the first basement floor. The head teacher, sipping his coffee, agrees. "Since I brought you here, it's my responsibility." "The fifth basement floor is closed, but you can get to the first floor early," he concludes, resolving the situation. The junior teacher is concerned. "I'm worried about the upcoming year. Because of Juhyok?" The elder replies, "That too, but you have 3 more of the 5 great clans in your class. Plus, there's an exchange student from the Bentrick clan in the next class," the senior adds, shocking his colleague. "Yes, a cousin of the Bentrick family, Rockdill Bentrick," he confirms, and an ominous silhouette appears. The younger recalls Rockdill Bentrick. He was expelled from the academy in Britain for debauchery. The young teacher sighs heavily, anticipating a difficult year. "Hearing that, my situation doesn't seem so bad anymore," he notes sarcastically. Meanwhile, Juhyok stares resolutely into the distance against the backdrop of the sunset. The white-haired girl who had been watching him earlier reappears. Juhyok turns to her. "What do you want?" The girl asks, embarrassed, "Teach me." She stands in front of Juhyok with a sword case fought fencing. Juhyok turns around, surprised by her unexpected request. The white-haired girl resolutely repeats, "Teach me fencing." The guy is puzzled. Cat silhouettes appear in the background. "What?" The girl clarifies, "The way you fought before. Teach me that." Juhyok picks his ear indifferently, answering, "No." She is surprised at his abrupt refusal. "Why not?" Juhyok looks down at her. "What do you mean, why not?" "I just don't want to." He grins. "That's it? I'm off then," getting ready to leave. The girl with a determined look insists, "Teach me fencing." Juhyok replies irritably, his eyes glittering, "I said no." He looks away. "You don't understand the word no? Stop bugging me." Juhyok tosses over his shoulder, "I'm not going to teach you, so get lost." The guy walks off into the sunset, leaving the girl standing alone. The white-haired woman stares after him, her determination undiminished. It's a new day. The sun brightly illuminates the majestic academy building. In class, Juhyok is sitting at a desk with a couple other students next to him. The door creaks open and Juhyok lifts his gaze to the entrant. He confidently stretches out his arm, drawing attention to himself. Juhyok is disappointed. "I wasn't expecting much, but this body is worse than I thought." He laments, "Training? No chance, I have almost no mana and I don't control it." The guy clenches his fist. "But the mana problem can be solved if I find that thing." The stranger calls out to him, "Juhyok Kim?" and the guy looks up. 2 people stand before him, a tall blonde man and a girl, clearly from the nobility. The blonde-haired guy with the smirk is Rockdill Bentrick, a side branch of a famous family. Next to him is his companion, Juria de Palace, a 17-year-old aristocrat. Rockdill towers over Juhyok, who sits quietly at his desk. Juhyok asks nonchalantly, "Who are you two?" Rockdill contemptuously thinks, "What an ignoramus, he doesn't even know I'm from the Bentrick family." Rockdill introduces himself, I am Rockdil of the Bentrick family. I'll get right to the point. He holds out his hand to Ju-hyuk with a smirk. You want strength? A close-up of Rockdil confirms, side branch of the Bentrick clan, Rockdil Bentrick. The diagram explains, in most clans it is difficult for side branches to gain power. But with the Guardian constellation Plague Mask, the Bentrick clan was an exception. Usually the S-class constellations themselves choose the worthy ones according to strict criteria. However, in the Bentrick clan, it was up to the members to decide who to contract with, and the constellation didn't mind. Through this method, the Bentrick clan gained power in Europe, giving strength to even distant relatives. And Rockdil Bentrick, knowing this support, became incredibly arrogant. Ju-hyuk looks thoughtfully, remembering, it wasn't that long ago, however. Ju-hyuk recalls, Rockdil caused a stir in England, causing the main family to kick him out. But Rockdil is not discouraged. So be it, but... He turns to see Yuria standing at the academy gate. Rockdil smirks gloatingly at his companion. I got what I wanted. He's confident. Though I've been kicked out so far, I can come back if I glorify the Bentrick name. Rockdil rocks, remembering the mysterious figure. I'll make something that even she will be pleased with. His eyes gleam slyly as he contemplates his plan. And for starters... Rockdil returns to the present, holding out his hand to Ju-hyuk. I'll lure the best rookie, Ju-hyuk Kim, to my side. He continues with a smug smile. You work for me, you will receive the blessing of my clan's constellation. Ju-hyuk stares at him blankly, clearly unimpressed. What the hell are you talking about? Rockdil looks shocked and confused after what happened. Yuria is also visibly anxious, her gaze full of worry. Rockdil is angered by Ju-hyuk's words, who openly tells him he's not interested in socializing and it should be obvious. Ju-hyuk notes that despite his apparent indifference, Rockdil started this conversation anyway, and wonders if he's doing the right thing. Rockdil loses his temper and angrily calls Ju-hyuk an uneducated and dirty boy. An old man, Sang-chul Lee, intervenes in the conversation and orders Rockdil back to his classroom, surprising everyone present, including Ju-hyuk and Yuria. Rockdil asks indignantly who dares to order him around. Sang-chul Lee calmly observes with an expression of confidence, showing his superiority. Sang-chul Lee reminds Rockdil that they are now in Valhalla, not his English academy, and that the Bentrick family's position does not exempt him from obeying the local instructors. Rockdil and Yuria recognize the old man as the famous martial arts professor of the Valhalla Academy, Sang-chul Lee. Rockdil snorts contemptuously, clearly not expecting such a rebuff. He turns around, throwing Ju-hyuk an annoyed look, Yuria following behind him. Walking away, Rockdil smirks ominously. We'll meet again, Ju-hyuk. The door slams shut, and Ju-hyuk's eyes flash red with annoyance. The day comes to an end. Ju-hyuk leaves the academy with the other students. He's thinking, I haven't accomplished anything today, and this strange guy is here this morning. Ju-hyuk sighs. Guild scouts are now sending students over. How do I get rid of them? Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind, and he turns around in surprise at the sunset. In front of him, the same white-haired girl with a determined look again. Teach me swordsmanship. Ju-hyuk is in complete shock, sweat beading on his face. You're going there too? Meanwhile, back at the Valhalla dormitory, Rockdil's day is also coming to an end. A commotion and furious shouting can be heard outside the VIP room door. Rockdil brings his fist down on the table in a frenzy, screaming, God damn it! He stands in the middle of the room, shards flying around, while Yuria watches silently. Ju-hyuk Kim! Rockdil hissed. How dare that low-life bastard humiliate me? He orders Yuria, contact Desera, someone needs to be dealt with. Rockdil turns sharply to the girl, demanding an answer. Yuri! Yuria looks at him, her face impenetrable, but a shadow flickers in her eyes. Suddenly, Rockdil grabs her hair roughly. Yuria cries out in pain. Answer me, he growls, his face contorted with rage, and Yuria squirms. Rockdil asks Yuria furiously, Do you think you're still the eldest daughter of the Palace clan? There's terror in her eyes as Rockdil threatens. Should I kick you out of our clan right now? He mercilessly throws Yuria to the floor. She falls face down. Rockdil, shrouded in a red aura, orders, Tell Desera, someone needs to be dealt with. Yuria quietly replies, Yes, master. And he adds about the guy from the Rising Sun clan. The scene changes. Ju-hyuk's room in the Valhalla dormitory, he's sitting on the bed. Ju-hyuk meditates, surrounded by a blue glow, trying to concentrate. Streams of mana swirl around him, but the guy's face is tense. He exhaled with difficulty, sweat rolling down his temples. Ju-hyuk clutches his chest disappointedly. This body is not good for anything. I can't even focus my mana. Ju-hyuk stares grimly, a drop of sweat dripping down his face, his body still weak. Flashback, Ju-hyuk walks away from the academy, and the white-haired girl follows him unstoppably. He squints irritably at his pursuer, while she is determined. Ju-hyuk stops abruptly outside the dormitory, the girl freezing behind him. He turns around. What the hell? We're already at the dorm. How long are you going to follow me? The girl nonchalantly repeats, Teach me fencing, Ju-hyuk thinks, like a broken record. Ju-hyuk pondered irritably. She just doesn't know how to give up. We'll have to get her to back off. He names a staggering price. The girl looks at him with her same determination. Ju-hyuk announces, 10 million won. That's the price of one lesson. The girl looks at him silently, her gaze not wavering at the sum named. Ju-hyuk quips, Too expensive, huh? Well, bye, and gets ready to leave. The girl decisively states, Give me your phone. Ju-hyuk turns around in surprise, not understanding her intentions. She doesn't hesitate to take his phone. Ju-hyuk asks, Why? The girl quickly dials something on her phone, explaining, If I give you my number, it'll be easier to transfer the money. She hands him back his smartphone. Ju-hyuk looks at his phone in utter bewilderment. What? The sudden notification causes Ju-hyuk to freeze with shock. A translation pops up on the phone screen. 100 million won from Aaron Choi. Aaron Choi looks at him expectantly. Are you going to teach me now? Ju-hyuk deflects the translation with a sly smile. Nope. Later in his room, he reflects. That was unexpected. How could a student send 100 million so easily? He keeps thinking, I'd have to teach her for real, like that's why he charged such a high price. Well, whatever. Ju-hyuk stands up resolutely. Once I find that thing, money and mana will cease to be a problem. He quickly grabs his jacket, ready for a night out. Ju-hyuk shoes up, taking the first step toward his secret goal. With a shovel over his shoulder, he announces, It's time to find my secret warehouse. Night panorama of the academy. The stadium and buildings are plunged into darkness. Ju-hyuk strides confidently through the night forest, heading toward his goal. He recalls, Most of my stashes hidden 300 years ago have unfortunately been destroyed. Ju-hyuk pondered. By my calculations, there should be 4 geocaches here, but there's probably only 3 left. He continues, and the most likely of them all is in the mountain of Valhalla, Ju-hyuk decides, looking at the night landscape. Ju-hyuk pulls his hood up. Let's get to searching. Flash. He descends, surrounded by blue energy, to the foot of the mountain. Ju-hyuk explains, I can find the stash by using a ball that reacts to my mana. That way I can save my strength. The blue glow indicates a point underground. Ju-hyuk says with confidence, Found it! A bright beam of mana beams from the ground, confirming the find. The powerful blow of the shovel crashes to the ground, raising dust and splinters. Ju-hyuk breathes heavily, leaning on the shovel. This frail body. He throws the shovel away, thinking, If I'd known it was going to be this hard, and I wouldn't have buried it so deep. Ju-hyuk recalls, If it hadn't been for the Tower of the End 300 years ago, I wouldn't have had to do this. He continues digging, explaining, The world was on the brink of destruction, and I had nowhere to store my stuff. He digs in, hopeful. I hope everything inside is okay. I really hope so. Meanwhile, dawn is breaking over the academy. Ju-hyuk wipes the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. Finally. He looks at the dugout entrance, secret warehouse. Ju-hyuk crouches down, groping the ground. The keyhole must be around here somewhere. His hand finds hers. Ah, there she is. Ju-hyuk, shrouded in a blue aura, explains, Normal keys won't fit here. He concentrates the mana, preparing to form a special key from it. The energy in his hands takes the form of a graceful, glowing key. The magic key fits perfectly into the keyhole with a distinctive click. Ju-hyuk grins in satisfaction. Great, it fits. The heavy stone door creaks aside, revealing a passageway. Wasting no time, he jumps into a dark manhole flooded with light from within. Ju-hyuk lands softly on a mountain of glittering gold coins. His eyes gleam predatorily, reflecting the glow of untold riches. He looks around the treasury full of artifacts. How have you been, my treasures? Ju-hyuk proudly looks around his treasury, standing in the middle of mountains of gold. He ponders. Now that money is not an issue, I need to find... Suddenly his gaze clings to something important. Huh? Among the gold, he notices purple crystals. There they are, storage stones. He picks one up, explaining, I was saving mana in them for stashes. Didn't think I'd use it myself. The stone in his hand flares up, pulsing with blue energy. Ju-hyuk holds the crystal, and he himself is enveloped in a powerful blue aura. With a satisfied grin, he pronounces, I love these things. I can feel the mana overflowing. The stone shines brightly, filling him with power. Ju-hyuk decides, I'll take the storage stones first, and light gems instead of heavy gold. The next day, the academy shines in the bright sunshine. Ju-hyuk sits in class, completely exhausted from the night's adventures. He mentally groans, note to self, next time don't bury it so deep. Suddenly, Aaron Choi is beside him, making him flinch. Aaron looks at him and states firmly, teach me fencing. Ju-hyuk sighs tiredly. You're still not settling down, are you? He ponders. Her Choi clan are the best swordsmen. Why does she need me? Ju-hyuk asks, why me? Learn from your own. Aaron insists, no, I must learn from you. No one is better at wielding a blade than you. Ju-hyuk is surprised. What about your father? Isn't he the head of the Choi clan? Aaron looks at Ju-hyuk and says, my father? I'm sure you're better than him. Suddenly a man peeks into the classroom. Hey Ju-hyuk, come into the office. Ju-hyuk, sitting at his desk, asks, why? Aaron stands next to him. The man clarifies, it's about what you asked. Don't you want to know? Ju-hyuk stands up with a sly grin. Coming. Ju-hyuk heads for the exit, Aaron looking after him. Aaron calls out to him, wait! Her shoulders slump, she looks a little upset. Aaron looks determinedly after him. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. She adds, looking at the departing Ju-hyuk, I'll meet you at the training ground. Aaron looks at him with unwavering determination. Ju-hyuk turns around, asking, why? You don't want to? Aaron shakes her head vigorously, her hair fluttering. Ju-hyuk, as he leaves, promises, oh, I'll be there. He heads toward the teacher's lounge sign. There's a man sitting behind a desk waiting for him in his office. The teacher says, lesson's coming up, so I'll be brief. He informs, first, your access to the Hall of Constellations has been approved. Ju-hyuk wondered, only to the first basement floor? Teacher confirms, yes, further access is restricted. Ju-hyuk asks with a smirk, got it, when can we go? The teacher suggests, at least tonight. Ju-hyuk agrees. Fine, I'll go tonight. The teacher is surprised mentally. Unexpected, I thought he would argue over the restrictions. The teacher concludes, that's it for now. Ju-hyuk replies, yes, sir. Ju-hyuk silently exits the classroom, the teacher seeing him off with a glance. Night falls, the academy sinks into darkness under a starry sky. The teacher and Ju-hyuk are standing in front of some building. Here we are. They look up at the majestic structure shrouded in chains. Valhalla Academy's treasure, the Hall of Constellations. Ju-hyuk glimpses around, his gaze clinging to something. Two stern-looking guards in black suits and glasses stand at the entrance. Ju-hyuk scrutinizes the situation, his gaze serious. Two guards in strict suits and dark glasses vigilantly guard the entrance. Ju-hyuk remarks, the security here is more serious than at the main gate. He looks thoughtfully at the walls, assessing their defenses. The building is shrouded in chains and glowing red magic circles. Ju-hyuk turns to the teacher. Mr. Kim, can I ask you a question? He wondered, what happens if I go down to the second basement floor? Become a criminal? The teacher replies, no criminal, but Valhalla will expel you. The teacher adds, besides, you'll have a nervous breakdown before you're even expelled. Yes, the mana on the second basement floor is incredibly powerful. Your mind can't handle it, the teacher explains. Ju-hyuk replies with a smirk. Nervous breakdown, exception. I see. The teacher is horrified, thinking, why did he ask that right out front? Was he really going to the second basement? The teacher tries to reassure himself. No, he's the best on the exam. He knows it's best to stay in the academy. The gate opens. The teacher yells after Ju-hyuk, you have 30 minutes, come back in that time. Ju-hyuk waves his hand nonchalantly. Okay, I'll be right there, and walks inside, leaving the guards behind. Flash! A system message appears in front of him. Return your weapons and memories. 5th room on the right, 3rd basement of the Constellation Hall. Joo-hyuk stands in the spacious hall, a holographic notification floating in front of him. He declares emphatically, I don't care about exclusion. It's the only reason I came to Valhalla. Joo-hyuk thinks with grim determination, I'll go down to the 3rd basement floor first. He descends an endless staircase amongst the machinery. Why are there so many stairs in this building? I haven't seen a single room yet. Joo-hyuk looks around the gloomy hall. What is this place, a prison? He notices a massive safe door. The Constellation Hall starts on the 1st basement. Is this it? Joo-hyuk frowns. That doesn't sound like what I need. Go any lower? Suddenly, a blue system notification screen flashes in front of him. The message on the screen reads, You have met the requirements. The system continues, You will be moved to a room. Joo-hyuk interjects in surprise, looking at the screen. To the room? The bright light from the screen blinds him, distorting his facial features. Suddenly a voice comes out, Long time no see, Hyuno Kim. His red eye is wide open. Joo-hyuk finds himself confronted by a mysterious figure wearing a mask and bizarre garb. Joo-hyuk, with blazing eyes, recognizes the enemy. Varcha? The masked figure smiles mockingly. It's been about 300 years, hasn't it? Before he can finish, Varcha takes a crushing blow to the jaw. A furious attack from Joo-hyuk throws his opponent off. The hero's face contorted with anger. What the hell are you doing here, you bastard? Flashback. The system announced that the requirements had been met. That's exactly how he was moved. You will be moved to a room. Then he was only perplexed, not knowing what awaited him. A blinding light, and he found himself face to face with Varcha. Taking a hit, Varcha babbles fearfully. Wait! Joo-hyuk, with a shout of die, continues to beat up Varch. Varchi tries to stop him in a panic. Wait, calm down and listen! But Joo-hyuk is relentless, delivering another blow. Just die! Dialogues confirm Joo-hyuk's rage and Varche's pleas under a hail of blows. Varche is defeated, Joo-hyuk towering over him in empty space. Joo-hyuk is breathing hard, steam coming from his mouth, but his anger doesn't subside. A battered Varch mutters, I don't usually start with fists. Joo-hyuk stomps on his enemy in rage. But it's different for the bastard who ruined my dreams. He continues to shout, listing his losses, my wealth, my honor, all the time on the disciples. Varche tries to change the subject. Aren't you curious what this place is? Joo-hyuk freezes. Varchi, rising, clarifies, I suppose this is the mental dimension. There's nothing here. He shakes it off. More specifically, the space inside the divine artifact. Varch adds, my current appearance is only a projection. My body destroyed 3 centuries ago. Joo-hyuk clarifies, so you've been inside the artifact the whole time? Joo-hyuk's face tenses as he ponders what he's heard. Then that means... Varcha smirks smugly, anticipating the reaction. Flash of light. Varche announces, That's right, Hyuno. I have become a constellation. Varche appears in a cute chibi uniform, glowering while Joo-hyuk watches in silence. Joo-hyuk explodes, God, you're annoying, and hits Varch again. Meanwhile, outside, the teacher and guards are still waiting at the entrance to the building. The teacher waits nervously, arms crossed, a drop of sweat dripping down his forehead. A sudden squeak makes the teacher squint warily. Joo-hyuk steps out and the guards immediately scan him with a metal detector. Didn't do anything wrong? Asks the teacher suspiciously. Just looking around, replies Joo-hyuk. Joo-hyuk reminds with a smirk. You said yourself that my mind would split if I went any further. The teacher, a little taken aback, orders, Okay, go back to the dormitory. Joo-hyuk walks quietly past, and the teacher looks after him thoughtfully. The hero strolls leisurely through the night territory of the academy, immersed in his thoughts. The image of Varche appearing before him in the guise of constellation flashes in his mind. I don't care if you're a constellation, Joo-hyuk demands. Explain yourself. Joo-hyuk points to Varcha. You're the one who brings up those notification windows, right? What are those? Varcha, with a slight abrasion, innocently replies, I don't know. Joo-hyuk grabs him by the collar in a rage. That bastard! I really don't know! Varche babbles. Varch explains, Since you killed me, I've spent 300 years in this thing without any power. Joo-hyuk is silent, clenching his fist. Joo-hyuk's hand slowly lowered, his grip on Varch loosening. Then who's behind it? Joo-hyuk asks. Varchi admits, I got the notice too. Varche continues, I was told to contact the reincarnated Hyuno Kim and get my memories back. Ju-hyuk is surprised. Reincarnated? Varche suggests. I think this is the work of the one who made me master of the Tower of the End. A dark silhouette appears behind him. Ju-hyuk frowns. You're saying that the one who turned you into a Tower Master did this? Who is he? Varch waved his hands. I don't know exactly. All my memories of it are completely gone. They don't seem to come back all at once. Varche wondered, what was in your notice? Ju-hyuk is surprised. Ju-hyuk recalls bring back weapons and memories, but some of the text was hidden. The hero claims he hasn't lost his memories and remembers everything about the tower. Varch suggests, you may not know about the missing memories yet, but once you've found the weapons, they'll come back. Ju-hyuk is puzzled. Weapons? I found a weapon already? Varche confirms, yes, this space is the inner world of your weapon, the Sword of Enlightenment. I became a constellation by using the Sword of Enlightenment as a divine artifact, Varche declares. Ju-hyuk shivers. Ju-hyuk's face contorts with rage. You bastard! The scene changes. Ju-hyuk is once again walking through the academy grounds at night. He ponders. My Sword of Enlightenment has become an artifact, and within it is a Varche that has become a constellation. That's the situation. Ju-hyuk pondered, wanted to destroy the weapon, and holds out his hand. A flash! The Sword of Enlightenment materialized in his palm. The hero clutches his sword, thinking, Varche is still the king of the end, and the sword is needed for a purpose. A sudden voice. Hey, aren't you Ju-hyuk Kim, first one to orientation? The gang, led by a smirking blonde man, appears in front of him. Lyric Sunrise, a second-year player, demands respect from a rookie. Ju-hyuk coldly replies, You look more like a bully than a senior. Lyric croaks, cheeky puppy. The best first year should have shown up on his own. One of the gang volunteers to handle it. Lyric orders him not to overdo it. A thug with a staff atop his head addresses Ju-hyuk. Hey, newbie. The bully wheezes in pain before he can speak, Ju-hyuk's foot smashing into his chest. Ju-hyuk throws in a devilish grin. Enough talk. Attack, motherfuckers. From the powerful blow, the bully flies backward, writhing in pain. Ju-hyuk lightning fast continues his attack, his foot flashing through the air. Ju-hyuk's next punch sends the other thug into a blood-spattered knockout. Ju-hyuk leaps and scatters the remaining gang members like Skittles. One of the bullies crashes to the ground with a clatter, raising dust. The gang is defeated, one of them lying in a small crater, Lyric and his minions stunned. Lyric utters in shock, What the hell? Unable to believe his eyes. A close-up of Lyric's eye reflects his utter amazement and confusion. Lyric is stunned. A sword? Where did he get a weapon from? And Ju-hyuk just chuckles. Ju-hyuk turns to the gang. Ah, how I've missed the feel of a sword in my hand. It's been a long time since I've picked one up. With a devilish grin, he threatens, Hurry up, before I smash your heads in myself. Flashback, 3 hours ago. Lyric asks in surprise, What? A sinister smirk on someone's face. I just need for you to do one simple thing. The stranger instructs Lyric with a predatory smile. Just take care of one student. The customer continues, I wouldn't ask you to do it for free. Lyric replies, I'll see if I can help the Sunrise clan in any way. The stranger clarifies, First year Ju-hyuk Kim, take care of him. Lyric, arms crossed, listens. You can use weapons if you want. We'll take care of the cleanup. The customer's eyes gleam ominously. So what do you say? Lyric agrees. Okay. He leaves the room where he received the assignment. Lyric reflects. Even if he is the best, a first year is a first year. Nothing compared to a second year. He is sure. First year and second year students of Valhalla are completely different. After all, the second year students have contracts with the constellations. Flashback, in the second semester, the freshmen sign a contract with Constellation. Lyric chuckles. By becoming a contract soldier, you can use the power of the constellation. But the commoner Ju-hyuk Kim has neither a clan nor a guardian constellation. His eyes gleam ominously, so it will be easy to deal with him. Back to the present. Lyric is horrified, realizing his mistake, or so I thought. Ju-hyuk's sword whistles through the air. A powerful sword strike hits one of Lyric's minions, and a bright light flashes. One of Lyric's henchmen with a flaming dagger growls, This little bastard! The hooligan is puzzled when something whistles past. Ju-hyuk quickly kicks him in the side, and he doesn't have time to react. The hero assesses the next opponent with a cold gaze. Another bandit with a staff jumps, swinging his arm to strike from above. With a cry of "Die," he slams his staff down. A powerful blow shakes the ground, but Ju-hyuk is no longer there. The bandit is perplexed. Why did he? Ju-hyuk appears behind him with a grin. Missed. There is a dull thud as Ju-hyuk's sword hits the back of the thug's head. Another henchman flies away. Lyric watches what is happening in a cold sweat. Ju-hyuk looms over the fallen enemy with his sword. Lyric looks on in shock. Lyric can't believe his eyes. It can't be. He's knocking out everyone in a row. The defeated hooligans lie on the ground. Lyric is in despair. But why do we lose so easily? Lyric tries to understand, and the way he wields the sword is so strange. Ju-hyuk casually swings his sword as if he's taking a stroll, and the enemies expose themselves. Ju-hyuk's red eyes flash as he notices their confusion. Ju-hyuk points his sword threateningly. "Hey, I told you I'll smash your heads if you hold back." Lyric sees his men trembling with fear. "Damn, they're all thinking about escaping!" Lyric shouts at his team in rage. "Don't you dare be a coward, he's only a first year." Ju-hyuk chuckles. "Oh, so the gang leader still has some fighting spirit left?" Lyric rushes forward in rage, his sword blazing with energy. "Shut up!" Lyric's face distorts in surprise. His blow is stopped. Ju-hyuk's sheath blocks Lyric's sword right at his chest. Ju-hyuk challenges, "Who said I'm just going to stand there and take a hit?" The hilt of Ju-hyuk's sword flares with power, ready to retaliate. A powerful burst of energy from Ju-hyuk's palm sends Lyric flying. Lyric in flight, stunned. Huh? When did he manage to get so close? Lyric lies unconscious on the ground. Ju-hyuk lowers his hand, the fight is over. Ju-hyuk brings Lyric to his senses with a slap. "Wake up!" With his eyes flashing red, Ju-hyuk asks, "Who are you? Why did you attack?" Lyric, coming to his senses, mutters, "I told you so. We are your elders." Ju-hyuk looks at the fallen. "So it's normal here for seniors to attack first years with weapons? Who sent you?" Lyric stubbornly insists, "We just wanted to put you in your place, that's all." Ju-hyuk chuckles. "So delinquents have loyalty too? How touching." Ju-hyuk picks up the bag. "Then bye, and don't forget to clean up here." Lyric panics. Wait! Lyric hisses angrily. "Do you think you'll have a normal school life after this? You'll be expelled." Ju-hyuk calmly replies, "Okay, but you'll have to tell me, won't you?" Lyric is horrified. "A group of second years attacked a first year and were beaten. If this comes out, how will you show up at school?" Ju-hyuk warns with a devilish grin, "Think carefully, your career is at stake." The hero calmly leaves, leaving behind the defeated hooligans. Meanwhile, someone looks at the clock on their phone, or 9:28. In a luxurious room, the blonde man waits smugly. He should contact me any minute. Finally, he receives a call from Lyric Sunrise on his phone. The blonde responds with a smile. "Hey, Lyric, did you teach Ju-hyuk a lesson?" Lyric's voice on the other end of the line sounds depressed. "Rockdill," beaten Lyric says on the phone with despair in his voice. "I've had enough." Rockdill is stunned. His companion is also surprised. What did you say?" Lyric firmly states, "I don't want to have anything to do with Ju-hyuk anymore." Rockdill is perplexed. What the hell? He was so confident in himself. Lyric hangs up. Rockdill shouts into the phone, Wait a second." Rockdill interrogates the beaten Lyric. "Did he beat you? Then report him." Rockdill tries to convince, "If there are injuries, we will have evidence. You can do that, right?" Rockdill promises a reward and the support of the clan, but Lyric is adamant. Lyric explains over the phone that even the support of the Bentik clan will not help. Lyric, limping along with the help of his men, grimly declares, "We cannot restore the honor we have lost today." Rockdill hears beeps. Lyric hung up, leaving him perplexed. Rockdill trembles with rage, realizing the failure of his plan. In anger, Rockdill smashes his phone, shouting, "You're a piece of trash!" Rockdill is depressed after the failure, with his companion Yuria standing next to him. Hiding his face, Rockdill addresses Yuria, who listens attentively. Rockdill asks about Dizer. Yuri replies that she contacted him, but he is far away. Rockdill's head snaps up, his gaze full of determination. "Where is he?" The camera moves to Mexico, showing the majestic building of the Arpia Academy. Inside the academy, there is a mountain of defeated students, hinting at someone's strength. A brutal guy with scars and a gold chain looks at his phone. What? This is Desera Bentrick, sitting on a pile of bodies, reading a message. He wants me to come to Korea? Desera reads on. I need you to come to Korea and deal with a guy named Joo-hyuk Kim. Desera's eyes gleam predatorily. He smirks. They'll pay generously. Yes. Desera grins maliciously. Money won't hurt me, especially after being exiled from the clan. The next day at 6 a.m., Joo-hyuk arrives at the huge training center Valhalla. Sports bag over his shoulder, he looks around. Wow, he's huge. Big school, big opportunities. Joo-hyuk smiles in anticipation, ready to run. This puts me in the right frame of mind. Suddenly, he is startled by a familiar voice. What are you doing here? Joo-hyuk turns around in surprise. What? Varshi, where are you? In the sword of enlightenment that you keep. What are you surprised about? The spirit of the sword Varsha appears before him. Joo-hyuk thinks, and I already thought you ran away. I would have to catch you and drag you back. Varch clears his throat. Ahem. Well, I didn't run away, so you don't have to worry. Joo-hyuk, opening his locker, replies, I'm glad to hear it. Joo-hyuk begins his warm-up, his sneaker flashing across the frame. While stretching, he hears Varchi ask, By the way, are you sure everything is okay? Joo-hyuk clarifies, About my health? Varch explains, No, about the Sword of Enlightenment. It was kept in Valhalla, but I took it from the Constellation Room. Joo-hyuk stretches and Varche reassures, Don't worry, I created a copy. That's exactly what worries me. Varche is perplexed. How did the Sword of Enlightenment even get the ability to store and copy? Joo-hyuk crunches his back. And why don't you know? Is there anything you know? Suddenly, a silver-haired girl appears upside down in front of Joo-hyuk. Joo-hyuk looks at the stranger in surprise, her purple eyes studying him. The girl says hello, and Joo-hyuk turns around and says hello back. She asks hopefully, Are you going to teach me fencing? Joo-hyuk answers seriously, No, let's work on your stamina first. A girl in a cute chibi style with a rabbit above her head is perplexed. Why? Joo-hyuk snaps, You can leave if you don't want to. The girl replies decisively, No, I'll do it. He commands with a grin, Then hurry up and stretch your legs. She obediently agrees, Okay. Joo-hyuk explains, Developing endurance allows the body to better absorb and control mana. The girl, Aaron, is stretching and Joo-hyuk is thinking, Modern trends are doing everything wrong. He continues the thought. First they pump up mana, forgetting about endurance. Aaron is no exception. Aaron finishes warming up and declares, I'm ready. Joo-hyuk chuckles. She looks determined and he says, Then let's get to the real training. Aaron nods. Joo-hyuk and Aaron start doing push-ups. The girl is already breathing heavily. The next exercise is squats with a barbell. Aaron is shaking from the tension. Joo-hyuk is calm. While Joo-hyuk easily holds the barbell, Aaron struggles to lift the dumbbells, gasping for breath. Aaron lies exhausted on the floor, breathing heavily after a grueling workout. Joo-hyuk, cheerful and fresh, declares, Great, warmed up. Aaron can't believe his ears. He looks at her sternly. Why are you lying down? Get up! Joo-hyuk announces, We have to run 10 miles at full speed. Aaron is terrified. The scene changes. We see the academy corridor with a sign for Class 1A. Joo-hyuk, already in his school uniform, is pleased with himself. The training was harder, but the body coped. There is potential. Aaron, also in uniform, sits in the classroom, her muscles still aching from the strain. A teacher with silver hair enters the classroom. Okay, attention. Teacher Lilia, the head instructor of the Monsters of the Valhalla Labyrinth, announces, Today is a simple written test. Lilia reminds the students, On the first day I told you to learn strategies to fight the labyrinth monsters. Lilia announces, Today I will test your mastery of the official strategies for fighting monsters. The student is writing a test with concentration, her gaze is serious. Another student, a blonde man with bandaged hands, ponders the questions intensely. Aaron trembles as she looks at the test. It seems that the theory is not easy for her. Joo-hyuk sits with an unperturbed look, confident in his knowledge. Teacher Lilia glances at her watch. Time is running out. Time's up, Lilia announces. Submit your work early. Lilia explains that the test will not affect grades, but will help assess their abilities. After collecting the work, the teacher says, Next time we'll start for real on the combat simulator. Well, see you later, Lilia says goodbye as she leaves the classroom. Joo-hyuk sits thoughtfully at his desk after the test. Something is clearly gnawing at him. Suddenly, Varcha interjects. Are you sure it's okay to answer like that? Ju-hyuk flinches, not expecting that. The sword spirit explains, yeah, I have nothing better to do here. Ju-hyuk is surprised. Are you reading my mind? Varche clarifies, technically no. I only hear what you want to convey. Ju-hyuk chuckles. Ju-hyuk leans back in his chair. I answered as I would. Varch agrees. Well, okay then. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla Teacher's Lounge, Lilia is checking the first-year student's work. The teacher trembles with anger after seeing one student's answers. Ju-hyuk Kim. Lilia crumples his test in rage. And you call these answers? At this moment, another teacher enters the teacher's room with a mug in his hand. The man looks at the enraged Lilia with interest. Lilia's colleague, a teacher with ash blonde hair, adjusts his glasses as he continues to grade the papers. He turns to Lilia. Oh, you grade my class's work? Yes, she replies. Lilia explains. I asked them to review the methods of fighting monsters before the simulation, so I gave them a simple test. A colleague remarks, since Class A has many students from elite clans, their results are generally not bad. The man decides not to interfere. Well, then I'll go. Lilia nods. Okay. The teacher calmly takes a sip from his mug, getting ready to leave. Lilia's sudden cry of Ju-hyuk Kim causes him to choke on his drink. Lilia continues to scream, You call these answers? As her desk shakes with rage. The dumbfounded colleague nervously asks, is there something wrong with Ju-hyuk's answers? Not so, Lilia explodes. This is an insult to my class. Is it that bad? Lilia, clutching the test, decides, this won't do. He'll be an example at the next lesson. She crumples the paper even more. I'll show him that the monsters of the labyrinth are not so easy to deal with. A week later, the students gathered in the Valhalla Simulation Center. Lilia announces, I checked your tests. Most were close to the right answers, but her gaze turns icy. Ju-hyuk Kim, come forward. Ju-hyuk calmly walks out from the crowd of classmates to the teacher. He stops in front of Lilia, who glares at him with a stern look. Lilia abruptly hands him his work. Look at this. Ju-hyuk is slightly surprised. On Ju-hyuk's test, all the answers are crossed out. Punch the goblin in the stomach is incorrect. Lilia is furious. You got 0 points. Did you even try? Ju-hyuk calmly confirms, yes, I tried. Lilia begins the interrogation with a sly smile. And regarding the first question, she reads out, describe the most effective way to defeat a stone goblin. What did you answer? Stab him in the stomach, Ju-hyuk replies. Lilia clutches her head. The teacher continues. Second question, in the maze, you are attacked by 8 jungle goblins throwing rocks. Ju-hyuk calmly. Starting with the attackers, pierce everyone and send them to the next world. Lilia crosses her arms. You can't be serious. I would forgive you if you studied strategy a little. She explains, the stone goblin has a B+ defense against physical attacks. Regular swords are useless and you're going to pierce them? Ju-hyuk confidently counters, yeah, 1 hit is enough. Lilia seethes with rage. You're going too far, man. This is just ridiculous. Ju-hyuk replies with a slight grin. Okay then. Lilia, pressing a button on the panel, offers, since I'm so sure, I'll give you a second chance. The platform beneath Ju-hyuk begins to descend to the hum of the simulator. A huge, toothy monster's mouth emerges from the darkness with a growl. A terrifying simulation of a stone goblin appears in front of Ju-hyuk. Lilia says with a sly smile, if you kill him as you wrote, I'll pass the test. Ju-hyuk scratches the back of his head and agrees with a grin. Okay then. He holds out his test to Lilia. Can you hold this for me? Ju-hyuk walks up to the weapons rack and calmly selects a regular sword. With a sword in his hand, he confidently walks towards the stone goblin. Ju-hyuk stands in front of a huge stone goblin with a sword in his hand. Lilia recalls the rumors. They say he killed 120 goblins, his talent is real. But she is sure. But it is impossible to kill a stone goblin with an ordinary sword. The monster rushes at Ju-hyuk with a roar, swinging its clawed paw. Ju-hyuk makes a quick lunge with his sword with a slight smirk. Lilia is shocked, a drop of sweat runs down her face. Huh? The sword plunges straight into the stone goblin's stomach, causing him to let out a furious roar. The monster's head begins to crack, emitting a death rattle. The goblin's silhouette disintegrates into particles of light, leaving his classmates stunned. An ordinary sword falls to the floor of the simulation arena with a clang. Lilia is completely bewildered, and the students behind her are also amazed. Ju-hyuk turns around with a grin. See? Stabbed in the stomach. Classmate in shock. He pierced a stone goblin without mana. A strong student with bandaged hands watches what is happening thoughtfully. The white-haired student watches the teacher's reaction with a slight smile. Lilia tries to say something, but the words get stuck in her throat. How did you do that? Lilia demands an explanation. Ju-hyuk raises his sword. Ju-hyuk simply replies, You saw. Took the sword, stabbed him in the stomach. Done. Lilia mutters while biting her finger. But that requires A-rank mana or higher. Ju-hyuk calmly asks, So did I pass the test? Lilia, with difficulty maintaining her composure, presses the button. This is only for the first question. Next! Ju-hyuk finds himself in a forest simulation. The ground shakes. So what now? The platform beneath Ju-hyuk's feet suddenly opens with a distinctive sound. Stone blocks are collapsing around him, and he says with interest, Wow! Ju-hyuk stands in front of the entrance to a dark, torchlit corridor. He turns to Lilia and his classmates, pointing to the passage. What's this? Lilia replies sternly, Don't get distracted, look ahead. A huge green foot emerges from the darkness, taking a heavy step. 3 jungle goblins with a club and spears emerge from the corridor. Lilia, arms crossed, comments, Jungle goblins, known for anger issues, not easy to deal with. Lilia warns, Be careful, the jungle goblin leader may howl. She continues, And then the rest of the goblins from the labyrinth will rush in a group attack. The teacher explains, Even though there are only 3 of them now, provoke them, and 5 more will attack. The student doubts. Even with a sword, it will be difficult for him with 3, and his movements are not fast. Ju-hyuk catches the thrown sword hilt with a predatory grin. A powerful blow from the sword's pommel stuns the first goblin right in the forehead. The second goblin recoils in horror, seeing his crushed comrade with a broken head. The third largest goblin grins angrily, revealing sharp fangs. But his face is also met with a crushing blow from the hilt of a sword. Ju-hyuk stands calmly over the goblins, disappearing into the light, holding the sword by the blade. Lilia is completely confused. Sweat is running down her face. Ju-hyuk asks with a grin, So, does the second question count for me? Suddenly the scene changes to Ju-hyuk running vigorously on the treadmill at the gym. Next to him, a white-haired girl runs, breathing heavily, clearly at the limit of her strength. The timer on her track reaches its target with a loud beep. Ju-hyuk stands calmly by his path, and the girl collapsed on the floor, exhausted. She lies there, breathing heavily, completely exhausted from this workout. Ju-hyuk looks at the results on his treadmill with a slight smirk. He turns to the girl. Didn't your clan train you? How are you so tired already? The girl, looking up at him, replies, I don't usually train this intensely. Ju-hyuk chides her, How do you plan to fight monsters without such preparation? The girl objects, I'm just using mana and the power of my constellation. Ju-hyuk nods in understanding. Of course. She continues, sitting on the floor. Everyone is pumping up mana, forgetting about stamina because there are constellations. Ju-hyuk looks away. Even without stamina, the power of the constellation decides, but it's a big risk. He imagines the situation. What if I come across a mana-blocking spell in a dungeon? Or what if you have to fight for days and your mana just runs out? Ju-hyuk adds thoughtfully, or what's worse, if the constellations refuse to share their power. He calls out to the girl, Hey! She looks at him in surprise. Ju-hyuk asks her, Does this physical training seem meaningful to you now? The girl rises with difficulty, agreeing, Yes. She reminds me, You promised to teach me fencing if I did this. Ju-hyuk clarifies with a grin, So you're only doing this because I tell you to? The white-haired girl mumbles embarrassedly, Yes. In general, it doesn't matter. Ju-hyuk decides, That's enough for today, it's time for you to go to class. The girl asks with a slight smile, Aren't you coming? He turns around, I'll do one more approach. The girl is surprised. Why? A crying rabbit appears above her exhausted head as he asks, Want to join? Ju-hyuk waves his hand. Okay, go. She hesitantly agrees. Okay. The girl opens the door, saying goodbye. See you later. Ju-hyuk looks forward with determination, preparing for another approach with the barbell. His co-star asks, Was her name Aaron Choi? Ju-hyuk raises his voice. Yeah, why? The constellation notes, "It seems like she trained with you without a single complaint." Ju-hyuk adds weight. "By the way, how come you're helping her?" Ju-hyuk replies, "She just pestered me with requests to teach her how to fence." The constellation clarifies, "Have you ever shown her your fencing?" "Not specifically, but she saw me in class." "So she judged you just by watching you practice? She has a good eye," the co-star praises. Ju-hyuk agrees. "I'm intrigued by that too." With a decisive hop, Ju-hyuk seems to be getting ready for the exercise. Suddenly, the frame shifts to a muscular blonde man intensely bench-pressing a barbell. With a loud clang, he places the heavy barbell on the rack. The blonde sits down, breathing heavily and sweating from the intense approach. The blonde, still sweaty, looks away seriously, beads of sweat on his temple. It turns out that Ju-hyuk had been sitting on the next bench this whole time, watching him. Ju-hyuk, with red eyes, asks the blonde, "How long have you been here?" The blonde, wiping away sweat with a towel, replies, "I always train before class. I've been here from the very beginning." Ju-hyuk sits as the blonde walks past him, throwing out a "see you later." Ju-hyuk's co-star comments, "Seyuk. Oh, I guess he keeps training because of his natural talent." The blonde guy goes to the locker room, and Ju-hyuk's constellation asks curiously, "What, are you interested in this guy too?" Ju-hyuk lays down on the bench thinking, "Well, he's smarter than those who only focus on mana training. Maybe." He grips the barbell tightly, thinking, "But what the hell are these constellations doing anyway? I don't know." Jo-hyuk prepares for the bench press, and the constellation quips, "Is there anything you know?" The constellation admits, "I myself am a constellation, but I have been stuck here for 300 years and know nothing about others." It tells Jo-hyuk that a new quest in the notification window may help him find out more. Jo-hyuk continues to bench press and mutters to himself, "New quest." A window pops up in front of him. "Return your arsenal and memories. The location and condition are indicated." Jo-hyuk reads the details. Valhalla, the Great Forest Eye. Madagai Arona's home. The Sword of Enlightenment is required. He sits up, wiping away the sweat, and remembers, "I heard about this in class. There's going to be a survival game." Jo-hyuk thinks gloomily, "If it weren't for this goal, I would have run away a long time ago. I'll have to keep a low profile for now." The constellation immediately reminds, "Keep your head down. What about the recent skirmish with the hooligans?" The constellation adds with a frightening look, "If it weren't for me, they would have ended up like you." Jo-hyuk concludes decisively, "In any case, until I complete the quest, I'm in Valhalla. Then the secrets of my reincarnation will be revealed." Night falls on the Bentrick estate in London, United Kingdom. Inside, a man in a formal suit reports to a woman at the head of a long table. The woman, looking intently, begins, "So..." Adelia Bentrick, vice leader of the clan, demands imperiously, "Tell me how it all went." The man reports, "The maze on the outskirts of Reading has been cleared." Adelia approves. "Good job. Anything else?" He continues, "I have found several promising recruits, survivors of Roberto's clan, who fell because of this labyrinth." Adelia asks, "Is there something special about them?" The man replies, "Yes, they are both A-rank contactors." Adelia decides, "Excellent. Then there will be no problem with Bentrick's blessing. Check them separately and bring them to me." The man asks in a reserved tone, "Is that all for today?" Adelia's eyes narrow sharply. "I have something about Rockdill." She asks tiredly, "And what did he do this time?" The man reports, "It looks like he called Desera to South Korea." Adelia's face contorts with rage as she says, "Desera!" Before us is Desera Bentrick, a stain on the clan's reputation and the worst troublemaker. At 19, he killed 5 contactors over a simple argument, committing countless atrocities. Eventually, at the age of 20, he was exiled from the Bentrick clan. Adelia gloomily states, "We kept our heads down for years because of him. And now he's dating Rockdill?" She orders, "I want Rockdill watched." The man bows. "As you command," Adelia continues, "and tell Rockdill." The man listens attentively. Adelia warns, "As soon as he creates trouble, he will be banished from the clan." The man nods. "Understood. There is nothing more to report." Adelia lets him go. The door closes behind him with a dull thud, and Adelia is left alone in the hall. Adelia looks forward thoughtfully, lost in her thoughts. She muses, "It seems like everyone uses the power of the constellations as they please these days. This power is not for such insignificant people." Her gaze becomes hard. This power. The camera focuses on the sign above the door. All for one. Adelia continues her thought with a satisfied grin. Everything for me. She turns her head with a slight smile. Isn't that so? The gaze falls on the portrait of a figure in a plague doctor mask. My dear Constellation? The word villain appears on the board, and a voiceover explains its etymology. In the classroom, the teacher explains that villains are called contactors who use the power of constellations for crimes. The teacher clarifies, most villains act alone, but sometimes they unite in organizations. Ju Hyuk listens as the lecturer mentions the most famous criminal group, the One Believer. Ju Hyuk clenches his fist, noting that his new body is not bad and his mana control has improved. He looks at his hand, recognizing greater potential than in his past life, but something bothers him. Ju Hyuk is perplexed. How could the previous owner of the body, even without training, be in such terrible shape? Memory. On the first day, he barely managed to cultivate due to lack of mana. Another memory, he was so weak that even just digging completely exhausted him. Ju Hyuk ponders. With such potential in his body, it would be difficult to bring him to such a state. What happened before his transformation? Ju Hyuk leans back in his chair. What difference does it make? Why bother with it now? Someone quietly taps their finger on his desk. Ju Hyuk turns around in surprise at the sound. The silver-haired girl, Soyeon Yu, hands him a note. A folded piece of paper slides across his desk. Ju Hyuk picks up the note, wondering, a note? He unfolds it and there's just one word. Hey! Ju Hyuk's face twists in anger. What the hell? The sun sets, painting the academy campus in warm tones. The teacher announces, this weekend you can leave campus, submit your applications. The teacher announces, that's all for today. Ju Hyuk sits with an expressionless face. Ju Hyuk looks forward thoughtfully. Leave then? In his hand is a statement of resignation from campus, the reason being walking. Ju Hyuk walks down the hallway and Soyeon Yu asks if he plans to leave. She catches up with him and persistently asks, where are you going? Ju Hyuk is about to answer but is interrupted by a loud, hey, from Soyeon. Soyeon Yu resolutely approaches Ju Hyuk, blocking his path. Ju Hyuk thinks irritably, does anyone in this school know how to say more than one word, and asks what she wants. Soyeon resents how he ignored her reply note saying, hey, what? Ju Hyuk impatiently shows her the application. Hurry up, I need to turn this in. Soyeon Yu stands there, nervously fiddling with her backpack and muttering something under her breath. Ju Hyuk trembles with impatience as she mumbles, well, you see... He explodes. Speak already, you weirdo! Soyeon freezes. Soyeon's eyes flash with anger. Strange? She indignantly shouts, who are you calling weird? Ju Hyuk retorts that she irritates him for no reason. So what did you want to tell me? Ju Hyuk asks. Soyeon hesitates again. Flashback. Soyeon and the other students are looking at something seriously. In her memory, Ju Hyuk pierces the stone goblin with a sword. Soyeon thinks in shock. He killed the stone goblin? With a sword without mana? Ju Hyuk looks at the crumbling goblin, thinking, there was nothing about this in the textbook. Soyeon mooses. I just wanted to ask how he killed the stone goblin, but... She looks after Ju Hyuk with annoyance. Why does this hurt my pride so much? Soyeon presses her lips together decisively, making a decision. Suddenly the teacher appears and asks Ju Hyuk, could you tell me how you killed that stone goblin? The camera shows someone's feet hurrying through puddles in the rain. The teacher and another man look alarmed when they see something ahead. In the woods, in the pouring rain, students crowded around the wounded Logan, trying to help him. The teacher asks Logan worriedly if he is okay. He replies that it is difficult to move, but not critical. The teacher breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing Logan's answer. The teacher sternly asks the students gathered around the wounded man, what happened here? Logan, sweaty and nervous, says, I was suddenly attacked by bad guys, a man and 2 women, 3 in all. The teacher frowns. 3? Could it really be Samsal? And immediately asks, where are those attackers now? One of the students points his finger into the depths of the forest. The teacher's gaze follows the indication. There, in the rain, lie the defeated villains. Close up on 2 of the 3 attackers, they are clearly incapacitated and lying on the ground. The student who pointed earlier says in amazement, Kim Ju Hyuk, he beat them all. The teacher is shocked. Kim Joo-hyuk, is that strong? The ground around them is all dug up. Logan, clutching the glowing artifact, says, I saw Kim Joo-hyuk fight them while losing consciousness. He was incredible. Logan's flashback. Joo-hyuk uses a powerful punch to knock back one of the attackers that Logan himself couldn't handle. The blonde student, looking at the defeated enemies, says in shock, when we fought against each other, we didn't even see half of his strength. Logan admits in the rain, I thought I was one of the strongest, but I guess I got cocky. The teacher consoles him, don't lose heart, Logan. Kim Joo-hyuk is just an anomaly. The teacher clarifies, by the way, you said there were 3 attackers. Where is the remaining one? Logan replies, Kim Joo-hyuk went after her. The teachers are shocked to find the 3rd attacker, a woman wearing glasses, lying prostrate on the ground. Joo-hyuk stands over her, trying to figure out who was behind all of this and what their goals were. The senior teacher approaches Joo-hyuk. You look okay. He confirms that he is not injured. The teacher nods. I see. We'll discuss the details when we get back to the academy. Joo-hyuk agrees. The teacher gives instructions. The teachers will help the wounded, and the Valhalla students will find the White Lotus. The rain pours through the trees, announcing, school competition is over. A night view of the Valhalla dorm, lit by the few windows. Joo-hyuk dries his hair with a towel, breathing a sigh of relief after a hard day. He falls onto the bed, thinking that the day has been difficult due to many events. His inner voice suggests that the fatigue is due to using magic against villains, and Joo-hyuk agrees. With a satisfied grin and scarlet eyes, he admits that it was an impressive performance. A system window pops up. The condition, take the bead from Madagaya Lona's house, is fulfilled. Joo-hyuk casually puts his hand into the pocket of his shorts. He takes out a glowing blue bead, noting with satisfaction that, although with difficulty, he got it. Meanwhile, in the forest, under the pouring rain, a defeated villainous woman lies on the ground. She slowly comes to, groaning from a headache. Opening her eyes, she sees someone leaning over her, ordering her to get up. A woman in a mask looks fearfully at a stranger in a school uniform looming over her in the rain. He leans over and asks bluntly, What's your ability? She's confused. What? The stranger continues. I don't know where you were hiding, but since you spoke about the goal, you are from Samsal. He describes their tactics, a fighter in front, one on the side, and support from behind. This is your formation, isn't it? The young man with a piercing gaze concludes, It seems you were the support of those two. The woman remains tensely silent, and he continues, But you seem to have the ability to kill. So what kind? She wraps herself in dark energy, hissing, Get lost! I'm not going to tell you anything. Suddenly his hand grabs hers, interrupting her attempt to escape or attack. The villainess is shocked. How could this boy stop me? And he just stares. A slight smirk appears on his face. Now that I've seen it, I understand. The young man reveals her secret. Your ability is to create space and move within it, right? He smirks, his hand on her shoulder. That's very handy. Help me with your strength. With a sinister smile, he whispers, I need to find something. Help me and nothing will happen to you. Joo-hyuk in his room holding a blue bead. Well, thanks to her ability, I was able to get it. His inner voice reproaches. By the way, you promised not to do anything if everything goes well. Why did you turn it off? Joo-hyuk explains. I asked about her employer and accomplices, but she remained silent. If she had confessed, nothing would have happened. The voice ponders, and Joo-hyuk muses, Now that I know that these 3 are Samsal from Il-shin-ja, their client must be... Rockdill's face pops into his mind. Rockdill, that bastard. Joo-hyuk continues. I'm trying to gather as much information as possible so I can act quickly. But if the Rockdill family does something again, will I have to eliminate them one by one? He looks at the shining bead. In any case, I got the bead. The next step... The system window confirms. The condition, take the bead from Madagaya Lona's house, is fulfilled. A new condition appears on the screen. Meet the lost memories through sleep. Joo-hyuk, lying on the bed with the bead, wonders, What the hell? I just need to sleep? His inner voice or something similar suggests, If you find the memories, maybe some of mine will come back. Joo-hyuk is surprised, but decides, Then maybe we should sleep, and reaches for the light switch. He lies down in bed. The glowing bead lies next to him on the nightstand. Joo-hyuk thinks with his eyes open. Lost memories? I don't think I've forgotten anything. He decides not to bother. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll dream something. In his dream, an ominous tower appears, shrouded in darkness and a red glow. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk sees himself in a different form, with a crazy grin saying, "Damn it!" In the dream, Ju-hyuk, wounded, falls to his knees under falling rocks. He drops his head heavily, appearing to lose consciousness from the blow. Suddenly, the picture changes. Now it is a fair-haired young man in a similar situation. Ju-hyuk again, his dark hair disheveled, still under attack. Gathering his strength, he sits down, looking gloomily ahead. In front of him on the ground lies a defeated enemy in dark clothing. An ominous silhouette with glowing eyes shrouded in a red aura emerges from the shadows. The figure says, "I will take care of your name." Ju-hyuk smiles with difficulty and the figure adds, "And about the names that you protected in this world." The red entity in front of him continues. "So?" Ju-hyuk looks up. In the dream, a wounded Ju-hyuk sits against a wall with a defeated enemy in front of him. Blood oozes from his wounds as he looks at the debris around him. His red eye flashes and he wakes up abruptly. Ju-hyuk jumps up in bed. "What the hell did I dream about?" He clutches his head, stunned. Were these the lost memories? Ju-hyuk turns to his inner voice. "Barch, did you remember anything?" Barch, with his back turned, replies, "I think I was a tiger." Ju-hyuk, confused. "Huh?" Barch turns, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I feel like Ju-hyuk still can't believe what he heard, his eyes wide. "A tiger!" he exclaims as a cute tiger cub appears next to him, and Barch grumbles, "I wasn't that cute." Ju-hyuk asks if Barch remembers what he looked like, but he doesn't remember the details. So Barch didn't see that weird guy? Ju-hyuk thinks, remembering the dark silhouette. Sitting on the bed, Ju-hyuk asks, "Maybe you remember your name?" Barch doesn't know again. Ju-hyuk is disappointed. It seems like Barch only received painful memories, but not a name. Suddenly, a system window flashes in front of Ju-hyuk, causing him to turn around. Empty cells appear on the glowing screen, ready to be filled with text. The message reads, "Ahala Great Palace Office, Alafredi Johnny's secret room." The system adds, "Please see the truth," the window flashes brightly. Ju-hyuk is puzzled. "The Great Palace of Ahala? And I'm supposed to see the truth?" His red eye narrows in thought. Is this the last one? Ju-hyuk decides to ask Lilia about the Great Palace of Ahala after training. He is already at the Valhalla gym, lifting weights under Lilia's supervision. Suddenly, a big blonde guy appears, also working out hard. The big guy turns around abruptly, shouting, "What?" clearly shocked by something. A woman with silver hair stands in front of him, offering to introduce herself. "My name is Sol Yeon-hwa," she tells Ju-hyuk. "I am the head of the Sol family and Yang Lan's stepmother." She adds that Sol Ryung, the head of the White Lotus Society, is her younger sister. Sol Yeon-hwa says thoughtfully, "But it's a little weird." She is unhappy because Sol Ryung promised to contact her, but instead sent Yang Lan here. Sol Yeon-hwa extends her hand. "Yang Lang, follow mother to the White Lotus Palace." Yan Lang explodes. "You didn't care whether I was left or not, and now you're calling me? Get lost." He shouts in her face, "And stop pretending to be my mother, it's annoying." Sol Yeon-hwa is unperturbed. "Rejecting you then was an order from the constellation. Didn't you know?" He said bitterly, "I found out from the maid, not from you, and that was only recently." Suddenly Lilia appears. "Oh, Se-hyuk, what are you doing here?" Sol Yeon-hwa explains, "Since I found out, the constellation ordered me to summon you now." Yan Lang is stunned. "What?" She continues insistently, "This is your chance to gain the recognition of the constellation. Don't disgrace your mother, Yan Lan." The young man can't believe his ears. "You want me to come back now? Is that why you were looking for me?" Sol Yeon-hwa nods. "That's right." Yang Lan stands there, trembling with overwhelming emotion. Finally, he said in an icy tone, "Get out." Sol Yeon-hwa clearly didn't expect that answer. Lilia orders Sol Yeon-hwa to leave the gym. She reminds us that this is Valhalla, not Sol's domain. Sol Yeon-hwa asks why Lilia is alone. She wanted to take Yang Lan away without being noticed. Blue energy flares up in Sol Yeon-hwa's hand. Lily lifts the barbell and asks why she came. Lily tenses, sensing danger. Sol Yeon-hwa attacks Lilia. Lily dodges the blow. Lily is ready for battle and is not going to stand on ceremony. Lily is furious. "If that's the case, then I'm not going to hold back either." She rushes into the attack, her eyes flashing with anger. Lily screams, "Remember last time I defeated you?" Lilia jumps and delivers a devastating kick to Sol Yanhua. Lilia's punch meets Seol Yanhua's block, sparks flying from the collision. Sol Yanhua, having parried the blow, turns to Yang Lan. "You have definitely become stronger. It was not for nothing that you were in the White Lotus." Meanwhile, Lilia admits to herself, "I'm proud, but I'm a little jealous of Kim Ju Hyuk." The girl screams with renewed fury. "Exactly! I trained to keep up with you in that empty space." Seol Yeonhwa intercepts Lilia's fist, "Then go back to Seol and study properly." With a powerful movement, Sol Yeonhwa throws Lilia aside. Lily, thrown back, is surprised. What's wrong with this woman? Are her skills really that good? Groaning in pain, Lily struggles to her feet, ready to continue. "Let go!" Lily screams, charging again with a furious stomp. Sol Yeonhwa calmly retorts, "What a barbaric attack." Lily doesn't listen. "Shut up, I just need to win," and continues the offensive. Yang Lan asks Ju-hyuk, "Should we call the instructor to stop them?" Ju-hyuk thinks, "Headmaster Sol is causing a ruckus here without security. If I tell the instructor, it will be chaos." The big guy intervenes, addressing Yang Lan, "I'm not here because of Kim Ju Hyuk, I was just training." Hyuk looks at Seol Yanhwa darkly. "Even if that's the case, I don't like that person." Yan Lan nods. "That's right. She abandoned her daughter, and now she suddenly came to take her away because of some need." Lily's gaze is full of determination. She will not back down. Ju-hyuk realizes, poor thing, she must have been really hurt. Sol Yeonhwa calmly addresses Lilia, "Yang Lan, stop this senseless rebellion and follow me before you get hurt." Lily sharply replies, "You'll suffer?" "I think it will be you," and again rushes into the attack. Sol Yeonhwa recoiled from the unexpectedly strong blow. Lily smirks. "I hit her with all my might. Even if I blocked it, she'll still get it." Suddenly, Lilia's face distorts into a grimace of pain and surprise. "Huh?" Ju-hyuk says thoughtfully, "The reason you're jealous of Kim Ju-hyuk is..." Lily looks down in horror. My leg is frozen?" Seol Yeonhwa points to Lilia's icy leg. "It looks like you're seeing this for the first time." She explains, "This is the power of our family's constellation, the king of the snowy depths." Lilia tries to free her leg, and Seol Yeonhwa continues, "Even if you don't come back right away, you can use this power through a contract." Lily is surprised. "You seemed stronger than last time. Did you recklessly borrow the power of the constellation?" Sol Yeonhwa calmly replies, "What's so reckless about that? For a family that guards the constellation, it's natural." Lilia grits her teeth and Sol Yeonhwa smirks. "Did you really think that I only fought with physical force back then?" Sol Yeonhwa looks at Lilia. "Perhaps you've changed your mind. I'll ask you one last time." She extends her hand to Lilia, whose leg is still in the ice. "Will you come back?" Lily, her eyes flashing and fangs bared, screams, "I won't come back!" Ju-hyuk asks Lilia thoughtfully, "Is it because you lost to Choi Aaron?" Sol Yeonhwa looks at Lilia. "Immature girl." She threatens, "Don't even think about coming back safe and sound." Lily is furious. "Damn! I couldn't even react because of my frozen leg!" Sol Yeonhwa swings. "I'll freeze and break your right hand, and then you'll think about your missing hand." Suddenly, Ju-hyuk blocks the punch intended for Lilia. Ju-hyuk's powerful kick sends Seol Yeonhwa flying. Lilia looks at her savior in amazement. "Kim? Ju-hyuk?" Ju-hyuk angrily asks Seol Yeonhwa, "Were you seriously going to cut off your daughter's hand?" Sol Yeonhwa coldly replies, "As a mother, I'm raising my daughter. I don't think it's your business." Ju-hyuk retorts, "Is this kind of parenting trendy these days? I think I heard someone else say something similar about their child recently." Sol Yeonhwa, looking down, quietly confirms, "Yes." She is surprised. "This is the first time I've heard of it. How did he block it without freezing?" Seol Yeonhwa rubs her shoulder, feeling the force of the blow. This means Ju-hyuk stands surrounded by a blue aura, and Seol Yeonhwa thinks, he hit with magic stronger than mine, surrounded by the power of the constellation. Ju-hyuk firmly tells Choi Aaron, "Get Yang Lan out of here." Lilia is indignant. "What is it, Kim Ju-hyuk? I can fight too. Besides, it's my family business." Ju-hyuk reminds, "That's right, but can you at least feel your right leg?" Pointing to her still frozen limb. He firmly repeats, "Just step back." Should a master silently watch his students suffer? Lily, blushing slightly, complies. Oh, okay. This is my master. Sol Yanhua, with icy energy in her hand, smirked. You're teaching? Aren't you a high school student? Sounds interesting. Sol Yanhua quips. Do you really think you're her master just by taking Yang Lang? Flash forward to Lilia and Choi Aran with swords, a tense confrontation. Ju Hyuk calmly replies, it's not about influence, but about mutual understanding. Sol Yanhua is surprised. This doesn't happen in normal teacher-student relationships. Then, she rushes into the attack. Let's see how good this master's skills are. Ju Hyuk frowns. Despite her cold appearance, she's just as aggressive as Yang Lan. Seol Yanhua attacks with ice, and Ju Hyuk thinks it's hard to deal with her without using a lot of magic. Ju Hyuk, concentrating his energy, decides, I'll dodge and hit the joint. Ju Hyuk deftly dodges the ice attack that shatters on the ground. Sharp ice shards fly out, creating a danger zone. Ice spikes pierce the sports equipment, demonstrating the power of the attack. Ju Hyuk notes, damn, it's not even a direct hit, but that's some damage. It looks like she can release ice. Interesting. Meanwhile, Choi Aran resolutely draws his sword, preparing for battle. Seol Yeonhwa says to Ju Hyuk, one of the few advantages of this school is the sports equipment. Make up for it before you go to China. Seol Yeonhwa, with an icy aura in her hand, adds, well, I'll think about it if you win. Ju Hyuk's eyes flash red and a powerful blue energy comes out from his chest. Ju Hyuk ponders, dodging is useless, it will only result in more ice. However, just taking the hit would be a waste of my magic power. He decides, then, and concentrates the energy in his leg. Ju Hyuk shouts, I'll break it straight, and breaks Seol Yeonhwa's ice attack with a powerful kick. Seol Yeonhwa is shocked. Damn! The magical power that I condensed in my hand? Sol Yeonhwa is stunned. Huh? Not believing what is happening. Ju Hyuk, with a predatory grin and scarlet eyes, delivers a crushing blow. A powerful hook sends Sol Yeonhwa flying, blood spurting. Meanwhile, Lilia and Choi Aran cross swords in a fierce fight. Sol Yeonhwa falls to the ground with a cry of pain from the force of the blow. Ju Hyuk stands over his defeated opponent, ready to continue. Lily and her companion are shocked. He defeated her, who wields the power of the constellation. Sol Yeonhwa, standing up, admits, it's amazing. Now I understand why you're her master. She is adamant. However, I will take Yang Lan with me. Ju Hyuk is surprised. A dark aura appears behind Sol Yeonhwa. Such is the will of our constellation. Lily is in despair. What is this? My opinion means nothing? Sol Yeonhwa is adamant. Yes, the will of the constellation is above all else. This is the meaning of our existence. Lily is horrified. So I have to fight with my family again, even if I don't want to? Lily screams, trying to stop her mother. Stop right now! Her leg is still frozen. Choi Aran, with a flaming purple sword, stands up to defend. Ju Hyuk watches the conflict escalate with a grim expression. Ju Hyuk asks Seol Yeonhwa, what should I do to meet your constellation? She is surprised. Ju Hyuk clarifies, you're saying that under the constellation's orders, they will try to capture her endlessly? Seol Yeonhwa is shocked by his audacity. Defeat the constellation? Do you even know what you're talking about? Sol Yeonhwa explains, ordinary people can only meet the constellation when it appears through a shrine, but this is rare due to the enormous expenditure of magic. Sol Yeonhwa explains, there are no fools in our constellation who would activate the shrine for the sake of a family pest. Ju Hyuk calmly counters, there is another way besides this. He suggests, to directly touch the sacred relic and pass into the realm of reason. Sol Yeonhwa is surprised by his knowledge. Even with a hunter school, you know about contracts and relics from a young age. Ju Hyuk clarifies, by touching your family's heirloom, I will be transported to the constellation, the deep king in the gaze, right? Flash forward to Choi Aran attacking with a powerful stream of purple energy. Sol Yeonhwa warns, the world of the mind is purely the domain of the constellation, unlike the real world with its limitations. She adds, her eyes flashing, ordinary people can be crushed by the pressure of the constellation in an instant. Ju Hyuk looks on determinedly, and Seol Yeonhwa asks, and you're still going to confront Constellation? Sol Yeonhwa agrees, but adds, however, I don't think that's possible right now, since the outsider's contact with the relic is not my decision. Seo Yeonhwa suggests, "We'll invite you to the constellation in a week. Until then, there won't be any attacks." Ju Hyuk agrees. She asks with a grin, "What will you do if you lose in the world of reason and come back?" Lilia and Yanlan listen, and Seo Yeonhwa considers meeting with Constellation without conditions as their loss. Ju Hyuk firmly states, "Win or lose, it will be on my terms." He gives an ultimatum. "If I win, you leave Yanlan alone forever. I will take care of her." Sol Yeonhwa, calling him impudent, agrees and decides to leave for today. Meanwhile, Choi Arin, raising his sword, gathers a powerful charge of purple energy. Seol Yeonhwa leaves, leaving Ju Hyuk, Yanglan, and Lilia in the destroyed gym. The caption reads, "1 week later." Ju Hyuk finds himself in an icy, snowy space. In front of Ju Hyuk, on an ice throne, sits the constellation, the Deep King in the Eye. The fearsome Deep King in the Gaze sits upon an icy throne. Ju Hyuk stares back unwaveringly, standing in the middle of the snowstorm. Flashback. A couple of days ago, Valhalla dorm, door in the semi-darkness. Ju Hyuk with Yang Lan outside the room. "Oh, it's open." He walks in, turning on the light in the spacious room. Ju Hyuk suggests to Yang Lan, "You can stay here while you're here." Yan Lan was shocked. "This dormitory is of this level? It's like a rich man's house." Cut to a girl with a sword fending off an ice attack. Yan Lan asks sheepishly, "Can I really use this place alone?" Ju Hyuk explains, "This is my room, but I arranged for an extra one for you." Yan Lan looks down in embarrassment, his cheeks blushing. She asks Ju Hyuk, "Why do you care about me so much?" He is surprised. Yan Lan continues, "These are my family matters, you could have just passed by." The girl asks, "Do you really care about me because I'm your student?" Ju Hyuk rubs the back of his head and replies, "Well, that too, but I just don't like things like that." He explains, "I get offended by arrogance, like my status is higher, so listen to me." Ju Hyuk asks if he's causing her any trouble. Yang Lan quickly waves his hands. No! She gratefully admits, "This is the first time I've been given so much attention. I just want to say thank you." Cut to Choi Arin with a purple sword asking, "Were you able to cut through my magic with a sword?" Ju Hyuk looks forward with a slight grin and scarlet eyes. Ju Hyuk warns with a smirk, "If you train with me, your gratitude will quickly evaporate." Yang Lang is confused. He continues, "By the way, I need to ask you something." Ju Hyuk asks, "Is your family's constellation the Deep Mountain King?" Yang Lan corrects, "The Deep Snow King." Yan Lan asks thoughtfully, "What kind of constellation is this anyway?" She guesses, "It's clear that he uses ice, judging by the attack, but I haven't been with my family for a long time, so I don't know for sure." Yan Lan shares rumors. They say he doesn't interfere much in the family's affairs, and some don't even know who he is. Ju Hyuk finds this strange. "But he ordered your family to bring you to him?" Yan Lan looks down sadly. "I know. I guess there's nothing special between me and him." She explains, "I never received the protection of the constellation like other family members, so I don't really know anything." Cut to a girl in a school uniform attacking furiously, creating 2 purple energy sickles with her sword. Ju Hyuk lowers his head and says, "Well then." He looks at Yan Lang with a smirk. "If that's the case, I'll just accept it and listen to the story." Ju Hyuk instructs Yang Lan, "Rest until your family arrives, you will be my guide." He leaves the room, leaving Yang Lan alone. Yan Lan looks after him resolutely, a drop of sweat running down her face. Embarrassed, Yan Lan looks down, her cheeks flushing. She presses her hand to her rapidly beating heart. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk is in his room at the Valhalla dorm calling someone. He turns to his interlocutor. "Ah, this is Adelia Ventrick. I need your favor." Adelia Ventrick on the other end of the line is shocked. "What? You fought the head of the Sol family?" Cut to Choi Arin unleashing 3 pillars of purple energy, splitting the ground. Ju Hyuk explains to Adelia over the phone she came for her daughter and a fight ensued. Adelia clarifies, "So her daughter is in Valhalla now?" Ju Hyuk confirms. Ju Hyuk adds, "Because of all the commotion, the school equipment was destroyed. Can you sort it out?" Adelia agrees with a sigh. "Okay, we'll do that. Anything else?" Ju Hyuk asks. "Do you know anything about the Sol family's constellation? King Deep in the Snow?" Adelia replies, "I heard that he does not interfere in the affairs of families, and the Sol themselves are passive on the outside." Ju-hyuk thinks, and a ghostly image appears behind him. By the way, did he wake up? Adelia replies, No, same as last time, no reaction. Ju-hyuk nods in understanding. Ju-hyuk ponders. The constellation is wise, but is its level up to it? I think Seoul and their constellation haven't even met. Adelia sheepishly suggests, Maybe Ju-hyuk, you... Huh? Cut to a girl with white hair and a sword, surrounded by purple lightning. Ju-hyuk asks seriously, Are you asking about the state of the constellation to report on my progress? Adelia looks down guiltily. Sorry. Ju-hyuk threatens to interrupt the conversation. Ju-hyuk ends the call, confused. How come no one has any information? The ghostly Barsh behind him remarks, Kim Hyun, this isn't like you. Barsh reminds, Wasn't your style fight first and sort things out later? Ju-hyuk clenches his fist and explains, My strength is weaker now than before my reincarnation. It's stupid to rush into trouble. He continues to ponder. Besides, in the realm of reason, the thrones can unleash their full power. Ju-hyuk wonders, then why is Barsh so weak in the mind realm even though he has the power of the constellation? Barsh offers Ju-hyuk some advice for fighting in the mind realm. He explains, Strength in the world of the mind has nothing to do with strength in the body. Cut to a powerful sword attack that cuts through purple energy in a flash of light. Ju-hyuk is confused. What? Then what does it depend on? Barcha replies with a grin. An ordinary person would feel the same whether outside or in the world of the mind. But you're not like that, Kim Hyun, remember that? The ghost reminds. Ju-hyuk nods with a slight smile. I think I understand roughly what you mean. His eye lights up scarlet. Then there's only one thing left to do. Go to the temple and defeat the constellation. Before us is the majestic, snow-covered temple of the Sol family in China. Ju-hyuk and Yang Lan stand in front of the line of Sol family members, awaiting an audience. The head of the Sol family smirks. And you're really here? I thought you'd run away. Ju-hyuk retorts, I'm not irresponsible. Can I touch the relic now? Sol Yun-hee coldly says, Follow me. Cut to Choi Areen in shock as her 3 flying slashes are blocked with one blow. Ju-hyuk touches Yang Lan's shoulder encouragingly. Then I'll be back soon. Yang Lan watches with concern as Ju-hyuk leaves with the head of the family. Seol Yun-hee opens the doors, leading Ju-hyuk deeper into the temple. They find themselves in an endless snowy space reminiscent of the world of the constellation. Ju-hyuk is puzzled. What is this? What happened to the room? The head of the Sol family hands him an ancient, frost-covered chest. Chief Sol admits, I was thinking about what to do if you lose. She continues with a grin, Then I decided, why not make you a slave to our family? Ju-hyuk impatiently extends his hand. Do whatever you want, just give me the gloves. Sol Yun-hee hands him the glowing gloves. Here they are. A sudden shot. A white-haired girl quickly attacks another, who is perplexed. Ju-hyuk takes the gloves and they glow a bright blue light in his hands. After putting them on, he finds himself in front of a majestic ice throne with someone sitting on it. The constellation, king deep in the snow with tiger-like features, asks, Who are you? Ju-hyuk retorts with a smirk, If you introduce yourself first, I'll let you know. The constellation looks down on Ju-hyuk, who stands at the foot of the throne. The constellation ponders, He is not my student, but his face is familiar. Who is he? The tiger-like constellation recognizes him. So it's you. Ice shards swirl around him, a serious threat to the Sol clan. Ju-hyuk offers with a grin, You know me? I don't know you. Maybe we should introduce ourselves. The constellation attacks with ice crystals. First survive, then we'll talk. Flash forward to a girl in a school uniform being pierced by a lightsaber and screaming in pain. Ju-hyuk chuckles as he watches the flying debris, a long-range attack then. He easily dodges the hail of ice projectiles flying at him. Ice shards explode where Ju-hyuk had just stood. The constellation looks on imperturbably from its icy throne. The tiger-like constellation exclaims in surprise, not expecting such agility. Ju-hyuk stands calmly among the ice shards, his hands in his pockets. Impressive! The tiger-like constellation acknowledges his agility with a grin. The constellation notes that Ju-hyuk has increased his evasion distance with his magic power. Ju-hyuk watches calmly, and Constellation decides that it's not that important. The constellation descends from the throne, intending to introduce itself by nickname since the name is forgotten. Flash forward to Choi Areen winning by slaying her opponent with her sword. Ju-hyuk notices a sudden snowstorm, and Constellation introduces himself as King Deep in the Snow. Constellation's body is covered in ice. He mentions Nanshin, the one who was admired. The constellation's eye flashes, he adds, and the one who feared me was called Salt. The constellation looks at Juhyuk thinking, so combining the two titles, he proudly announces, "My name is God Soul, guardian of the Soul clan Seoul Nanshin." Juhyuk retorts with a grin, "Really? I'm Kim Juhyuk." The constellation thoughtfully repeats, "Kim Juhyuk. Okay. I will remember that name," the constellation promises, his hand flashing with icy power. Sharp pillars of ice instantly grow around Juhyuk, trapping him. Juhyuk frowns, his eyes burning. "Did you block the escape routes with ice spikes in advance?" Cut to Yanlan watching another girl train, noting her increased strength. The constellation quickly rushes towards Juhyuk, his fist wrapped in icy energy. A powerful strike from the constellation flies straight towards Juhyuk, space distorting from the force. Juhyuk stands unharmed, surrounded by shards of ice peaks. He frowns. Icicles. It won't be easy to deal with that with your bare hands. Juhyuk resolutely draws his sword from its sheath. The constellation recognizes the weapon. This black sword? Juhyuk cuts through the icy barriers with his sword. The constellation attacks from below with a giant ice spike. Juhyuk soars into the air. The tiger-like spirit forms icy wings, preparing for another attack. The constellation is perplexed. He answers with icicles growing out of the ground? Ridiculous. Flash forward to Yang Lan, seeing Seol Yunhee lifting weights even though no one taught her. The constellation confidently declares, "The ice and snow in this space are under my control." Juhyuk retorts with a grin. "Oh, really?" and swings his sword at the constellation. With a mad grin, he brings his blade down on his opponent. Juhyuk's sword collides with the constellation's hand, causing a bright flash of energy. The constellation praises the tactics. Distracted with icicles to get closer? Not bad, but not powerful enough. Juhyuk asks again with sparkling eyes and a cheeky grin. "Really?" The constellation, slightly sweating, tensely asks, "Not enough strength?" Juhyuk, shrouded in a red aura, suggests, "Then let's check. Maybe this won't be enough." The tiger-faced constellation lets out a surprised cry. "Ah!" Juhyuk grins furiously as he delivers a crushing blow with his fist, which is blazing with red energy. Cut to Yanlan at the gym, pondering, maybe that's why her growth was so explosive? Juhyuk unleashes a powerful blow on Constellation, sending him flying. The Constellation flies back with a scream, surrounded by ice shards. Juhyuk asks with a satisfied grin, "Haven't you felt this satisfied in a long time?" The constellation, leaning against the ice, winces in pain. This magical attack. He stares, adding, "Moreover, seeing this sword, I understood everything." The constellation looks at Juhyuk with the sword and asks, "Are you Mushin?" Juhyuk replies with a slight grin, "It's a nickname given by the students. Yes." The constellation recalls, "Musin Kim Hyuno. I saw his strength 300 years ago." Majestic snow-capped mountain peaks appear before us. The constellation continues, 300 years ago, I was attacked by many monsters." Flash forward to Yang Lan telling Seol Yunhee to tell Juhyuk this, and she is surprised. The constellation continues, "I dealt with monsters in my own way." "But it was an army that I alone could not defeat," he admits, looking at the horde. Evil creatures with burning eyes were approaching him. Constellation, wounded but determined, prepared for the final battle. His gaze was firm, even in the face of imminent death. And then Musin appeared. Constellation recalls the warrior standing before the monsters. He was puzzled. Why did this man come straight to the monsters? When he drew his black sword, Constellation recalls Musin's weapon. Instead of curiosity, only pure amazement remained. Musin defeats his enemies with one blow. Constellation recalls, "The magical power that I felt then." Flash forward to Seol Yunhee's determination. "Even if it's embarrassing, I have to get an answer from him." The constellation looking at Juhyuk concludes, "Even though his appearance has changed, it's Musin himself." Juhyuk challenges with a grin, "No more attacks? Then I'm coming to you." The constellation accepts the challenge. "Okay, Musin. I wanted to fight you for real, too." The constellation's icy power grows. With all its might, he declares, standing on the ice throne, "I will fight you." The scene changes abruptly. Constellation is sitting alone at a desk in the reception area. His gaze is serious and unwavering, expecting something. Shadows behind the table hint at a recent or upcoming meeting. Dark silhouettes with glowing eyes can be seen behind the screen. The constellation sighs. That's why. That's why I didn't want to go to the Sol family. Meanwhile, Seol Yoonhee timidly turns to Joo-hyuk. I'm sorry. Joo-hyuk advises her to rest, since she will have to be a guide to the Sol family. The constellation thinks with annoyance. If it weren't for Kim Joo-hyuk's request, two figures enter the room calling out to her, Yen Ran. This is the Sol family's eldest daughter, Sol Yi-rin, and the second daughter, Sol Pei. Yen Ran greets them with hostility. What? Have you come to fight? Sol Yi-rin nervously replies, No, we just heard that you left Baekryong Castle. Yen Ran points to the screen, then stand there like those suspicious guys outside the door. Sol Yi-rin sheepishly offers, I felt a misunderstanding and wanted to apologize. Yen Ran asks incredulously, apologize? And Rin explains, after our fight, you ended up in Baekryong Castle. We didn't have time to talk. Suddenly, Seol Yoonhee is upset that Joo-hyuk called her small again. Sol Pei adds guiltily, I know it's late, but for leaving you, I'm sorry. Yen Ran coldly asks, That's all? You came after all this time just for this? Yen Ran explodes, Are you talking nonsense because you're afraid of me? Sol Pei is in tears, and Rin tries to calm her down. Well, wait. I know it seems hasty, but we had no choice. She explains to Yen Ran, Every time we tried to see you, Mother stopped us. Sol Yi-rin, looking away, continues. And not only that, Sol Yi-rin shocks Yen Ran, even your exclusion from training is her order. Yen Ran is perplexed. So you weren't avoiding me out of envy? Sol Pei admits, there was envy, but I was more proud of you. She continues. After all, a strong family member is a blessing for the entire Sol clan. Suddenly, Seol Yoonhee timidly asks Joo-hyuk about Choi Arin's training. Sol Yi-rin recalls, While we were thinking like this, our mother called us. In the past, the sister's mother sternly orders, From this day on, Yen Ran will not participate in training. Mother explained, Yen Ran will become a threat in the struggle for leadership. The elders will choose her. The sisters were forced to obey, and together with others, isolate Yen Ran. Sol Yi-rin adds mysteriously, but she was wrong about one thing. Sol Yi-rin announces, Pei and I are not aiming to lead the family. She explains to Yen Ran, or rather, we shouldn't want that. And Rin, with a half smile, is about to explain the reason. Cut to Yoonhee timidly asking Joo-hyuk, Are you busy? Could you... Meanwhile, Constellation in beast form attacks with ice shards. His hand glows with icy energy, preparing for the next strike. Joo-hyuk runs quickly, dodging the ice flows flying at him. Musin jumps to avoid the attack. Constellation hits with ice from below. The Constellation forms a huge ice projectile with a determined look. Once again, Yoonhee, blushing, finishes the sentence. Train me, what's her name? The massive ice crystal created by the Constellation glows with menacing power. Joo-hyuk stands unwavering, surrounded by sharp ice flows, sword at the ready. Musin repels the icy attack with annoyance. What is this? How irritating! Joo-hyuk rushes forward with a furious look. Are you going to continue to bother me with these weak attacks? The Constellation in beast form anticipates. A powerful attack. Joo-hyuk calmly assesses the new ice formation. I see. Suddenly, Joo-hyuk is in the gym with Choi Arin. Her teacher approaches them. Fight again! The Constellation forms a complex ice shield or projectile. The Constellation unleashes a devastating torrent of icy energy. Joo-hyuk ducks in surprise. You had that skill too? That surprised me. The Constellation admits, I wanted to freeze you, but you are too strong, god of war. Joo-hyuk waves it off. Don't give insincere compliments, I'm embarrassed. Joo-hyuk frowns. This guy is different. If he was like this in the past, I would remember. His gaze becomes sharper. This guy! The Constellation understands. He trained here, surpassing himself from my past life. Joo-hyuk chuckles. Interesting. It's a shame we didn't meet earlier. The Constellation asks, puzzled, What do you mean by that? Suddenly the teacher appears. Finish up, clean up, and come out. They're waiting for you. Joo-hyuk, clutching his sword, replies to Constellation, I praise you for your strength. Constellation, with a slight smile, I see. The Constellation retorts, Instead of being content with your praise, his right hand is wrapped in a massive, glowing, icy fist. The Constellation's beast form concentrates all its power into this strike. Through clenched fangs, he declares, I will surpass you. The Constellation charges forward, the ice around its fist cracking with power. Ju-hyuk meets the challenge with a predatory grin, swinging his sword. The constellation rushes at Ju-hyuk at full speed, aiming an ice strike. But his face distorts and he whispers bitterly, "Forget about surpassing." Cut to Ju-hyuk in the gym, confused by his teacher's words about being apart for a long time. The fight begins again. Constellation is thrown back, realizing, "I'm not even close." Ju-hyuk's hand is still enveloped in a glowing blue aura from the battle. He stands calmly, and behind him is a woman who was watching the fight. She muses, "It took longer than I expected. He has more magical power." Her gaze narrows, assessing what happened and Ju-hyuk's strength. The woman looks at Ju-hyuk as he walks away with slight concern. She is puzzled. Even if the damage was only mental, he is too unharmed? Student Ju-hyuk? Ju-hyuk turns to face her with a confident grin, his eyes glowing red. He announces, "I have defeated your constellation." The woman is stunned. She can't believe her ears. "What kind of joke are you?" Her face expresses bewilderment. Back at the gym, Aaron is surprised and Ju-hyuk replies to the teacher, "Got it, I guess." System message. The Deep Snow King expressed his sincere respect to Kim Ju-hyuk. The woman is stunned, not believing her ears. What? She still has doubts. This guy actually defeated our constellation lord? As she retreats, she exclaims, It's impossible. Our family's guardian constellation couldn't lose to a schoolboy." Ju-hyuk calmly suggests, "If you're not sure, why not ask your constellation again?" He grabs her shoulder. "You said you'd stop bothering Yenran if I win, right?" Ju-hyuk's eyes glow ominously. This condition might need to be adjusted a little. Change of scene, Ju-hyuk opens the door. "Now let's go." The girl at the table is surprised. Ju-hyuk looks around the room. Why are they all gathered here? Seeing several women. The same woman from the battle is now here, smiling. "To think that we meet again, Kim Ju-hyuk. Didn't expect to see you here." The purple-haired girl thinks sheepishly, "I got interrupted again without saying anything. This is so awkward." Ju-hyuk turns to the woman in surprise. "Ms. Zhu, the leader of the White Lotus Association? I didn't expect to see you here." Xu asks, "Did you finish your business?" Ju-hyuk replies, "Yes, I'll tell you on the way." Ju-hyuk remarks, "There are some pretty intense looks here," seeing the dark silhouettes. They walk down the street with Xu against the backdrop of the sunset, moving away from the building. Xu guesses, "Since you came back so quickly, it looks like you lost." Ju-hyuk looks at her in surprise. Zhua continues, "It must have been tough. Without divine protection, and against the constellation alone." Ju-hyuk agrees. "That's right." Wei asks, "Did Xue Lianhua say what would happen if you lost?" Ju-hyuk replies, "She said I would become a slave to the Xue family." Huet is shocked. "So you're a servant of the Zhu family now?" Ju-hyuk smirks. Who knows? Ju-hyuk thinks with a sly smile. Her reaction is so funny. I wonder when I should tell her the truth. Yenran regretfully tells Ju-hyuk, "I should have stopped you. I heard everything from my older sister and aunt." Sri Lanhua's eyes narrowed in disdain as she shot Yenran. "Small fry!" Ms. Shuo explains grimly. Xue Lianhua went mad, risking her life for the position of matriarch. Lady Zhu continues. Since her youth, Lianhua had been thirsty for power, and my aunt, Xue Lian, advised her to curb her greed. Yenran adds bitterly, but after becoming a matriarch, her greed only grew. She wanted to rule forever. Yenran says, keeping the elders in check, she even viewed children as a threat. Yos Lianhua towers over children, seeing them as nothing more than obstacles to her unlimited power. Yenran, walking with Ju-hyuk, explains, "That's why we were kept under surveillance. She was afraid of me because of my talent and isolated me." Ju-hyuk listens attentively, and Yenran adds, "Moreover, the guardian constellation of the family seemed to share her views." Yenran sadly concludes, "It's ironic, isn't it? I never wanted to be a matriarch." Ju-hyuk responds to the story with a slight smile. "Is that so?" He finally confesses to Xue, "I defeated your constellation." She is stunned. "What?" Cut to Ju-hyuk recommending someone to train with Choi Aaron using her program. Xue still doesn't believe it. Is this a joke?" Ju-hyuk is serious. "I don't joke like that." Ju-hyuk begins to explain to Xue, "This whole mess started when the constellation summoned you, right?" His red eyes flashed. But something didn't add up. The constellation didn't seem interested in running the family. Flashback, constellation defeated. Ju-hyuk decided, that's why I asked him myself. Flashback, Ju-hyuk harshly interrogates Constellation by striking. He orders the beast, you're not going to die anyway, so get up. I have a question. Ju-hyuk asks the defeated Constellation directly, I heard you summoned Yen Ran. Why did you do that? In a flashback, Constellation replies, the matriarch asked to protect her youngest daughter, but she refused. Constellation explains, the matriarch decided that her daughter would listen to me, Constellation, and I gave the order. Ju-hyuk is incredulous. That's all? I heard you left Yen Ran before. Cut to two girls in the gym, one listening, the other wiping off sweat after a workout. Return to the interrogation. Constellation is puzzled. This is the first time I've heard of it, and that the matriarch's youngest daughter is called Yen Ran, too. The Constellation is perplexed, realizing the deception. What? Is this really true? Ju-hyuk confirms with a predatory grin. So the matriarch was just using you, huh? Present Shue, listening to Ju-hyuk's story, is shocked to the core. What? Then? Ju-hyuk continues as he walks with Shue. The matriarch deceived everyone by using the Constellation for her greed. Shue was furious, clenching her fists. Shue Lianhua, deceive both the family and the Constellation for her own benefit? Shue says in disgust, she ruined my life to become a matriarch. Disgusting! Ju-hyuk calmly adds, that's why I told him to terminate the contract. Shue is shocked. What? What contract? Ju-hyuk explains, the contract of your Constellation with the family matriarch. System messages. The Deep Snow King is taking away all the power given to you. Your contract with him has been terminated. Abrupt change. A girl with white hair offers to teach another who angrily shouts, don't you dare call me that! Zhu Lianhua's face is distorted with horror. Ju-hyuk concludes, she won't be anything anymore, let alone a matriarch. Xue is shocked and Ju-hyuk says, that's why you don't have to get your hands dirty. Shu is moved to tears. You didn't have to go that far, for me. Thank you. She lowers her head and whispers, to thank you very much. Kim Ju-hyuk? Ju-hyuk smiles softly and says, that's enough, touching her lightly. Ju-hyuk tells Zhu that she can now focus on training, and she reluctantly agrees. A mysterious figure in a black hood watches the departing couple. The man in the skull mask asks his master whether to continue surveillance. The Demon Lord commands, no. Instead, seek out that person's enemy. A sharp change of scene, a night city, a sign cafe privacy on a building. Ju-hyuk walks down the hallway with a gray-haired man. In a secret hideout, 4 figures in dark cloaks gathered around a table. Among them are a man with stubble and the man in the skull mask, already familiar to us. They are joined by a girl with purple hair wearing a similar mask and a guy with white hair and a headband. The purple-haired girl is confused. What's going on? Why are we all gathered here? Bandaged guy. I see, this is an order from the Constellation Lord. Purple-haired girl. That's true, but... She continues. Why look for the enemy if the order was to kill Ju-hyuk? The figure in the center explains. He changed his mind. The purple-haired girl asks, who was the first to receive that order and act? The man in the skull mask admits, me. She doesn't let up. So who is this guy Kim Ju-hyuk, and who is the target now? Skull Mask replies, he's a weird guy. The man in the skull mask begins his report. I've been following Ju-hyuk, studying him. Flashback, the same guy, in a business suit and mask, rummaging through papers in a night office. At this time, or earlier, Ju-hyuk himself is called, who's waiting for me? They say it's urgent. Returning to the report, the skull mask, in a suit, throws up his hands. Surprisingly, I didn't find anything useful. He shares bits of information. I grew up in an orphanage. I didn't know my parents, that's all. Purple hair confirms the source. Information from a reliable company. The man in the skull mask, Hood, is surprised. Seriously? The purple-haired girl is shocked. What? He defeated both the head of the family and its members? Skull Mask continues, the order was changed after he defeated the Zhu family constellation. He adds, yes, and besides, the screen flashes in front of him. On screen message, he asks if the sacred stone is ready. Skull Mask, yes it is. The guy in the bandage is clutching a glowing purple crystal in his hand. The man with the stubble also takes out the same shining artifact. Several purple crystals radiating energy lie on the table. Scene change. The white-haired man says, "Come to think of it, it can only be one person. You are expected in the small hall." The crystals on the table begin to crack. Someone asks, "Did you find his enemy?" Skull Mask confidently replies, "Yes, there are 3 organizations that are hostile to student Kim Joo-hyuk." Skull Mask lists, "These are the Ventrices, Ilsinja, and Iryu sects." The guy in the bandage clarifies, "Ilsinja and Iryujan are evil, and the Ventrix from England suddenly became friendly." The man with the stubble suggests, "Apparently after the Ventric attack, there was a secret deal. So they are not enemies yet." The purple-haired girl adds, "Although there is no hostility, the evil group Baekjang is targeting Kim Joo-hyuk." The guy in the bandage snorts, "Is this a name boost for villains?" The purple-haired girl, "I guess so." The demon lord with glowing eyes announces, "I will give you a new order." The lord orders the 4, kill all his enemies. The crystals on the table go out. Cut to a modern building illuminated by the setting sun. Joo-hyuk says thoughtfully, "Maybe," and adds, "We're here." Joo-hyuk, wearing a tracksuit and carrying a bag over his shoulder, looks at his phone at the entrance. Erin Choi persistently texts Joo-hyuk, and he briefly replies, "What?" She announces that she will skip training to go home to do something important. Joo-hyuk frowns, wondering what was so important she needed to take. While packing away his things, he hopes that she will bring the relic, because her constellation could become his student. He recalls that the Sol family's relics were useless after the battle. While training with his students, Joo-hyuk thinks about the coming disaster and the importance of each fighter. He wonders if he should visit the White Lotus Society for their relics. A sudden question interrupts his thoughts. "You are Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk, aren't you?" Joo-hyuk turns around and sees a man in uniform and a strange mask in front of him. A familiar gray-haired man opens the door, letting Joo-hyuk go first. Joo-hyuk looks at the stranger suspiciously. "Animal mask, who are you?" The man in the cat mask suggests, "There are too many eyes here, should we go outside and talk?" Joo-hyuk turns to the students. "I see. While I'm gone, have a sparring match." The girl with the ponytail is indignant. "What? With her? I can easily defeat her." The second one retorts, "Who will defeat whom? Let's fight first." Joo-hyuk leaves. In the hallway, Joo-hyuk and the man in the cat mask stand opposite each other. The stranger introduces himself. "I'm from the market." Joo-hyuk frowns. "I guessed from the mask, but didn't the market guarantee anonymity?" He continues, "Coming to school is a blow to the reputation of the market. Are they ready for this?" The masked man calmly replies, "Calm down. I'm here to deliver a message." Joo-hyuk listens intently while the other students watch from afar. "Pass a message?" Joo-hyuk asks incredulously, and the mask confirms. A black-gloved hand hands him a blue sealed envelope. "What is this? A letter?" Joo-hyuk is surprised, taking the message. Mask explains, "This letter is from the true owner of the market." Joo-hyuk's face darkens. The true owner. That same constellation. The ruler behind the scenes. "Read it and come to the market if you can answer," the mask suggests. Joo-hyuk. "Answer what?" The messenger clarifies, "Many have received the letter. The constellation is looking for someone who will understand it." "I don't know the content," says the mask, "but if you understand and want to answer, come." "The constellation awaits," concludes the masked man, his mission accomplished. The man in the cat mask leaves. Joo-hyuk watches him. Joo-hyuk frowns. "So it was you, Rockdale." He holds up a letter. "A letter from Constellation?" That's what he said. Joo-hyuk looks at the envelope. "What's in it? The symbols are unfamiliar to me." His inner self in the mask decides, "I should go to the market, huh?" Joo-hyuk chuckles as he realizes, "The symbols this letter is written with, I created them." At night, Joo-hyuk walks down the street with his hood on, looking at his phone. His constellation comments, "It seems like you've been going out a lot lately without separate permission." Joo-hyuk, "That's right." Constellation remembers the deal with the gray-haired teacher Lilia for information about monsters. Joo-hyuk confirms as he walks into the night, "Yes, I created these symbols." The constellation, Joo-hyuk asks, "Why did you create them? After all, 300 years ago there was chaos, but the symbols were already there." Ju-hyuk, wearing a hoodie, replies, "Let's just say it was part of my training." Something like that. Suddenly, the blonde guy is on his knees begging, "Please save me," in front of Ju-hyuk and the silver-haired guy. The constellation interrupts sheepishly. "Okay, this is awkward. Let's move on, before I burst into the world of reason and beat someone up." Ju-hyuk stops in front of the door. "Is this an iron gate?" His hand reaches for the handle. He thought he would never return to the market. But here he is again, opening the door to a world under a purple sky. Ju-hyuk walks out with scarlet eyes, thinking about the upcoming meeting. He guesses, "I think the sky is purple here because of who I'm about to meet." A picture comes to mind. The sky I remember 300 years ago was just as purple. Ju-hyuk is at the market, and they are already waiting for him. "Mr. Kim, Ju-hyuk?" The same cat mask in front of him. "You're here because of the letter, I suppose." "Right, where to go?" Ju-hyuk looks at the guide. Mask. "Follow me." Memory of the silver-haired man from school. What was he doing there? Constellation. "Are you pretending?" He hired Il Shinju. Ju-hyuk asks, "Do you want a mask for me too?" Guide. "No need. Let's go through the secret passage." Their target is a tall building with a sign that says, "Market, Zone 7. Ju-hyuk on the rooftop, the city below shining under the purple moon. He looks around. Where is the black cat? Constellation. "Kim Hyuk, look at that building." Ju-hyuk turns around in surprise. "Huh?" The constellation shocks. The entire yellow part of that building is pure money. Ju-hyuk looks around. Was there a building like this in the previous market? I don't remember. The man in the cat mask greets, "You are here, Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk." Mask asks, "So, did you bring the answer to the letter?" Ju-hyuk explains, "Yes, but it's not a letter where the answer is known in advance." Suddenly, an excited blonde man appears, clearly surprised. Mask is confused. "What? What do you mean?" Ju-hyuk asks, "Give me a pen and paper." A gloved hand hands him a sheet of paper and a pen. "Yeah, thanks." Maska is indignant. "What is this? A joke?" It turns out that there have already been imposters. Ju-hyuk calmly hands over a piece of paper with 2 symbols on it. "Here." The masked man is puzzled. It looks like the text from the letter, but what does it mean? Ju-hyuk explains with a smirk. That means no. The mask is horrified. A drop of sweat runs down his face. The system confirms. The ruler of the underworld says no. The messenger is seized with trembling, and the letters behind his back flash. "Mr. Ju-hyuk, you've been recognized. Meet her immediately." Ju-hyuk agrees. A conversation comes up. "He already tried to kill you. This is his second attempt." A gloved hand holds a staff topped with a purple crystal. Maska suggests, "Touch her and you'll enter her world of mind." Ju-hyuk is ready. Ju-hyuk takes the artifact, the crystal shining brightly against the backdrop of the night city. His fingers touch the magic crystal, preparing for the transition. Ju-hyuk, with scarlet eyes, finds himself in the purple space of the world of the mind. In front of him stands a girl with long dark hair, her back to him. She turns around, feeling a familiar magical power. The girl recognizes him. "Even though your appearance has changed, I recognize your magic." Ju-hyuk greets with a slight smile. "Long time no see, Luminous." Luminous is delighted, her eyes glowing red. Ah, master!" Ju-hyuk recalls leaking information about the attack on Valhalla to the press. Luminous kneels down. "This insignificant student." She continues, kneeling. "So glad to see you again, master." Ju-hyuk orders with a grin, "Why are you on your knees? Stand up." Luminous stands up with glowing eyes. "Yes." She looks at the master. "But teacher, you still remember those symbols." Ju-hyuk smirks. "You haven't forgotten them? I created them for myself, but..." Flashback, young Luminous, chained, sits in a dungeon. Her face is hidden by her hair. She is depressed and broken in captivity. In the past, Ju-hyuk and the blonde stand in front of the captive Luminous. Past Ju-hyuk looks at her with a serious expression. The scene flashes back to Ju-hyuk, not trusting the blonde's pleas for forgiveness. Luminous in the dungeon raises her head, her red eyes full of determination. Ju-hyuk's perspective from the past. "After I decided to take you as a student," Ju-hyuk recalls, "I realized that you didn't know the language or the symbols." He continues, "You who initially refused to learn any signs..." A young luminous with red eyes looks at the sheet of paper handed to her. Past Ju-hyuk suggested, I started the training by having us create letters together. Current Ju-hyuk explains, I thought that once you were interested in writing, you would easily learn the rest. Luminous with a smile, heh, thanks to you, I learned to understand speech and writing. Ju-hyuk clarifies, so you know the contents of the letter? Luminous, yes. I miss you, master. If I see you again, will you marry me? Ju-hyuk confirms, that's why I said no. Luminous is confused. Why? The gray-haired man's face appears. The Ventric family just made an official statement. Jaehyuk, seriously, why do you ask? Now is not the time. This world is as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. Luminous humbly, if that's the case, there's nothing to be done. Now? She smiles slyly. But master, have you seen that building from the outside? Ju-hyuk remembers the skyscraper made of money. Oh, that building? I saw it, so what? Luminous beams, this building is all for you, master. You can live there. Ju-hyuk is surprised. What? I don't want to. Luminous, with glowing eyes and a smile, asks, why? She's furious, her face close to Ju-hyuk. The background screams, why? Ju-hyuk is shocked, a drop of sweat dripping down. This woman has gotten worse without my supervision. Luminous is reflected in his eye. Yes, that's why I named her Luminous. At times like these... The scene flashes to Rockdill on his knees, excommunicated from the Ventric family. Luminous asks in anger, why? Ju-hyuk points to her forehead. He flicks her on the forehead, saying, get it together, Luminous screams. Ju-hyuk advises her to cool down and not get overexcited. Luminous comes to his senses. Luminous confused, Master, you don't like my gift? This is what you wanted. Ju-hyuk is surprised. I wanted a building made of money? Luminous nods confidently. A memory emerges. Ju-hyuk dreams of living in a house built from money. Young Luminous clarifies, a building made of money. Ju-hyuk confirms, yes, and as tall as a mountain. Luminous, with a drop of sweat on his cheek, asks, Is this the master's dream? Past Ju-hyuk thoughtfully, can this be called a dream? He explains, when peace comes, I want to live drowning in money. But that is a long way off. Past Ju-hyuk looks at the silver-haired man with understanding as he talks about Rockdill and his father. He instructs the young Luminous and the blonde, learn quickly and become strong. Past Ju-hyuk smirks. Then I can relax too, finish your training. Luminous grips her sword resolutely, repeating, become strong, at any cost. Her eyes glow red and she whispers, I will fulfill the master's dream. Luminous sadly recalls, even though I couldn't fulfill it in your lifetime, she explains to present-day Ju-hyuk, 300 years later in peacetime, I built a building out of money. Ju-hyuk thinks, wait, you built this knowing about my reincarnation? Luminous smiles slyly. That's right, I received notification of your reincarnation. Ju-hyuk steps back in shock as Luminous approaches. If it weren't for that notification? Luminous, shrouded in darkness, admits, I would probably go crazy. The gray-haired man notes, and unlike in the past, the Ventric family did not try to silence the media. Surrounded by an aura, Ju-hyuk thinks, I think she's already crazy enough. Luminous asks, what? With a crazy smile when Ju-hyuk says, now is not the time for that. Ju-hyuk states gloomily, the world seems so far away now. Luminous, biting his finger, agrees. That's right. The Tower of Destruction will rise again. She cries out in despair, this is so upsetting! The master should be resting! Ju-hyuk calmly explains, I live in the Valhalla dorm, so I refuse to live here. Luminous lowers his gaze meekly. Very well, master. Nothing can be done. Ju-hyuk extends his hand to her. Then could you help me out for a little while? Luminous hands Ju-hyuk a ring, saying, this is the ring of the great owner from the market. She explains, with it you will have all the power in the market, managing finances and transactions. Ju-hyuk ponders, so he has no protection and the only way out is prison? How can I save you? Luminous adds, this will make your transition here easier, master. Please use it. Ju-hyuk accepts the ring and grins. Okay, thank you. I've been getting a lot of rings lately. He says goodbye. Well, I'll be going for today. Luminous meekly replies, yes, master. A gray-haired man in a mask stands by the elevator waiting. Close-up of his face wearing a cat mask as he looks at the tablet. A message appears on the screen. The ruler of the underworld asks, "Is he gone?" The gray-haired man replies, "Yes, he returned to Valhalla Academy." There's a new message on the tablet. The ruler of the underworld orders, "We must buy Valhalla Academy." The gray-haired man in the mask is perplexed. Valhalla Academy? Why? Is it because of Kim Joo-hyuk? He ponders. The constellation gave up the ring so easily. What was this schoolboy up to, and what is his connection with her? Suddenly, the blonde man says in horror, "There's more." The gray-haired man, covered in sweat, asks, "Kim Joo-hyuk, what is his relationship with our dear constellation?" Luminous stands under the endless sky, declaring, "He is my sky." A mysterious island with a mountain in the middle of the night ocean appears before us. Someone's hand roughly grabs the gray-haired young man's face, staining it with blood. Now the same fate befalls the blonde. His face is distorted from pain and pressure. A group of people in a car, including a girl with a ponytail and stern-looking men, look ahead tensely. Heavy steps on bodies and an angry cry, "Ilshin, bastards!" This is Rogan, the only destroyer, furious. "How dare you touch my son?" He swings his arm to strike. The enemies are shocked. "You're here!" Rogan's eyes fill with blood and he pronounces his sentence. "Die." One of the attackers screams in horror, seeing the last chance. Rogan breaks through the enemy formation with a crushing blow. The blast wave from his attack sweeps away everything in its path. Fallen enemies fly in all directions as Rogan wreaks havoc. Two dark figures in skull masks peer around the corner. They whisper, "Isn't this the one?" taking revenge for the attack on his son. The cloaked observer decides, "Leave the small stuff to him, our goal is the leader." Rogan, furious, grins. "Hasn't another rat shown up?" Among the fallen enemies, Rogan notices a new, more important figure. This is the leader of the Ilshin, the Dragon King Hannibal, in person. Hannibal is disoriented. "Where am I? I heard the explosion and I was here." Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk interrogates Rockdill. "Your testimony is more important than evidence, right?" Hannibal looks around the strange dark place. "This isn't an office? Another space?" Leader Ilshin asks irritably, "What's going on?" A demonic entity with scarlet eyes listens to the beating of the heart. There is a gaping hole in Hannibal's chest, blood staining his suit. Hannibal writhes in pain, unable to make a sound. He screams in agony before the demonic figure holding his heart. The demon squeezes the heart, stating, "Don't worry in this space until I want..." The entity in the goat mask promises, "Your death will not be allowed." Hannibal clutches the gaping hole in his chest from which his heart has been ripped out. The leader of Ilshin realizes in horror, this is a strange place and this incredibly powerful force. Meanwhile, Rockdill panics and begs Joo-hyuk, "Kim Joo-hyuk, say something. Tell everyone that nothing happened." Joo-hyuk, sweating, realizes, so this is the mental world of the constellations. And besides, he looks at the demon on the throne, feeling this terrifying and unpleasant magical power and this goat-shaped mask. Hannibal, trembling with fear, asks, "Are you the constellation of the Ilgyo clan, Tugui?" The demon in the goat mask grins, "And you guessed faster than I expected." He confirms, "Yes, I am Tugui, the guardian constellation of the Ilgyo clan." Hannibal is perplexed. "I heard a noise outside. Your people attacked us, but why?" Tugui explains, "This noise was probably caused by the current one, since you touched his child." Hannibal panics, remembering Rogan. "So Logan's here? Shit, what do I do now?" Tugui says from the throne, "Even if it weren't you, he would have killed them all anyway." Hannibal tries to find common ground. "But why? Weren't you aiming for Kim Joo-hyuk? We have the same goal, right?" Joo-hyuk, as if hearing their conversation, grimaces. "I don't want to." Tugui admits, "Yes, at first it was. At first he was our target." The demon intrigues. "But do you know by what criteria we select targets?" Hannibal replies, "I don't know." Tugui explains, "He is known as the strongest." The demon continues, "I killed only those who boasted of strength, regardless of their actual abilities." Hannibal is perplexed. Hannibal asks, "Then why did you kill the previous one?" Tugui replies, "He boasted that he was the strongest." The constellation adds, "He was trash and didn't deserve that title." Hannibal is confused. Then I don't understand anything. I never claimed to be the strongest. Tugi nods. Yeah, but you guys made a mistake. The demon with flaming eyes states, you tried to harm the one who truly deserves the title the strongest. Hannibal is horrified, surrounded by a red aura. We tried to hurt the strongest? What the hell does that mean? Meanwhile, Rockdill fawns over Juhyuk. Huh? Is it because I haven't apologized yet? Hannibal realizes with horror. In any case, if we remain silent, I will certainly die at the hands of this mad constellation. Hannibal decides, even in the world of the constellation, I can fight back with relics and magic. He is sure, and after this I will find a way out of here. Hannibal, shrouded in darkness, rushes at the demon in a furious attack. Tugi remarks, a sacred relic. I see you always carry it with you since the concepts have been transferred to the world of the mind. Leader Ilshin, gritting his teeth, concentrates dark energy for a strike. A powerful burst of purple magic rushes forward, shaking the space. Hannibal freezes, his fist still clenched, the attack missing its mark. Damn! The constellation dodged, the blow only hitting the throne. Hannibal, furious, looks back. Then from behind... Meanwhile, Rockdill begs in tears, forgive me, I will never touch you again. Let me be your rug. Hannibal is puzzled. The throne is empty and the enemy has disappeared. He's in a panic. Where did the constellation go? I can't feel its magic. Leader Ilshin doesn't believe it. Could he have hidden his monstrous power? Suddenly, Tugi appears behind Hannibal with a blazing gaze. The demon whispers, looking at someone invisible. My strongest, my master. Tugi is furious, his aura flares up. You dared to touch him. The demon pierces Hannibal's chest again, striking from behind. Tugui, holding the writhing Hannibal, promises, you won't die so easily. The scene changes abruptly. A sunny morning, the Valhalla dormitory. Juhyuk checks his phone while drying his hair after taking a shower. Eohyuk coldly tells Rockdill, no, I don't need an apology. He looks at his phone, confused. What is this? News on screen. The Ilshin and Ilgyo clans have suddenly been destroyed. His guardian constellation reminds him, by the way, you fought both factions, right? Juhyuk muses. I was planning on taking care of them myself, but now it looks like I won't have to. The guardian is surprised. Wait, you're leaving Valhalla? What about graduation? Juhyuk explains, I'm here for a quest and all the conditions have already been met. He adds, I will not leave right away, but when this disaster ends. Meanwhile, someone is approaching the Valhalla chairman's office. Chairman Shim Deok-woon cautiously asks the newcomer, who are you? A stranger in a cat mask introduces himself. Pleased to meet you, I am the Black Cat, owner of the Black Market. Chairman Shim Deok-woon frowns. You won't forgive me? Do you want money? The Black Cat leans over and says, stop beating around the bush, sell me the school. The chairman is shocked by this proposal. What? Shim Deok-woon, sweating, clarifies. Wait, you said you're the owner of the Black Market? Black Cat confirms. That's right, so you knew about the market too, huh? The chairman admits that he heard, but has never been there himself, to which the cat remarks, well, that's what many people say. Shim Deok-woon firmly refuses. In any case, I can't sell Valhalla to such a dubious place. The Black Cat snaps his fingers with a grin. Really? A sudden flash of light comes from his hand. Black Cat opens the case with money. And so? Chairman Shim Deok-woon is adamant. I don't need money. If you think it's that easy to get the school, you're wrong. Meanwhile, Juhyuk tells Rockdill, I don't need money either. Rockdill is surprised. You don't want it? Chairman Shim Deok-woon continues, do you even know what my thoughts were when I founded this academy in the first place? Memory, a huge monster cut in two by a sword. Young Shim Deok-woon fights fiercely against a horde of monsters. He recalls, in my hunting youth, Korea was defenseless against labyrinths and monsters. Shim Deok-woon explains, the police dealt with criminals, but only the guilds dealt with monsters. The government created a response force, but due to poor selection, it was inferior to the guilds. The chairman, with determination in his eyes, that's why I've decided. The chairman recalls his decision. I will create an academy in Korea, no worse than foreign ones. He proudly states, thanks to Valhalla, Korea is now the world leader in monster response speed. The chairman looks at the cat questioningly. Will you understand my plan in running this academy? At this time, Rockdill is still in shock from Juhyuk's words that he doesn't need money. Black Cat calmly. Yes, that's great. I'm not going to change your motto. The cat explains. The school's policy won't change, but I'll be the owner. The chairman is skeptical. The Black Cat snaps his fingers with a slight grin. Oh, by any chance. He demonstrates 2 cases of money. Were you short of cash? Chairman Shim nervously says, No, I don't need money at all. The cat, with another snap of his fingers, looks piercingly. Really? Chairman Shim, sweating profusely, mutters, Could it be that this money... Black Cat snaps his fingers again, his masked gaze unreadable. Shima's eyes widen in horror and realization. Money! The table is covered with cases of money. The cat towers over the broken chairman. Suddenly, another scene. The blonde screams in horror, someone's hand grabs her. Chairman Shim Deok-woon, 62, lowers his head in silent agreement. With a slight smile, he says, Take care of the school. I have decided to retire. Black Cat reaches for the sign on the table. I'll have to change my name. The cat, already in the chairman's chair, reports, Your Majesty, as you said, I bought the Valhalla Academy. Suddenly, a glowing book appears in front of the cat, causing him surprise. The voice from the book commands the cat, Connect the entrance of the building with the space of Valhalla. The cat asks whether this is the central building of the market, and receives an affirmative answer. New orders. Install cameras everywhere, although Cat thinks there are already enough of them. The ruler of the underworld insists, Set them tighter. The cat reluctantly agrees. The sinister figure explains. This way it will be possible to track the foxes spying on the master. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a desperate guy offers the girl as payment. Juhyuk walks calmly through the academy grounds, leaving other students behind. The Guardian notices that the school was chaotic today, but Juhyuk doesn't care. The Guardian adds that the teachers were busy, and Juhyuk notes that his self-study was unusually long. Suddenly, someone calls out to Juhyuk, causing him to turn around with a serious look. A white-haired classmate with a case on her back called out to Juhyuk. She is surprised that she didn't see him in class. Juhyuk admits that he slept all day. The girl asks if he's going to the gym, and he nods in response. Juhyuk promises to show her something special there with an intriguing look. The sunset paints the walls of the academy's modern gymnasium in warm tones. Inside, Juhyuk and his companion, now sporting tiger ears, are preparing for training. At the same time, they discuss the fate of a captive blonde from a noble English family. Her possession promises status. Juhyuk unzips his sweatshirt, revealing the hilt of his trusty sword. His companion, having changed her uniform into a tracksuit, also takes out her blade. Juhyuk looks at her weapon curiously. What's this? Your sword looks different. The girl confirms. Yes, I went home for this sword. Juhyuk hums thoughtfully, clearly intrigued by her words. The blade glows with a red aura, and Juhyuk notes its powerful magical power. Suddenly, another girl appears, shocked by Juhyuk's statement. It's a family heirloom! It turns out that this is the Blue Moon Sword, a relic of Choi-jina as confirmed by its owner. The white-haired girl explains to her surprised friend that she passed the selection and became the rightful heir. When asked how the relic came into the schoolgirl's possession, she replies, My father allowed it. Juhyuk's face darkens as he remembers the offer. You'll give me a girl? Are people things? The girl with the Blue Moon Sword asks Juhyuk if she can train with him. Juhyuk scratches the back of his head and casually replies, Well, do as you wish. Juhyuk is serious, but before... He asks Gina, Can I touch the Blue Moon Sword? Gina's friend is furious. This is a constellation relic. How dare you? Juhyuk thinks, How loud. Gina easily holds out the sword with words of gratitude, shocking her friend. Juhyuk holds the blade, muttering, This is weird. The magical power of the sword that flared up with an aura seemed painfully familiar to Juhyuk. Juhyuk's face freezes, his red eyes narrowing in sudden realization. A vision appears in his mind, a battlefield and a voice, long time no see. Meanwhile, the blonde's kidnapper grins evilly. Now this girl is my thing. Suddenly, Hyun Dawang, guardian of the constellation Choi-jina, appears. In the vision, Juhyuk addresses the warrior. Long time no see, Hyun. Juhyuk mutters in the present tense, puzzled. Huh? A sudden realization appeared on Juhyuk's face. That kid. The warrior from the vision grins. When did I ever act like a kid? I'm already an adult. Hyun continues. And did I even tell you my name? You were always coming at me with a sword. He adds with a grin, even if I wanted to say, after becoming a constellation, I forgot my name. Ju-hyuk smirks in the present. Even if I said that, I would still call you a boy. Ju-hyuk muses, this brat also became a constellation. He was pretty funny, though. Flashback, young Dao-wang 300 years ago, sword at the ready, suggests, let's fight. Meanwhile, the kidnapper points to the blonde's neck. Look at her neck. Jae-hyuk from the vision addresses the youth. What are you even talking about, little one? The boy boldly replies, you're the strongest adult here, aren't you, Ajushi? Fight me. Ju-hyuk's companion is furious. My master was called Ajushi? Kill him? Ju-hyuk, calm down. Ju-hyuk asks the boy, but why are you attacking me? Do you just want to fight? Young Dao-wang explains, I want to create the perfect sword art that is accessible to everyone. He continues, when the monsters attacked, everyone in my family who didn't wield a sword died. The boy squeezes the handle. That's why I'm trying to create it so that there won't be anyone like me again. The youth is determined. So fight me! The art that defeats Ajushi will become the greatest. Ju-hyuk grins. You're a brave kid. You don't even know how to hold a sword, let alone fence. Ju-hyuk suggests, but if you call me Hyung, I'll fight you. The companion is puzzled. The kidnapper points to the glowing runes on the blonde's neck. This proves that she is mine. Young Dao-wang shouts out decisively, okay, let's fight, Hyung. Past Ju-hyuk smirks, okay. He lunges at the boy. Don't think that I'll give in just because you're a child. Ju-hyuk recalls, back then you begged me to fight once a week, it was quite annoying. Dao-wang from the vision retorts, if Hyung had given in just once, maybe nothing would have happened. He continues, every time I lost, I learned from Hyung and eventually created my own fighting style. Ju-hyuk asks, is this the invincible iron body technique? Dao-wang confirms. Ju-hyuk thoughtfully, if you became my student, I would always take care of you. Have you thought about that? Dao-wang replies, it's not that I didn't think about it, but then it would be Hyung's technique, not mine, right? Ju-hyuk from the vision admits, bastard, you're determined. Meanwhile, the kidnapper offers the blonde a deal. If you agree, I can transfer the ownership rights to you as well. Dao-wang explains that Gina's swordsmanship seemed familiar as he trained his followers. He remarks to Ju-hyuk, but the sword art I knew has changed a lot, hasn't it? Dao-wang continues, nowadays magic is more important than physical training. The old techniques are too grueling. He laments, people have simplified the training, but they are far from true mastery. Ju-hyuk listens. Dao-wang is surprised. I never thought that Hyung would be reborn in the body of a schoolboy. He asks Ju-hyuk if he received a warning about their meeting, but there is no answer. Ju-hyuk remembers Luminous. She knew about his reincarnation, although he himself did not find out right away. Ju-hyuk guesses, only those related to me received the notification? Dao-wang nods. Dao-wang, Hyun, this is also fate. Dao-wang suggests to Ju-hyuk, should we fight? The blonde's kidnapper is horrified. Taboo! Ju-hyuk agrees, it's been a while, show me your skills. Dao-wang accepts the challenge, okay. Dao-wang with a flaming sword. It's been a long time since I burned so brightly. Ju-hyuk attacks with his sword. Dao-wang parries the blow, his eyes shining with excitement. Ju-hyuk returns the sword to Gina. It was fun. Ju-hyuk advises Gina, your guardian is not a bad guy, train together. Dao-wang, defeated but pleased, whispers, wow, seriously. He sprawled on the ground, muttering, this just doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, in China, in the snowy estate of the Sol clan, the kidnapper explains, her neck is sealed with magic, a taboo spell that forbids harming the owner. In the main hall, 3 elders of the Sol clan gathered for a council with a young woman. White Lotus Sol Ryung politely asks, elders, why did you call me? The 3 elders of the Sol clan look closely at the heiress. The elder announces, the position of the head of the Sol clan is vacant. We urgently need to choose a new one. She continues, although I would entrust this to you according to tradition, the head of the clan cannot also be the head of the family. Sol Ryung asks with a smile, are there any other candidates for the position of head of the family? The elder states, we need to choose someone better than the previous head, Seo Yeonhwa. Sol Ryung listens silently, her gaze thoughtful, her fan slightly clenched. She smiles faintly. Okay. Sol Ryung confidently announces, the candidate I recommend is. Meanwhile, the kidnapper thinks an ordinary person could not cast such a spell. Suddenly, a girl with a wild look and snow-white hair appears. She stands opposite Gina in the training room, ready to fight. The two warriors take up fighting positions, the tension rising. Gina, sword in hand, looks at her opponent with cold determination. Her opponent responds with an equally fierce look, ready for a fight. Ju Hyuk instructs Jin, less magic, more physical strength in battle. He adds, the sword is a relic, so fight with it in its sheath. Gina agrees. The white-haired warrior intervenes. I don't mind if she draws her blade. Ju Hyuk asks the girl with lilac hair, by the way, why are you here? She replies, I'm also curious to see how Yang Lang, who defeated me, will perform. The kidnapper and the blonde are shocked. He mutters, did someone else do this for him? Yang Lang warms up, looking forward to it. Let's see how she will fight Choi Arin. The lilac-haired girl doubts, will Aaron, even with Ju Hyuk's help, be able to stand up to Yang Lang? Yang Lang warns Gina, listen to Ju Hyuk, kitten, if I draw my sword, you'll be in trouble. Yan Lang, with his head down and his shoulders shaking, whispers, enough! Yan Lang explodes. Stop calling me kitten! Choi Arin calmly grips the hilt of the sword in its sheath. Their sheathed blades clash with force, sparking off sparks of energy. The two warriors clash in a furious exchange of blows, the air crackling with tension. The girl with lilac hair is shocked. Ju Hyuk watches silently. Yan Lang struggles to contain the onslaught, gritting his teeth with tension. Ju Hyuk remarks, people like you have been around for a long time. Arin unleashes a powerful blow on Yang Lang from above without drawing his sword. Yan Lang jumps back furiously, her eyes burning with a wild fire. Arin coldly watches every move of her opponent. Yang Lang strikes from above, her eyes burning with fury. Arin blocks the attack. Yang Lang winces in pain from his arm. Arin counterattacks, knocking Yang Lang away with his sheathed sword. Arin's gaze is full of determination as she continues her advance. Yang Lang flies back, unable to withstand Arin's power. Yang Lang gritted his teeth and looked at Arin with uncontrollable anger. The thought is reflected in her eyes. This prickly head. Meanwhile, the kidnapper talks about the scumbags who impose taboos and traffic in people. Arin, surrounded by an aura, admits she really is strong. Yan Lang is shaking, her shoulders slumped after the heavy blow. Yang Lang attacks in rage, asking when. Her fist meets Arin's sword. Yan Lang is puzzled. When did she become so strong? Yan Lang gritted his teeth, thinking, or did I just not know her true abilities? Yang Lang's powerful strike meets Arin's impenetrable defense. Arin holds her sword calmly in its sheath, her stance impeccable. Yang Lang recalls, but I saw her sparring with Kim Ju Hyuk. A bead of sweat runs down Yang Lang's face as she realizes she wasn't that strong back then. Arin prepares to attack. Yan Lang is shocked. Her movements are completely different. The hilt of Arin's sword flares with a blue aura, the power concentrating. Arin swings her sword with icy calm, ready to strike. Yang Lang screams, whoa, as he dodges Arin's shining strike. There is a noticeable scratch on Yang Lang's stomach from the attack. Yan Lang winces in pain, pressing his hand to the wound on his stomach. Arin calmly remarks, not bad at dodging, kitten, and Yang Lang snaps back. Yang Lang realizes she's reading my attacks, so I can't defeat her. She decides, I'll have to take the hit and counterattack. Arin calmly grips the handle, ready for the next move. Arin rushes forward, her sword shrouded in a red aura. Their blades clash again, blue energy erupting from Arin's strike. Meanwhile, the kidnapper, his eyes glowing, asks the blonde, what are you? Yang Lang deflects the attack with a growl, her eyes flashing with determination. She pushes Arin aside, their gazes meeting in a tense confrontation. Yang Lang's fist flares with a red aura, preparing for a crushing blow. Yang Lang delivers a powerful blow, putting all his fury into the attack. Arin winces in pain as he takes the blow. The force of the blow sends Arin flying backwards, losing his balance. Yan Lang was breathing heavily, but her gaze was still full of fighting spirit. Arin lies on the ground, struggling to catch his breath after the powerful attack. Ju Hyuk intervenes, stopping the sparring. That's enough, the fight is over. He orders both girls to have their wounds treated, promising to analyze their fight later. Ju Hyuk, with blazing eyes and a purple aura on his hand, assesses the fight. He looks at the girls and says, not bad. Arin stands as Ju Hyuk notes that her skills have improved significantly in a short period of time. His red eye flashes, analyzing what happened. Yang Lang is breathing heavily as he sits on the floor. Arin and Ju-hyuk are watching. Jo-hyuk sympathetically asks Yang Lang, "Are you okay?" To which she answers yes. Yan Lang admits to himself that the situation was extremely dangerous. She remembers how she was able to block the blow by directing it towards the guard of the sword. Yan Lang suspects that Arin's sudden strength is related to the holy relic. She looks at her hand, lost in thought about the relic and its power. Yan Lang grins as he thinks, a holy relic then. The blonde is horrified, a glowing mark appears on her neck. The training center at night, Ju-hyuk announces, "That's all for today." A few days later, Ju-hyuk reports with a determined look the exact location of the crash. He stands before the witch declaring, "I found him." The mark on the blonde's neck flashes a bright blue light. The blonde and her companion are shocked. "He broke the seal?" Ju-hyuk stands with his head down in front of the teacher, who asks in surprise, "Huh?" The frightened blonde asks for permission. "Just once, can I hit him?" The teacher sternly replies, "Do you think the teacher of Valhalla will tolerate violence between students?" The teacher explains, "But it's a completely different matter if we're talking about a suspected criminal." The blonde is shocked, and the teacher adds, "Besides, Valhalla is not on good terms with the Ventric family. I'll cover you. Go ahead." Ju-hyuk grabs the blonde's shoulder, confirming, "You heard him." Ju-hyuk orders with a flaming fist, "Grit your teeth!" And the blonde screams in panic, "Well, wait!" A powerful blow sends the blonde flying, and he crashes into the wall. The blonde man writhes in pain on the floor. The girl and the teacher watch the beating. Ju-hyuk walks away calmly against the backdrop of the sunset. His companion remarks, "I thought you were going to kill him. This is the first time I've seen you this angry." Ju-hyuk replies, 300 years ago, I would have smashed his head in." Ju-hyuk explains with red eyes, "One of my students was sold as a slave because of this taboo. I was just furious because of a similar situation." Ju-hyuk walks off into the sunset saying, "I've been through this before." The companion is surprised. "Wait, so you were a slave too?" The blonde, breathing heavily, catches up with Ju-hyuk on the street. She sheepishly admits that she wasn't able to properly thank him earlier. The girl bows low to Ju-hyuk with words of sincere gratitude. Ju-hyuk, looking away, asks her not to bother herself with thanks. He advises her to live her own life and not pay attention to him anymore. The girl's eyes fill with tears from his cold words. Ju-hyuk walks away, leaving the confused blonde behind. The next day after school, in front of us is the Valhalla Cafe. A gray-haired man with glasses tries something with a spoon and states, "This is China." Ju-hyuk asks in confusion, "What?" The gray-haired man announces over dessert, "The Great Palace of Valhalla is in China." Ju-hyuk listens as the man calmly eats his strawberry parfait. The man, savoring a spoonful of cream, clarifies, "To be precise, this is the White Lotus Association's labyrinth." Ju-hyuk listens closely to his words. Ju-hyuk recalls, "White Lotus, the school from the competition?" The other person nods, "Exactly." Ju-hyuk squeezes the glass as he learns it's now illegal to trespass on someone else's labyrinth. He drinks, wondering about the rules of ownership, because even animals used to pass through them. His red eye sparkles. "I could destroy it myself, but it belongs to the academy." The gray-haired man asks with a sly smile, "So there's a way to get there?" Ju-hyuk is puzzled. "Huh?" The gray-haired man clarifies, "The Great Palace of Valhalla, I know it's open to the White Lotus disciples." Ju-hyuk clamps his mouth shut, cutting off his words. "Well, you shouldn't rush because eventually..." The man, pulling his hand away, asks, "What's wrong?" You suddenly went silent and admits, "I said too much." He looks at Ju-hyuk reproachfully. "How can you sit there without giving me any information?" Ju-hyuk responds, "What are you talking about?" Ju-hyuk's interlocutor shows 3 fingers, holding a spoon between them. With a beaming smile, he demands, "Just give me 3 grains of information, then I'll tell you more." Ju-hyuk stands up, "Enjoy your coffee, goodbye." The man screams in panic, "Well, wait!" The silver-haired man gives in, "I'll just tell you, okay? Sit down and listen." Ju-hyuk looks at him with disbelief. Ju-hyuk sits back down at the table with a heavy sigh, ready to listen. The man, lowering his voice, shares a secret. The Great Palace of Valhalla will become one of the arenas for world competitions in the 2nd semester. Ju-hyuk is surprised. "Is it true? Do all the teachers know?" The other person shakes his head. No, they haven't gotten it yet. Then how do you know? Ju-hyuk asks. The gray-haired man smiles mysteriously. Let's just say I have my own source. Ja-hyuk clarifies, are world competitions like school competitions? The man, enjoying his dessert, nods, right. He explains against the backdrop of the earth. If the Korean school competitions are a battle of 3 countries, then the world ones are like the Academy Olympics. Ju-hyuk frowns. So it's just bigger school ones? That's even more annoying. His red eye flashes. Anyway, I can only enter in the 2nd semester? That's too long. Is there another way to get there faster? Ju-hyuk asks impatiently. The silver-haired man freezes with his spoon in surprise. The man confesses, I don't know, I have no connection with the White Lotus. Ju-hyuk listens attentively. The gray-haired man continues thoughtfully, find a guaranteed way to enter. It's hard to say if such a chance will present itself. Suddenly he asks, but help me with one thing. Ju-hyuk asks warily, what is it? The gray-haired man calls out with a smile, come with me to the World Monster Research Society. They arrive in North London at the Monster Research Society building. Ju-hyuk is furious. What one-day event? We're in London. I even extended your tour until Monday. The companion smirks, and Ju-hyuk is indignant. Ju-hyuk turns to his companion and asks, so what are we doing here? Suddenly, Ju-hyuk finds himself with a sword against a boar monster under the watchful eye of the trio. 3 judges with tablets watch the proceedings closely. Ju-hyuk and the enraged boar are ready to fight. The boar rushes to attack, and the gray-haired man explains, just help me check something. In exchange for information, you will fight several monsters. The companion reveals his cards. A huge boar monster with glowing eyes rushes straight towards Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk cuts through the ghostly boar with one precise blow of his sword. A voice announces, boar inspection complete, prepare for the stone goblin. Ju-hyuk is dissatisfied. Am I not done yet? An hour later, Ju-hyuk collapses onto the couch, exhausted. This is so tiring. Why are you making me do so much? Ju-hyuk angrily asks his companion. You said I only had to kill 3 monsters, so why were there 10? The silver-haired man smiles nervously. Ju-hyuk frowned and asked, by the way, what kind of atmosphere is this? He continues. As soon as we walked in, everyone stared at you, started shouting, and gave us the cold shoulder. Did you quarrel with them? The gray-haired man calmly takes a sip from his cup, considering his answer. He admits, yeah, it's awkward. It's just that their decades-old theories about monster hunting are suddenly being disproved by one article. Ju-hyuk doubts, but isn't the method of checking too old-fashioned? They made me hunt with a sword. The silver-haired man replies, that's the most reliable method, the tradition of the association. Ju-hyuk is perplexed. If that's the case, why doesn't someone from the association check it themselves? The gray-haired man coldly replies, they don't want to. They are old men who hate having their theories refuted. He explains, their hunting strategies are just a way to raise their status, and there is nepotism at the top. Ju-hyuk with disgust. What disgusting people. Why do they always submit articles then? The companion, wiping his mouth, explains, an article without public recognition is nothing. Their goal is the perfect hunting strategy. They're willing to weather a hurricane for this, the gray-haired man concludes. Ju-hyuk nods. I see. Ju-hyuk reminds, since I helped you so much, now it's your turn. The interlocutor agrees. Oh yeah, of course. The gray-haired man smiles mysteriously. As expected, it was the right decision to come here. She is here. Ju-hyuk tenses up as a dark silhouette appears behind him. The White Lotus chairwoman. I heard she comes to the association often, the white-haired man says. I think she was watching you. Ju-hyuk is surprised. Really? Ju-hyuk says, since you know what she looks like, let's go talk to her before it's too late. Suddenly there is a knock on the door. Ju-hyuk and the gray-haired man turn around. At the door, they ask, is student Kim Ju-hyuk here? Can I talk to him for a minute? Ju-hyuk is surprised. A female voice, could it be? And allows, yes, come in. A mysterious smile appears on the lips of the one who entered. She says, I beg your pardon. A woman enters the room. Ju-hyuk looks at her full length. In front of Ju-hyuk stands an elegant, gray-haired woman holding a fan. She introduces herself. Nice to meet you. My name is Seol-yun. I am from the White Lotus Association. Joo-hyuk is a little confused. Oh yeah, I'm Kim Joo-hyuk. How can I help you? Seol-yeon explains, I came to you with a request. Could you... Seol-yeon makes an unexpected request to Joo-hyuk. Will you take care of one person? She stands before them, repeating her intriguing offer. The gray-haired companion decides to leave them. You are having a serious conversation. I'll go. Joo-hyuk nods. Seol-yeon watches the man leave with a slight smile. Joo-hyuk demands clarification. What do you mean? Tell me more. Seol-yeon begins the story. I am the chairman of the White Lotus, but I come from the Sol family, founded after the era of chaos. She continues. This allowed us to create the White Lotus Academy and produce strong contractors. Her face becomes serious. However, a genius was born into our family. No, a real natural disaster. Against the backdrop of the bloody glow, Seol-yeon describes, at 13, she crushed contractors and even members of her guild. Joo-hyuk listens tensely as Seol-yeon adds, even the head of our family fell by her hand. Seol-yeon, in the end they decided, Seol-yeon, that they have nothing more to learn in the outside world. Seol-yeon, and locked themselves in the White Lotus training hall. Seol-yeon, so you want me to deal with this monster? Seol-yeon, that's right. Joo-hyuk, I don't care, but I'm a little confused. Joo-hyuk, if you just need to beat someone up. Joo-hyuk, aren't there other strong candidates? Seol-yeon, judging by your magical power. Seol-yeon, you're definitely not weak, Kim Joo-hyuk. Seol-yeon says, that's why I personally came to ask you for this favor. Joo-hyuk agrees with a grin. Okay, I get it, but you're not asking for free, are you? Seol-yeon replies, of course, I am the chairman of the White Lotus. Would I really ask for anything without payment? Joo-hyuk waves his hand. So how much? I don't need money. He continues, there's a place I want to go. Can you arrange it? Seol-yeon is surprised. They stand in front of a majestic building in China, the headquarters of the White Lotus. Joo-hyuk remarks, I didn't expect you to bring me here on the same day, and on a private jet, too. Seol-yeon explains with a smile, you said you were free until Monday, so wouldn't it be better to get this over with quickly? She looks at him slyly. And about the payment? Seol-yeon asks, you want the right to enter the Great Palace of Valhalla, right? Joo-hyuk confirms. Seol-yeon assures, this is our labyrinth, so there won't be any difficulties. Shall we enter? Joo-hyuk agrees. In the courtyard, they are met by an honor guard of members of the White Lotus Guild. Joo-hyuk and Seol-yeon walk deeper into the complex, followed by curious glances. Joo-hyuk starts the conversation. I'm curious about something. Seol-yeon smiles. What is it? He continues. You ignored the recent competition, but you want me to take on this guy? Seol-yeon explains. Many tried to cope with him, but only realized the futility of their talents. Joo-hyuk listens intently as she adds, both students and experienced teachers. Seol-yeon clutches her fan. My main goal now is to rid this child of his excessive arrogance. Her eyes sparkle with determination. And after that, I will lead the White Lotus to new heights. Joo-hyuk rubs the back of his head. I see. And with a smirk, he thinks, I hope it ends up in good mine. Seol-yeon points to the shining magic circle. Everything is here. She explains, by stepping on the seal, you will enter the secret room of the Sol family where that child is. Joo-hyuk steps decisively onto the magic circle. Ah, good. Just like that, huh? Before teleporting, he turns around. I forgot to ask. What's his name? Seol-yeon answers with a mysterious smile. This child's name is... Yen-lang. A fierce girl with wolf-like features appears before Joo-hyuk. Yen-lang squints his eyes with hostility. Who are you? Did the Sol family send you to make me leave? She suddenly yells at Joo-hyuk, who appears. I'm not leaving, so get lost. Joo-hyuk remarks with a smirk. Wow, what rudeness at the first meeting. He takes a step forward. Yen-lang is confused. You... Joo-hyuk swings his arm with a smirk. Crazy rookie, huh? His face is distorted by a predatory grimace. He is clearly provoking. Yen-lang looks at the fist flying at her in shock. Joo-hyuk stops the punch a centimeter away from her face. Oh? His hand flares with a red aura. He didn't mean to hit seriously. Yen-lang recoils, her face contorted with rage. She mutters contemptuously, brainless idiot. Yen-lang reproaches. Do you really underestimate the enemy that much? You started with such a stupid blow. Ju-hyuk offers with a slight smile. Should we introduce ourselves? Yenlang is completely confused. Huh? Yenlang quickly grabs his wrist, stopping the blow. Ju-hyuk looks down at her with a predatory grin. She twists his arm away with fury in her eyes. Red flash, Yenlang counters with a body blow. Yenlang's face twists in surprise, her attack having no effect. Ju-hyuk stands there unperturbed. Yenlang flinches back. Huh? Yenlang in a fighting stance, confused. What is this? Who are you? Ju-hyuk smirks. A 17-year-old high school student who underestimated his opponent. Yenlang decides to retreat and counterattack by rushing forward. Ju-hyuk instantly appears in front of her, blocking her path. Where are you going? Ju-hyuk clenches his fist, preparing to punch. A powerful blow reaches Yenlang. Ju-hyuk watches the girl's reaction. Yenlang softens the blow by retreating. Jo-hyuk evaluates her agility. Yenlang thought, her gaze tense. She is amazed by Ju-hyuk's strength. Yenlang realizes that he is much stronger. The desire to fight flares up within her. Ju-hyuk ponders his next move. Yenlang takes a fighting stance. Ju-hyuk stands relaxed. Seolyeon watches their fight on the big screen. The secretary turns to Seolyeon. Ms. He asks doubtfully, will he be okay? The secretary continues. I don't think a student from another school can handle someone from White Lotus. He is worried. He is being suppressed now. Will he be able to defeat Lady Yenlang? The secretary reminds, forgive my impertinence, but didn't you lose to her yourself, madam? He clarifies, of course it was without magic, you fought only with physical techniques. Seolyeon. That's right. Seolyeon, holding a fan, admits, I lost to Yenlang once. She adds, and even if I used magic, victory would not be guaranteed. The secretary is surprised. The secretary is confused, Seolyeon says. Then the difference in magic power between me and Yenlang was negligible. Seolyeon continues, and that was a few years ago. She's probably gotten even stronger. The secretary is worried, but doesn't that make it even more risky? Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't even come close to defeating you. Seolyeon smiles mysteriously. Who knows? He defeated villains as a student and won first place in the inter-high. Her gaze is determined. In any case, he won't give up so easily. Seolyeon adds, looking at the screen. It doesn't matter if he loses, and Yenlang is already rushing towards Ju-hyuk. Yenlang quickly closes the distance, preparing to attack. Her hand with sharp claws is raised to strike. Yenlang lunges forward furiously, the ground beneath her cracking. Ju-hyuk looks up at Yenlang's crossed arms flying towards him. Wow. Ju-hyuk calmly meets Yenlang's flying knee. Yenlang furiously throws a knee strike, aiming for Ju-hyuk's head, a red flash. She anticipates victory. Gotcha. But her face distorts with surprise. Huh? Close-up of her shocked eye, a bead of sweat running down her face. Yenlang cries out in pain, clutching his knee. Ju-hyuk crouched down, unperturbed. Ju-hyuk smirks. Yenlang is confused. Your head is made of stone? Who knows? Ju-hyuk explains. Your knee was asking for it, I just met it with my forehead. Yenlang is seething with anger. Yenlang thinks in despair. No matter how much I attack, he still blocks. I don't see a way out. She bitterly admits, it's bitter to say, but his physical strength is superior to mine. Therefore, Ju-hyuk stands relaxed. Yenlang asks, You've been fighting without magic all this time, right? Exactly, isn't that what you wanted?